Good morning, Chatty House.
What up, gang? Where's the belt?
Who did get the belt? I'm guessing
I
Ramsey.
usually check that first thing, but I didn't today. Oh, Katrina. Katrina gets the belt. Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice, Katrina.
That's right.
Hope everybody had a good weekend. I have a functioning backyard now. So far. Didn't get to use it at all.
No. That's too bad.
Yeah, busy weekend.
I had a busy weekend, too.
Yeah, it looked like it.
That was the end of my day.
No, but honestly, like on a weekend, being out and about, like I golfed yesterday. And out at Yocha Dehe, whatever it is, out at Cache Creek. Yocha Dehe is how I'm saying it. And it's like, no, it's a busy day. It's like I'm out there for a few hours and gotta eat with the homies after, and then gotta get back to Sacramento, then gotta get my car, and then go back home. It's a long day.
That does sound like a long day.
Being busy doesn't have to suck. What's up, Russell? What up, Steven? Mrs. Matt. Good morning, Katrina. Good morning, Spencer. Appreciate y'all. What up, Warren?
I like it. Bad boys of ESPN. I don't know what that even means, but
I'm Mike Lowry in this situation, I think.
I'm Mike Lowry.
Actually, I would definitely I'd definitely be more Ravi Marcus. I think I'm more the Martin Lawrence, actually, now that
that's my oh no, yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it. Plaid boys. That's funny. What up, bro? Morning, Drew. Hello, Gary.
Hello.
Dr. David. Here we go. Oh, good morning. Good morning and a happy Monday to you listening on the radio, listening on the free Odyssey app. Shout out to everybody hanging out with us in the chatty house as well at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and ESPN YouTube.com/ESPN1320. That guy right there, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. James, I hope you had a good weekend. I hope it was not too eventful. We were just talking about like being busy on a weekend is weird because you can be busy, but still enjoying your weekend. It can still be a fun weekend.
I try to have as few like commitments as possible, like on the weekends.
Sure.
Like in general, like we try to not have like 8 million things going on.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes we go like away for a weekend and you have some things planned, but like for the most part, I like to sleep in on the weekends, which doesn't happen anymore. I can't sleep in for some reason. And then I like to just chill and go for a walk or two, get out on the boat, splash around in the water.
Sure.
I had a few too many things to do this weekend, but it all worked out.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, being busy on a weekend doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Got stuff going on. I golfed yesterday.
That's nice.
I stayed with some friends up in Sacramento on Saturday night because we had to leave for golf early on Sunday morning.
Oof. Yep.
So it had a lot going on, but no, it was a good weekend. Hope everybody else out there had a good weekend. Our guy Bryce has had a great weekend. He is listening to the show live in Disneyland.
Oh, again?
Yeah, no, he's still there.
Wow.
Yeah, just hanging out.
He must think that is the happiest place on earth.
Yeah, as he should.
Yeah.
I think that's great. Good for him. I don't have my buttons on yet, but good for Bryce. Sasha Vezenkov. We had some strange Kings news from over the weekend. So the moral of the story, the punchline here is that Sasha Vezenkov's time with the Kings appears to be over. Now, there were conflicting reports over the weekend. The first one said that Vezenkov was told by the Kings that he's not going to be part of the team anymore.
Yes.
But then the second report said Vezenkov told the Kings that he's not going to be part of the team anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of an odd juxtaposition of things, because those two things are very, very different.
No, they are very, very different. So again, we have Matteo Andriani. I do my best to try to vet these guys. They're reporters in Europe, and he says, hey, he's been informed by the Kings that he's not part of the plans next season. His priority is to stay in the NBA. Kings will try to trade him.
Sure.
And that came in at like 4:03 in the morning, right? And then at 5:18, we get sort of a rebuttal from Mihalis Stefano, which from like some people on Twitter have told me that he's closer to Sasha. Anyway, he's informed Sacramento Kings that he doesn't intend to return for a second year of his contract, and that's open whether he'll continue his career or he'll decide to return to Europe. Like, both of these are slightly weird because you can't just say, hey, I'm not returning. And, in European basketball, maybe they have this ability where you can just go somewhere else. I certainly know in soccer, you can't inform your club that you don't want to be there anymore.
Sure.
And they can try to find someone who takes on your salary and then work out some sort of transfer fee. But in the NBA, it's a lot different. He has 1 year guaranteed this coming season at like 6.6 million, and then the next year is a team option at 7 million. He could walk away from that contract and just say, hey, just if you don't mind, I'd like you to void that contract. And the Kings could go, okay, we'll void your contract, but with a clause saying that you can't, go to some other team in the NBA. Sure. But that would mean he'd walk away from 6.6 million. And, back in Europe, he was making like $2 million a year. And that was after like multiple raises. And that was to keep him in from going to the NBA.
Right.
So that's a lot of money to walk away from. But hey, maybe that's what the plan is. So I don't know. It's conflicting and it's confusing. And I would just say, look, he didn't have a great rookie season. And I don't know how he fits going forward. But for me, I'll keep saying this, as much as people might want to blame Sasha, I kind of blame the roster as well. And just like the right players weren't in place to support him in the correct way. And I thought when he was on the court, he was better defensively than I thought he was going to be. I thought the shooting was as advertised. He just didn't get enough reps to actually get in a rhythm and sort of find himself. But overall, I thought, there was clear room for improvement in year 2, and I was looking forward to seeing him after working with the NBA training staff for an entire offseason, what he looked like. And I think that they could have cleaned up some of like his sort of limitations issue if he was here in Sacramento working. So we'll have to wait and see, but I think it's very rare for a team to actually tell somebody like, hey, like we're going to trade you this summer, because that's the only time you do that is when you have a deal already worked out.
Sure.
So, and that's possible. It is. It's possible that the Kings have already worked out a trade and they're just not going to announce it until the night of the draft. We talk about like negotiating. You can't negotiate with free agents, your own free agents, until the day after the finals. Teams can be talking to each other right now all they want about like specific trades that could go down, or, some things that they've been working on. So we don't really know what's happening.
Yeah, I guess it would make sense though if Sasha's like, yeah, hey, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, and he talked to the Kings and said, hey, what's my role going forward? And the Kings said, nah, nothing right now. You don't really have one. And I think if you're Sasha, and you don't even have to ask, you can read the tea leaves.
Yeah.
And you can go, hey, if this team is going to get significantly better in their rotation, and they're going to add, let's say the Kings check all the boxes that we want to see them check this offseason. And let's say they add Brandon Ingram. And then let's say they add a rotation player, a top 8 rotation player. Sasha's not moving up.
No.
In the rotation, probably. That's a really, really steep hill to climb. And so he probably has another season where he's playing, what he played 42 games, 12 minutes a night. He's going to get a couple of shots. He's probably mostly going to be a white flag. Here, game's over. You go out there and mess around for a little bit. I think that was kind of his ceiling. And this is not a 20-year-old dude. He's 28.
Almost 29.
Yeah. I don't think there's some version of Sasha Vezenkov where he's in the Kings rotation and playing big time minutes next year. And like you said, after that, his contract's not guaranteed. And the Kings have a window here that they're trying to maximize. And I don't I don't know if you're a big believer in Sasha. I would want to know how.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just not the right combination of things to be effective for the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem that you have is there is a world in which he could actually work in Sacramento. I totally think that there is a way in which that could happen.
How?
I think you would
what does
have
that look
to,
like to you?
You would have to have a super long and super athletic, like 3 and 5 to go with him, like off the bench.
Sure.
So like, look, if the Kings, okay, I guess like if you were to go out and sign Jonas Valanciunas and have sort of a tough guy back there, that's fine. But like you need a Derek Jones Jr. or you need a long, super athletic dude to play with him, a guy who can block shots. I just think for some of the players on this team, it was almost unfair. Like the way the roster was built was not conducive to their play style. Or I think a better way to put it is the types of players they have don't complement each other correctly. And so it's really hard to blame a guy who, is again slow-footed, doesn't have great lateral quickness, but is a great shooter and an incredible off-the-ball mover. Like he's open all the time.
Player, sure.
Super high IQ.
Yeah,
but you have to pair that with players that can defend for him, that can help take away some of the pressure off of him. And the Kings don't have that style of team where he could fill in and even if they would have played him with a guy like Keegan Murray more, that might have helped. But like if we're sitting here like trying to scrape together minutes with like weird combinations of players, like that's not going to work. And like he to me, he's too similar to what Trey Lyles brings to the table. But I just think Trey Lyles is a better all-around player.
I agree.
And that's kind of it. Like you have sort of redundancy there. And if you would have put Trey at the backup 5 for a bunch of minutes, that's one thing, but they didn't do that. And so it's tough because I don't think you can stop anybody if you have Trey Lyles and Sasha Vezenkov playing side by side.
Yeah, it can't be your front court.
No, it can't be your back court your front court off the bench.
And he just doesn't do enough. He's not shooting on the move a lot. He's pretty much like spot up shooter only. At least that's the way the Kings used him. He's not like putting the ball on the deck and playmaking. It's just, he's going to cut back door and he's going to shoot it when he gets the ball in his hands in the corner or above the break or wherever. And it's not like he set the nets on fire. It's not like he's shooting 47% from three. He's 37.5%.
Yeah.
He's a good shooter. He's not like, that's not to say there's not a role for him somewhere in the NBA. But I think his role is, hey, we need a little bit of shooting tonight. Let's get Sasha out there. I don't know that there's going to be much for him beyond that, especially because, like you said, he turns 29 in August.
Yeah.
He's going to be 29 for all of next season in his second year in the NBA. It's just kind of it is what he is.
Yeah. Well, and I think unfortunately for him too, the 2 injuries, they didn't just set him back. Like when you're injured in the NBA, it can be a really, really lonely world.
Oh, brutal.
And when you're not from here and you're already lonely, and then you have that become an issue where you're not on the court with the fellas, hanging out and doing, having practice and shoot around and all that stuff, and you're not able to do it. It can be a dark place. So I thought at the end of the season, he said he didn't make a mistake coming over. He doesn't have any regrets coming over to the NBA.
Sure.
That he was excited to see where this went. But like I don't know that the Kings are the perfect spot for him.
Yeah.
And whether that the Kings can find him a new home or if he just goes back to Europe. I mean, it would be complicated, but not impossible for him to go back to Europe. And it's possible that he would reduce his salary really low to to buy out and go back to Europe. That's possible. I just think it would take some negotiations. We'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely hope he catches on somewhere and, maybe he talked to the Kings and realized that he wasn't going to have a role and thinks he could. Or maybe it's just what you said. Like last year was just kind of a bummer. And he's like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
That would make sense too. We'll talk about what this means for the Kings with Sasha Vezenkov, what it means financially, what it means for their rotation, what it means for their roster. And we'll have some NBA finals coming up as well after the Celtics took a 2-0 lead over the Mavs. And Shaquille O'Neal said a really, really interesting thing over the weekend that I want to get to as well. Also, starting tonight at 6 p.m., we're going to be carrying BetMGM tonight. That is the host that is the show that Trista Crick is a host on with Ryan Horvat and Nick Ashew. They do a really, really great job on BetMGM tonight. Ryan Horvat is going to join us at 11:30 to talk about the finals. He's a Wisconsin guy. Maybe we'll talk some NFL with him. I don't know. We'll get into a bunch of stuff with Ryan. That's coming up at 11:30. He's really, really fun. So looking forward to that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? So you guys know I did check in with the Kings and I got nothing on the Sasha side. But I definitely the injuries were he had a grade 3 ankle sprain and it cost him a bunch of time. So I don't think there's no slander about Sasha Vezenkov. I talk to Sasha all the time. I thought he's a good dude. And again, I think that there's a possibility that he does end up on a different roster. Yeah, Emmy, I agree with this that no reporters from U.S. media has confirmed this. But first of all, the NBA finals are happening. Secondly, there seems to be a high-level boxing match between the two biggest reporters in the league who are fighting over who's going to be the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers for some reason. So anyway.
Good morning, Jay.
I don't know what to believe about the rumors either. I just think they're really weird.
Very odd.
Yep. Oh, Leezy. I don't think you can call it a parlay.
On Prize Picks? No, it's an entry.
An entry.
It's the lineup. I had 2 for 4 last night. I had Kike Hernandez less than half a total base, and he looked terrible at the plate until he came up in the 9th inning and smacked a 2-strike single. And then Luis Gil, the starter for the Yankees, I thought he was going to be a lot better than he was. He wasn't bad, but I had more than 34.5 on his pitcher fantasy score. But hey, you'll never guess what happened. Asia Wilson went more on her points, rebounds, assists.
Oh.
A stunner.
Like every day?
I put her in 6 entries, picked more on 6 entries for her, and she's gone more on 5 of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's almost like the King Murray dunk.
Dude, it is. Asia Wilson is.
Yeah. She's tearing it up.
No. She even got hurt for a second last night, but I was really worried that she wasn't going to come through. But then she did.
Yeah, we'll talk about.
Yeah, this is it. Like you said, with everything else going on, this isn't De'Aaron Fox asking out.
No.
I got like 30 seconds. Yesterday might have been the last time I golfed for a while.
Yeah, was that bad?
My hip is really messed up.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
That's non-winning behavior in our building.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll have some NBA final stuff coming up for you in a bit. We've also got Ryan Horvat of BetMGM tonight coming up at 11:30. We'll talk a little bit of everything with Ryan. He's a ton of fun. BetMGM tonight, going to start on ESPN 1320 tonight at 6 o'clock. So after Run It Back, so it'll be D'Lo and Casey, then we'll have Run It Back, and then we'll have BetMGM tonight for you. And then Shaquille O'Neal said a really interesting thing over the weekend that we'll talk about as well. But I want to continue this Sasha Vezenkov discussion here for a bit. So whether he asked out or the Kings told him that he's going to be out, I think we'll get there eventually. Like at some point, maybe after the finals, maybe after the draft, we'll get a clearer picture of what's going on with Sasha.
Mm-hmm.
He might get traded, like we said, during the draft, but the full story is not done there yet. What does this mean for Sacramento financially? If he says, "Hey, NBA is not my bag. I'm just going to go back to Europe and be an MVP candidate over there, and that's what I'm going to do." What does that mean for the Kings?
Well, first of all, he's going to have to negotiate with the Kings, like to get out of his contract here.
Okay.
Right. So, and that's not, I mean, there's usually some give and take there. Like if the Kings just flat out waived him tomorrow, they could stretch provision him, which it's twice a year's salary plus one more year. So they could break his $6.6 million up into $2.2 million over the next 3 years.
Got it.
Right. So that, like, if you waive a player, that's what you would do. I don't think the Kings are going to do that because number one, he is a trade chip, or at least an expiring contract that they could trade between now and whatever, right? Because his final year contract is not guaranteed, and a team would take on a $6.6 million contract with no problem, even if they weren't going to have the player, as long as it's part of a much larger package, right?
Yeah.
Especially an expiring contract. So there are ways that you could get around that, right? But like even in like worst case scenario, let's just say he says, "I don't want anything. I'm just going to leave," and the Kings work out a deal where they literally just void the final year of his contract, and then the option year isn't picked up, and he just goes away. It doesn't help the Kings. The Kings are already without anything done right now at all. They're at $152 million dedicated salary, which is $11 million over the cap.
Man.
So that doesn't help them at all. And especially if we're talking about going out and signing Malik Monk. Malik Monk, again, we've talked about this before. The only way for the Kings to offer Malik Monk more than 17.4 or 17.5 million is they have to not only get below the salary cap, so they have to shave $11 million off just to get to the salary cap. But then on top of that, let's say they want to offer him $25 million. They've got to get at least $25 million under the cap after dropping the first $11 million. So now we're up to 36. But then you have minimum roster holds. So you got to make sure you have enough roster spots. You have to have a minimum. And if not, there's 1.1 million for everyone. So if you have to trade away 5 players and for nothing, now you're going to have these roster spots. So in order for them to give Monk more than the 7, let's say to give him $25 million a year, they would have to like clear out so much cap space. It'd be the 11 plus probably another 30. So how can you get rid of $41 million? Sasha Vezenkov's salary in that it's not even a drop in
Sure.
the bucket
Yeah.
when it comes to that. So there's no way for them to give him more than the 17.4 million unless they clear true cap space.
Okay. And this just opens a roster spot then.
It does. It opens a roster spot. Well, I mean, we'd have to see like how they deal with this. Like if he's thrown in on a trade, okay, like maybe you do a 2-for-1, a 3-for-1, whatever.
Sure.
So again, if you're trying to get up to like a trade to get Kyle Kuzma, right? We talked about this, the 200% rule. So a guy like Sasha, because he makes less than a certain dollar amount, you can trade his salary for basically twice as much. So his 6.5 becomes 13 million. Chris Duarte's goes from 6 million to 12 million. That's 25 million bucks that you can trade, and that would match that you can acquire back. So so that would actually equal. You could fit a guy like Kyle Kuzma into that trade, and that's without messing with any of the other players on your roster. But you would be taking on a whole bunch more, $9-10 million in salary. So that's going to bump up your dollar amount. That would push the Kings more and more towards the luxury tax. I think it's more likely you would see something like a 3-for-1 in a deal just for a player that makes 22-23 million bucks like Kyle Kuzma.
Sure.
And the Kings can do that. They've got Davion at 6 million. They've got 6.5 million for Sasha, and they've got 6 million for Duarte. So the Kings have movable pieces here. But that doesn't mean that they are going to be able to move something or that someone's going to take whatever it is they're offering. But I just think if he is in fact not part of the plan, and I don't know that that's the case. I mean, the Kings were so high on him when they were trying to get him to come over. They were so incredibly high on him. And for it to go south like this, if that's what in fact has happened, it would be a little crazy. So, and I'm not convinced that everything we're reading from overseas is 100% accurate. I mean, again, we have two reports and they totally contradict each other.
Yes.
So that's the difficult thing. And the one someone sends me a tweet, hey, the guy who sent the first report is not very reliable. And it's like, okay, but the
Based
second,
on what?
I don't know.
Sure.
Like, just like the other guy is way more reliable and he's closer to Sasha. So if I look at the two reports, I'm looking at them like, okay, one of them is pretty reactionary. Like one of them says, hey, he's been told by the Kings he's not going to be part of it. And then the next is like, he's informed the Kings. So like both of these like reports, they're very different and they kind of hold different value. And so I don't know what to make of it. I think we're going to have to wait and see how it all plays out a little bit further. But whether he's going to be on the roster or not next season, I have no idea. I think there's always a way in which he is. And if he wants to decide to continue his NBA career, for right now, it's with the Sacramento Kings. Is under contract.
So but I'm getting hung up on, because really, to me, whether the Kings told him he's out or whether he wants out, I think that's kind of inconsequential for me.
Okay.
It's just, okay, Sasha's not going to be part of this. What if it's a him thing or a Kings thing? I don't know, and I don't really care. But like, is there a way then where he's just like, you know what, this isn't for me? He negotiates a deal with the Kings where he basically bounces out of his contract and heads back to Europe.
Yep.
That in that instance, the Kings just now have a roster spot.
They have a roster spot, and it reduces their salary by whatever he drops his money by.
Got it. Okay.
So again, if he takes $2 million to walk away, and the Kings could clear up $4.5 million. So instead of being at 152 million, they drop to 147.5 or whatever it would be.
Yeah.
So there is a way for the Kings to save money on their salary, which could help them because again, if they want to make another move or a couple of moves that bring back a bunch more money, okay.
Yeah.
That might work. And there's also a possibility that he could get traded to a team and then get bought out by that team in a specific way. So maybe he is a player that you could trade and then like he's willing to leave for less money and walks away from the NBA. And so a team could trade for his money and then get a break on the backside.
Yeah.
So there's always possibilities for like a bunch of things here. But, if he's going to play as of right now, he is a Sacramento King. So I'm not prepared to say, hey, this whole thing is over and he's gone.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to say that. Just because of two reports from overseas.
Okay. That's fair.
A lot can happen between now and next season.
In my mind, he's gone.
That's
In my mind,
okay.
it's over.
I mean,
It's
you can
all
feel
over.
that way. Yeah.
It's all done. Yeah. We'll any update that there is on that, we'll have it for you, and we'll talk about it then. But for right now, according to 2 reports, Sasha Vezenkov either wants out or is being kicked out.
Something like that.
That's where it's at. We'll hopefully get more information here in the coming weeks. The NBA Finals are going on right now, and the Celtics now lead the Mavericks 2-0. We'll talk a little bit about last night's game and whether there's any reason to believe this series is going to continue beyond 4 or 5 games.
Whew.
Tough go so far for the Mavs. And also, Jason Tatum reminds me of somebody. Reminds me of a player, and I think you'll find the comp a little bit interesting here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I'm going to go take a walk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. I just, I don't know.
You all right?
Yeah. Just ran into a wall just there.
Oh,
Yeah. I'll be right back.
yeah.
Yeah.
What were you looking at that was outside?
Seth was walking down this way with a flashlight, and the way it was reflecting, it was like,
Oh,
because he's walking, it's like coming in and out of the picture,
okay.
and so it was just like this, like I was like, the hell's going on?
Oh, all right. I hope you're all right.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Just need to lock in.
What's going on, everybody? Let's see. I don't know what to make of the Sasha situation. Like, we can keep talking about this, but like, we will see what happens with Sasha. Like 2 years ago, before he came over, there were like so many reports that were hit and miss. Anyway, yeah, there were a lot of reports that were like, hey, he's coming over. Oh, no, he's not coming over. Oh, he's signing here. He's not signing here. It got all crazy. And look, this might play into his decision. I'm not sure, Emmy.
It wouldn't shock me if Sasha was not a Mike Brown guy.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
I think, Zach, it totally depends on what the Wizards are looking for. I don't think there's a lot of teams out there that are going to be willing to offer up like the 13th pick. Because number one, the Kings have the 13th pick, but also, like, I don't think that there's a lot out there. I don't know what his value is to other teams. And it might be higher than what we think, but that's a pretty fair trade. But we'll see. It depends if Washington wants to let Kuzma go as well.
1 minute.
Yeah, it's wild. That's a wild statement.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The Celtics beat the Mavs again last night. They lead that final series 2-0. And man, I thought game 1 showed us that series was over. To me, game 2 was the opportunity for Dallas to come out for Kyrie Irving specifically to come out and be better.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see it after game 1. I definitely don't see it after game 2 because Luka was really good yesterday. I think Luka was about as good as he can be against a defense as good as Boston's. And the Mavs just don't have it, man. They just don't have enough.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I mean, I think it's interesting because we can look at some of the players that are coming off the bench and playing for the Celtics. Like, again, I don't think that Hauser has been very good. He had a little small stretch where he started hitting some shots, but it feels like Dallas has like 3 of those guys playing on each and every night. And the fact that, we're trying to debate who's better between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and the other duo is just realistically one player. Like Kyrie just hasn't been a factor, and I think he's totally hurt that team, whatever the reason. So his the Kyrie redemption tour is kind of taken like a detour again, and I think it's really interesting to watch because this was something we talked about coming into the series. They have so many good perimeter defenders that they can limit what Dallas wants to do. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, how come they're not doing all these pick and rolls and they're not doing these different sets that were so successful in against Minnesota. And the answer is that because the Celtics have taken it away.
Right. You can't.
Because they're incredible defensively.
Yes.
I mean, the blocks that we're seeing in the series on both sides, some of the action has been absolutely incredible. Some of the defensive plays have been nuts, but I just keep watching these ridiculously silly looking lean in shots that Luka is shooting from all over the place. He is so well defended. There's nothing he can do, and he needs more help. But I also think he needs to use the players around him like he has in the previous series, and I think maybe that's part of this. When you are put into a pressure cooker like he's being put into, a lot of times you regress to who you are as throughout your career.
Yeah.
And that might be a little bit of what's happening.
Yeah, maybe. But also I'm looking at some stats right now. Big numbers guy. Luka so far is averaging 31, 10.5, and 6 with 3 steals a game. He's shooting 51% from the field and 38% from 3. He is 8 of 21 from 3. The rest of the Mavs combined are 5 of 32 from 3. Nobody's made more than 1 3-pointer. PJ Washington, 1 for 8. Kyrie, 0 for 8. Derek Jones Jr., 1 for 5. Jaden Hardy, 1 for 3. Josh Green, 1 for 4. Dante Exum knocked one down as well. Good for him. 1 for 1.
So
they're not getting enough, man. And of all the people in this series that I thought would be a non-factor, Kyrie Irving, not on my list.
Yeah, we had him as probably one of the third or fourth best player in this series.
Yeah, 3 or 4, depending on how you felt about Jaylen Brown going in.
Yeah, I think at this point it really does look like Luka followed by the 2 Celtics, followed by another Celtic in probably Derek White, his impact defensively, and then Drew Holiday is right there. Yep. And then where's Porzingis? I mean, I'm not sure.
Porzingis above Kyrie right now.
Yeah. So what do we got? 4, 5 Celtics, 5 Celtics above the next best player on the Mavs, and
so far in this series, yeah.
And it's not like Luka is doing so much that can happen. If Luka's averaging 45 a night, you'd be like, all right, there's going to be some players that are having some downtime.
Yeah,
that's just not the case.
I think Bill Belichick and the Patriots during their run, their big selling point, I guess, of their defense, or what made them great, was their ability to force you into things you didn't want to do.
Yeah,
they went, "What's your A+ pitch? Okay, we're going to take that away." And now what can you do playing with one hand tied behind your back? And that's what the Celtics have done to the Mavericks. PJ Washington, Jason Tim from Hoops Tonight on our show brought up PJ Washington shooting above the break versus the corner. Elite corner 3-point shooter, terrible above the break 3-point shooter. Boston is just forcing him to be above the break. They're not allowing him to get down into the corner where he's comfortable. And it's that they're tying a hand behind the Mavs back and saying, hey, Derek Lively's not going to be able to play in this series. Daniel Gafford, his impact is going to be very minimal. Yeah, Derek Jones Jr., let's see how you do against the Michael Jordan version of yourself and Jaylen Brown. Who else am I missing here? PJ Washington? Like, yeah, no. You're going to do Kyrie and Luka, we're just going to switch on you guys and you figure it out. Maybe if Kristaps Porzingis is going to be out for some considerable amount of time, maybe that swings the series. Maybe he is really the linchpin to all of this. But I think what we're seeing, and it doesn't have to be that complicated. The Celtics are a better team, and they are so dialed in. I still have my buddy who's the big Hoops fan who texted me during game 1 is like, I'll believe the Celtics when they're hoisting the trophy. Is still like, I don't know. Like, dude, this is a different Celtics team, man.
We have breaking news.
Oh, we got breaking news.
From Adrian Wojnarowski. Connecticut's Dan Hurley has turned down the Los Angeles Lakers' 6-year, $70 million offer and will return to chase a third straight national title. Sources tell ESPN. LA would have made him one of the NBA's 6 highest paid coaches.
He turned down a 6-year, $70 million contract.
It's a lot of money. Wow.
Holy smokes.
Wow. Sorry to interrupt everything, but
no, that's fine. I was hoping that news would break during our show.
Whew. That is
Holy
tremendous.
smokes.
Tremendous. Wow.
Well, that's interesting. That news broke at 1:40 p.m. Pacific time.
Eastern time, yes.
I'm sorry, Eastern time.
Yep.
And there was that thing today I read you from Twitter, that reporter who does some work on the East Coast. He works for a bunch of different publications out there. And he said UConn's basketball practice has been moved up from noon to 2. Or to 2 from noon.
Yeah.
Like it got pushed back 2 hours. And so that news breaks about 20 minutes before that practice was supposed to start, meaning Dan Hurley was probably in a meeting with the Lakers today. Which is why their practice got moved.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Absolutely wild. And
if Mike Brown hadn't signed his contract or not negotiated, I don't know if he signed it or not. If he's not negotiated to deal with the Kings, do you think that this would have been a factor? Bobby Hurley getting a 6-year, $70 million offer.
Dan Hurley. Yeah.
Jeez. I cannot. You know what?
I don't think it would have mattered, Kyle.
I just face planted into a wall this morning and haven't been able to get off that wall. It's fine.
I don't think it would have mattered because so many other coaches got, like the Ty Lue contract was just outlandish, like right then.
Yeah, but at least Ty Lue has a title and an NBA resume.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Dan Hurley has some college basketball championships. He's a really good coach for sure.
Yeah.
But first time NBA coaching job, he's going to get 6 and 70. That's wild.
This is
JJ Redick.
Wow.
Was Shams right the whole time?
The wrinkles, man. This is one of those ones that you're just looking at like, holy cow, look at the ripple effect. And this whole entire like media blitz over this, the battle behind the scenes has been absolutely wild and crazy. I am glad they did this on a non-finals day.
Yeah.
Like give the finals like it's due.
Yeah.
Then again, they could have JJ Redick on the finals call. What is it, tomorrow or is it Wednesday? On Wednesday, and he literally could have just been named the Lakers head coach. And so that
would be such a Lakers thing to do. That would be such a Lakers thing to do. You'd have to pull him from the broadcast, right? Because they get to be in like production meetings and stuff.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Like he'd be done on the broadcast mid-finals. Oh my God, that'd be peak Lakers.
We have a follow-up tweet.
Please, give me that.
After Dogged pursuit of Hurley over the past weeks, Lakers will regroup and resume bringing in candidates for interviews with hope of hiring a coach by draft, sources say. James Borrego is expected to remain part of the group, and Lakers could do their first formal interview with J.J. Redick.
It's going to wind up being J.J. Redick, right?
This might be the first time that J.J. Redick was mentioned by Adrian Wojnarowski.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I definitely think that's the case.
It's wild.
It's time for everybody's favorite segment, Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, Dan Hurley staying at UConn. Your thoughts? Hey, Mitch.
Hello?
Yeah, Dan Hurley staying
Hello?
at UConn. Your thoughts?
Oh, that's great. How you guys doing? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be Mr. Green Thumb here in my yard here. Well, first of all, if Sasha doesn't want to be here, we can always find somebody else. He's just a backup, apparently. He's not taking over like Luka.
No doubt.
I will go with Anthony Melton. I think eventually him and Falk will make a great start in the backcourt. You have Monk and Mitchell back there. And too bad for the Lakers. I want to see him. I'm not a Connecticut fan, but to win any sports 3 years in a row, that would be amazing.
No doubt. Thanks,
Sorry
Mitch.
for my delay. I apologize.
All good, buddy. Good luck with the gardening. Thanks. Love Mitch. He's the best.
I thought he was doing a bit and just like birds chirping. Like, what do you think? And chirp, chirp, chirp.
Look, I got nothing for you
I
on
got
Dan Hurley.
nothing for you.
Getting this DeAnthony Melton take off, though.
Wild.
If DeAnthony Melton signs with the Kings, I'm going to ship a DeAnthony Melton Kings jersey to Mitch in New Jersey. That's happening.
Yeah.
That's the thing I will do for him.
He's
been on that DeAnthony Melton train for weeks now.
He is on that train for sure.
Yeah. Big DeAnthony Melton guy.
Wild.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the program. Is this Don?
This is Big E.
Sorry, Big E. What's up, bro?
I did want to talk finals, but with
Please.
the Dan Hurley news going on, obviously money wasn't the issue. Do you think it's because the news broke early and that turned him off? Or like he had like a meeting and just like he saw LeBron was like the GM and was like, I don't want to be here if the coach or if a player has so much power. I'm not sure, honestly. I want to hear what you guys think.
Fascinating. Thanks, Biggie. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't think it was because the news broke early. I would love to know what he's getting paid by UConn, and if there's some extension in the works with UConn, or some like lifetime contract type deal. But I think part of it was what the plan is for the Lakers in the post-LeBron era. Like if you're Dan Hurley, that has to play a major role, right? Because this is you're leaving a program in UConn where you won 2 consecutive national titles, and you're in a spot where you can very, very much go win a third in a row. You can become a legend in the college game. If you're going to give that up for your first NBA head coaching job, you want to make sure that you're in a spot where you're set up to like succeed long term. There's a 6-year deal on the table from the Lakers, right? Okay, what do you think that's two or 3 years of LeBron?
Yeah, maybe.
And that's 2 or 3 years of LeBron impacting games at what level? And what is the roster going to look like after that? Where, hey, if you don't bring a title in those 3 years, are they going to punt you because they want to bring in a new coach who's going to rebuild something? I don't blame him, man. I don't blame him for looking and going, I want to coach in the NBA, but this is not the spot.
Well, that and Kyle, that team is still, it doesn't matter who's coaching that team. It's probably still a 6, 7, 8 seed at best. And that's if you're able to keep, Band-Aid those guys together and keep them on the court. Like, I don't know that that's possible. I like what they did last year with LeBron playing like 37 minutes a game. That's wild, man.
It's pretty crazy.
So, like, sure, you're the 8 seed last year, 47 and 35, but like just the sheer volume. LeBron played 35.3 minutes per game. Anthony Davis, 35.5. Anthony Davis played 76 games. I don't know how many times in his career he's played 76 games, but I don't think it's a lot.
It's 0.
It is 0. It's the most games he's ever played in his NBA career.
Yep.
And if you think at 31, 32, 33, you're going to get that many games out of Anthony Davis,
Anthony Davis is
tough.
31, bro.
Yeah.
That hurts. That one stings. That one really stings.
Yeah. It's tough because like I get it. You're under so much scrutiny with the Lakers. You don't have free reign, especially until the LeBron era is over. And then what happens? And
I have no idea.
They can promise you that they're going to go get another star, and they might get another star.
Mhm.
They're the Lakers. That's what
Mhm.
happens. But I just don't know that I want to put my eggs in that basket, and that's a tough one. Like if OKC were to come to you and say, "Hey, look, we want you to take over our program, and we're set up for the next decade,"
Mhm.
you have to at least consider it, even though it's living in Oklahoma City versus LA.
Sure.
Like that would at least be a job where you're like, okay, I see the
Mhm.
arc here. I see where we're going.
Mhm.
I just don't know that like you would have to have some sort of input on roster moves and everything else. At least that's what I would want if I was Dan Hurley. That's really difficult.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say, even though it's living in OKC instead of Stores, Connecticut.
Oh,
I thought that's where you're going. I was like, it's probably preferable.
yeah. No, I Connecticut. Well, I don't know.
I spent some time in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Stores is not a place that I would like love to hang out all the time.
Okay.
That's all. Maybe if I went to school there.
Well, but maybe if you're the basketball coach and everywhere you went, everyone just like bought your meals. And
Which is right. Which is where that's how he's
Yeah.
set up now.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure he's making plenty of money. I don't know if it's 11.5 a year or whatever his contract at the Lakers would have come out to. It's $670. I don't know if he's making that much.
No, he's not.
But like you said, he's never going to have to pay for a meal again. He's probably got some pretty sweet perks with the school. He gets to have full control over the roster and the program at all times.
Yes.
And he doesn't have to deal with Rob Pelinka. He doesn't have to deal with LeBron. He doesn't have to deal with Jeannie Buss.
Okay, so this is what I heard last week. I had heard that the Lakers contract offer was between 10 and 11 million per season, and that UConn had moved up between 8 and 8.5 million per season. So yeah, it's a substantial difference, but he's also negotiating right now. It looks like with UConn to get another pay bump, and on top of that, from Woj, as swept away as Hurley became by the Lakers' courtship and vision for him, he ultimately couldn't walk away from a chance to make history and pursue a third straight NCAA title. Even before the Lakers talks, Hurley had already had a UConn offer to become one of the highest paid coaches, NCAA coaches, and those talks will continue per source. Yeah.
The other thing with the Lakers, you said they'd go get a star, right? Let's start in 2013-14, because that began a 6-year stretch where the Lakers won 27, 21, 17, 26, 35, and 37 games. And that 37 games was the year LeBron arrived.
Yeah.
Well,
they went young.
Yeah.
They went young. They had a couple of drafts where they had super top tier
Kuzma
picks.
and Josh Hart and yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it's Ingram and Lonzo and Julius Randle.
Julius Randle. Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. So they
I
had the
legitimately
pieces.
forgot all those guys played for the Lakers.
Yeah, they had all those pieces in place, and then they went away from it. So yeah.
Yikes, man. Tough. Anyways, Mike Brown got 5 games into the 2012-13 season and they punted.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I think that was like Kobe. Kobe gave the look like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it was Bernie Bickerstaff for 5 games and then Mike D'Antoni.
Huh. Yeah.
Who went 40-32 that year, and then the next year 27-55, and then he was out. Like, I don't know. I would go to the Lakers basketball reference page if they wanted to hire me to be a head coach. Not me. If I was a head coach of Dan Hurley's caliber, because look, Dan Hurley's going to have every opportunity he wants in the NBA. Any opportunity that comes up, he can put his name in the hat and be a very serious candidate for that job. And I think you're looking at this and going, man, all right, so let's see. Since LeBron arrived, they've had This is their 4th coach since 2018-19. Like, the expectation is so high, and you're just not going to get the resources you need to meet that expectation.
Yeah.
And then it's going to go down on, it's going to be on you. You didn't do a good enough job. I don't blame him. 6 and 70 is a lot, though.
It is.
I would take $70 million for 6 years of work.
Well,
in case anybody here is listening.
And there's a good chance that you're going to get 3 years of work, maybe 4, and things will go sideways and you'll still get paid.
And then you got to go back to college and be at square one again.
Yeah, but square one, you're still going to get a top 10 program.
I'm really rooting for Dan Hurley and UConn now.
Okay.
I have very little interest in men's basketball outside of the tournament.
NCAA
men's college basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm rooting. I this year I will be a UConn fan.
Yes,
because I want to see Dan Hurley win a 3rd
in
a row. That'd be cool.
It's kind of, this reminds me of like the Tom Izzo pursuits, right? Like everyone tried to get Izzo to leave, and then like every time you thought he was going to leave, he didn't.
Yeah.
So there were a couple opportunities there, and what did we have? The Phoenix opportunity, and then the Pistons at one point, and he decided to stay in the college game, and he'll be a legend there forever, and kind of the way it goes.
That's just it. If your aspiration when you go to coach in college is to coach in the NBA, then I could see, yep, any opportunity that comes up, I'm going to take it. That's this college thing was a means to an end. Here I go. But if you just wanted to be a great college coach, I don't think that the NBA would be that enticing if you just really love, hey, every year I'm going to have a different roster. And I get to mold these young men into great basketball players and great men, and that's what we're about here at this program, and da-da-da-da. I can see where it's appealing, for sure. And if you, dude, Dan Hurley's set for life in UConn, or at UConn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Self with his lifetime contract at Kansas. Tom Izzo, legend. Nick Saban at Alabama. Nick Saban tried the NFL thing, quit on the Dolphins, and went back to college.
Yeah.
And went down as one of the greatest college football coaches of all time. It's just the difference in this day and age, the difference between college and pro is just not so wide that it's like, well, Tom Izzo wasn't actually a good coach because he never went to the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
No one's ever going to say that.
No, I don't think so either. And I don't think there's any shame in staying in the college game. And it's challenging, especially with all the new rules and all the new money that's flooded in and all that stuff. I think it makes it extremely complex to be a college coach.
Yeah.
And like maybe even a challenge that you're up for.
Yeah.
You have a lot more control over what your roster looks like. You have a lot more control over the recruiting of players and all that stuff. Maybe that's just like something that appeals to him. It's the building side and not just the coaching side. So I don't know. Plus, I mean, doesn't UConn have a long history with their NCAA coaches of keeping them around as long as possible?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's one of those spots where, again, he could probably be there for the rest of his coaching career.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Calhoun?
Yeah,
Jim
Calhoun. Calhoun. And then on the women's side, don't they have
Gino Auriemma?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gino's been there for 30 plus years now.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right. So if you missed it, Dan Hurley has rejected the Lakers' overtures to be their next head coach. They offered him a 6-year, $70 million contract, according to Adrian Wojnarowski from ESPN. So the Lakers' search for a new head coach now continues. For the content, we can all pray that it is JJ Redick.
That's right.
God, I wanted to be JJ Redick so bad. Let's finish out this. I got a couple more things from the finals. Has the MVP ladder changed for you at all? After game 1, it was Brown, Tatum, Porzingis. I now have it as Brown, Tatum, Drew Holiday. I think Drew Holiday has been excellent.
I think he's been excellent too. It's the big three in the big moment where they were having struggles hitting the 3-point shot, and then him and Derek White go back to back. I don't know.
Took over.
Derek White and those blocks, though, that like his timing, not only as a shot blocker, which is so impressive, but when he blocks shots, it always feels like it's one of the biggest moments in the game. It's such a swing moment. Even if there was a foul, like the Mavs are about to cut the lead to 3, and just he flies out of nowhere and like, nope. I mean, it's so impressive what he's doing.
I have plenty more to say on that play. And where are we at? What time is it?
Yeah.
10:58. Okay, I have plenty more to say about that play specifically that you just mentioned. And I want to get to this Jason Tatum comparison because the more I think about it, the more it's wrong. But I want to run it by you anyway so we can talk about it on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. That was weird.
Yeah, I'm looking at Derek White's salary right now. He's under contract. Teams. Boston. Yeah, Derek White has next season at $20 million. And I'm gonna guess he's gonna get an extension. Although I don't know how much they can afford. Yeah. Well, I think they're okay though, because Horford is coming off the books. And I don't know. He's got 9.5 next season, and then he's off the books. And then all of their other dudes, even Porzingis. Oh no, Tatum has a $37 million player option, so that salary's going up in 25-26. Where's that Porzingis? Porzingis, $30 million for 25-26. Yeah, their core is basically locked up all of next season, and then White and Horford are free agents the year after, and Jason Tatum they're gonna have to rework and pay him like a gigantic contract too. Pretty crazy. Yeah. Definitely has to sit in the ice bath. Yeah, there was a lot of flexing that went on, and now that's no longer.
I don't think that's right.
What do you mean?
I totally disagree.
That he was flexing?
After flexing, now he has it. Is this an indication that Woj was wrong about something?
No, I think he was just flexing so much that he was sore.
Oh, got it. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Woj was kind of exactly right.
Yeah, I like what Derek White has brought to that team. It's funny, like, they went out and dealt Marcus Smart, and it just, like, opened the door for Derek White to, like, fully become himself. He was good last year, but I think what we're seeing now from him is, like, super, super impressive.
So good.
Yeah.
He went bald.
He came home?
He did.
He did. Oh, wow, Derek White's almost 30. I didn't expect that when I looked up.
He's been
Wow.
around, yeah.
I played all those years in San Antonio. Yeah.
The thing is Woj never said that Dan Hurley was gonna be the next head coach. He just said that they're preparing to make him a massive offer, which they did. And then Dan Hurley said no.
Rejected. Oh.
Sure. Yeah, that's all they've done.
Did you send the dude?
Oh, nope, I sure didn't. Thanks. Five
Well-
seconds. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Coming up at 11:30, Dan Horvat of BetMGM tonight. If that show sounds familiar, it's because that's the show that Trista Crick is on. Trista Crick, of course, on with D'Lo and KC every Tuesday. We're going to have one of our co-hosts on today because we're going to start having BetMGM tonight right here on this very radio station starting tonight at 6 p.m. So it's very exciting for us and for you, the listener. The Derek White block / Jaylen Brown block / rim block / foul.
Yep.
At the end of that game last night, where the Celtics led by 5, and the Mavericks, I think, got a steal.
No, it's a block on one end, and then
it's a block. That's right. Block on one end. Kyrie takes it. He gets it up ahead to PJ Washington. PJ Washington goes in for a dunk. It gets blocked from behind. There was a foul on that play. And Mike Breen on the broadcast pointed it out, and they talked about it. But that is a perfect example of what I want to see more of from NBA officials just all the time. I would so much rather a whistle not get blown on something that should have been a foul than vice versa. Where the ref didn't see a push in the back. It's very clear that Jaylen Brown pushed him in the back. That's a foul. It should have been called 1,000%. PJ Washington should have been going to the line for 2. Because if he doesn't get pushed in the back, like you saw the ball hit the rim, he wasn't even going to dunk that, even if Derek White didn't come across and get the ball, or his hand, which is part of the ball, whatever. He wasn't going to get it in the rim anyway, because he got pushed. But that's a bad no call. Should have been reviewed or whatever, but you can't review it if there's no call. But I can live with that so much more than if there had been no foul on that play, but they whistled one, and then the Mavs end up winning that game. That to me is when it's like, dude, what do you call? Swallow the whistle a little bit. Like, let these dudes play. Like, let the players figure it out. So that was a prime example of why I prefer officials not blow their whistles in that spot. Even though, like, what am I trying to say? I would way prefer a not, I don't know, whatever. This is stupid. Moving on.
I would love, like, I just want them to get it right. And for me, like, the hand in the back was mild. And I'm not sure how much it impacted play or not. And it's tough because you're going up alongside a guy to go block a shot. And, like, so I think it was a foul. I think it's a foul in a really, really crucial moment. But I also think, like, look, the NBA has set it up where if they don't call the foul, they don't call the foul. And there's nothing you can do. You can't throw a red flag and say, hey, that should have been a foul. So what I don't like is the only time you can correct an official is when he's actually blown the whistle. You can't correct the official when he doesn't blow the whistle. So it makes this weird element where you're like, hey, that should have been a foul. We should be able to review that.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why you're like, there should be a button you can hit or a flag you can throw or whatever that would institute an instant like, okay, hang on, we got to go look at that play.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not in place. And I think if you're going to call the playoffs, and not only the playoffs, but the last 28 games of the season or whatever it was, if you're going to call it a certain way, like, don't fail me now. Like, we're pot committed on what it is you're calling. You're calling it just like this, and if that's a foul, like last week, it should be a foul tonight. But if it's not a foul, if you haven't been calling it for like 3 or 4 months straight now, then it's not a foul. And so I don't know if it's incidental contact or what. I mean, you definitely see the hand in the back and the low back. I don't know that he pushes him through. It could just be like
foul 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, most of the time it is. Yeah.
Like that was it. But the overarching point for me was that wasn't, if there had been some phantom foul call, that would have been, we've got NBA TV on right now. They'd be talking about it right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, you're right.
Whereas like, dude, and that's like, I hope the NBA sees that and they see what happened in the second half of this year, the way they officiated games. And I hope the thought process moving forward is like, hey, err on the side of the defense. Don't because a guy drove in and threw the ball up in the air and snapped his head back. Oh, foul on that guy.
Yeah.
Like, that sucks. That objectively sucks.
Oh no, it's horrible, and that's why even the weird shots that we keep seeing from Luka, where Luka keeps doing these like fade in shots and these like, he is being defended so well, but they're not giving him the foul call.
Yeah.
And so he's got to keep trying to like throw up these bad shots. He could pass. I mean, there is always the option that you
Sure.
could not be the one taking the shot
Mhm.
all of those times, but you kind of see like this is the weird moment where he can't foul grift at all.
Nope.
And to me, that's good. Like I don't want to foul grifting, and I'm watching him still try and still yell at the officials, but then it's like, hey man, this is a new game. Like let's go, just keep going.
Yeah. I did think it was funny last night. He got Al Horford in the air when Horford was behind him and he fouled him and he got an and one. And that was one of those like not signature Luka plays, but he does that a lot, that gets the defender on the back and then draws the foul. It's like that I don't even mind. That's fine. Getting the defender on your back and then pump faking, getting him in the air and then going up for a shot as they're clobbering you. Fine. Do that all day. But you're right. It's the when he gets to like the elbow and he starts to pivot and you see him leaning in and putting the ball out and trying. It's like, bro, just play the game.
Just play it.
Come on. Like,
And that's a bad shot. It's a bad
Yep.
shot every time.
Yep.
You should have already moved off of it, but at that point you've probably killed most of your shot clock and you've got nowhere to go.
All right, let's hear from Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal said a really interesting thing on NBA TV in the lead up to this game 2. And the audio is a little tough here because the national anthem is going on in the background. But don't focus on that. Focus on Shaq here because he said something really interesting.
Yeah, I think if you're worried about useless titles, when I was young, I worried about useless titles, but when I stopped worrying about useless titles, start winning championships. In my Laker runs, I wasn't the best player on the team. I knew that, but I knew I was the most dominant. So I knew my role. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't worried about a useless title. So if those two young gentlemen are worried about useless titles, who's the best on the team, whose team it is, it will definitely affect them tonight.
So, first of all, I think I counted 5 times he said useless titles.
Yeah.
In that one clip. But I think it's interesting that he said he wasn't the Lakers' best player during those runs.
Yeah, I think he's gotten far enough away from it.
Yeah.
Where he feels like he can say that or that he should say that.
Yeah.
Especially with the passing of Kobe.
Sure.
So maybe that's why he does it. Like he's right. He's the most dominant player. And I think if we look at the Tatum and Brown grouping, I think you could probably make a similar argument. The most dominant player might be Jaylen Brown. But the best player is Jason Tatum. And I also think it's interesting that like letting go of what it is to be like the best center in the league or like whatever you want to put that label on yourself or other people put on you, but letting go of that and just focusing on winning. I think Jason Tatum has taken that leap. And I don't think he cares at all.
Nope.
The only thing he wants is a ring.
Yeah, and he said that last night.
Yeah.
Because he had 18 points and 11 assists, and he got asked about that after the game, and he's like, why would I let my ego or some need to score all the points get in the way of the ultimate goal, which is winning the championship? And I think that's like shout out to Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Because that, I think for a while, and I think we're moving off of it, but for a while, the NBA just became such an individualized league that it was like, hey, I need to not only go win this championship, but I have to do it with X amount of points per game and with X amount of numbers because I want everybody to know that this was my team. And it's really clear that I don't think Jaylen Brown feels that way. I don't think Jason Tatum feels that way. Derek White, Drew Holiday, I think they're just kind of in a spot where, hey, if I have to score 0, if scoring 0 means we win the game, I'll do that. And that's what what Jason Tatum has done in this series as a playmaker has been I knew he could play make, but I've been blown away by his willingness to pass in big spots and to make not just pass, but like make the right play. And he's still putting shots up. He took 22 shots last night. It's not like he's deferring.
Yeah.
But to me, Jason Tatum has looked like the player that everybody thinks Tyrese Halliburton is. where he's affecting the game offensively so much, where he's playmaking as a passer, but then he's also being that really aggressive, trying to go get it scorer as well. And the way he's blending those two things, it's just like, man, we're seeing a really, really high level version of Jason Tatum right now.
Yeah, I like that if you look at their box score, if you look at their season stats, all of them can score, but on top of that, all of them have heavy assist numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is when we're starting to see a new evolution, a different type of team.
Yep.
I'd even say Jason Tatum has been here before. He's failed before.
Mm-hmm.
Luka hasn't. This is where Jason Tatum's experience in failures is coming out. And Luka's lack of experience in these situations also feels like it's coming out.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's get a good idea or bad idea. And then at 11:30, we will have Ryan Horvat from BetMGM tonight, which is starting tonight on ESPN 1320. 6 o'clock is when that starts. But 11:30, we'll have a little preview with Ryan Horvat coming up as well on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Mike Tomlin just signed a 3-year contract extension with the Steelers. And according to our friend Josh DeBow from the AP, if Mike Tomlin finishes out his contract, the Steelers will go 59 seasons with just 3 head coaches.
It's outrageous, dude.
59 seasons with 3 head coaches.
Chuck Noll to Bill Cowher to
Mike Tomlin. That's it.
Mike Tomlin's never finished under 500.
That's so wild. That seriously is so incredibly wild. Huh. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that, and you just feel like it doesn't matter at all for them who the best player is. That's something for everybody else to discuss. The only thing they want to do is win.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that I think sometimes it's not super complicated with your perception as a player is based entirely on what you do in the playoffs. That is the case, has been the case, and always will be the case. Jamal Murray never made an all-star team. But everybody's like, oh my God, Jamal Murray, because of what he does in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Tatum Tatum in the 22 finals was bad, flat out. The year after that, they lost to the Miami Heat, who were in the play-in. And we're down 3-0 in that series. Like, it's just Tatum got anointed as like that dude early on because he was very good very early in his career. And then they continually fell short while he was that dude. And when that happens, it's like, hey, I got to see it before I'm just going to bet on this guy winning a title.
Yep.
It's just how it goes, man.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's just, if fair or not, I don't.
I think it's really interesting. Like Tatum, 4.9 assists per game. Jaylen Brown, 3.6, 4.8 for Holiday, 5.2 for Derek White.
Man.
Even Al Horford's at 2.6. Peyton Pritchard, 3-4 off the bench. Like, that's such a good offensive team. Yeah, I think Tatum is really, really good.
Yep. He's going to be one of those guys who's never the best player in the league, but his resume is just going to be so sick by the time he hangs them up.
Mm-hmm.
That it's just going to be Like, oh, he was just the best player on a team that was in the conference finals in 70% of the years he was on the team.
Yeah. Wild.
Also, shout out to Brad Stevens. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, shout out to Brad Stevens, by the way. Dude is a really good head coach and said, I don't want to do this anymore. I'll go be in the front office now. And is now put together just this juggernaut of a basketball team that's going to win the finals in 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, he's built a sustainable long-term winner, and he took some gambles to get there.
Yeah.
You know, he had the base, but going out and getting Derek White was a stroke of genius. But man, even this offseason, the Drew Holiday edition, the Kristaps Porzingis, but like it feels like he hasn't missed all that much.
Yep.
And just really, really impressive what he's been able to build.
Yeah, man. Really, really freaking good team out there in Boston. And by the way, real quick, when I say I'm saying the series is over, and somebody in the chatty house said, no, it's not over. Boston just held serve. And if that's how you want to look at it, that's totally fine. I just don't I've seen nothing in the first 2 games that makes me think that the Mavs can win 4 out of the next 5 games.
No.
I haven't seen anything that I would pick them to win any one of the remaining games.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Kyle. I mean, I think Boston has had a tendency in their past to let off the gas a little bit.
Yep.
Even in this playoff run where they lost game 2, like the first 2 series.
Yep.
They might let off the gas for a game, but I don't think they want to give any air, no oxygen at all to the Dallas Mavericks.
That's exactly what this looks like. Dallas punched back in game 1. The Celtics immediately just boa constricted them. Done.
Yeah.
Did the same thing in game 2. And I know things got a little dicey there at the end. They didn't execute great down the stretch. But I don't look at this and go, man, if the Mavs can just make X adjustment. Like, no, they're just not. They're just a worse team. So that's it. Maybe they win one. But I'll believe it's a series if they tied it 2.
Okay.
Then you'll have me.
Yeah. Then it's game on. As of right now, I mean, like, again,
I just don't see it.
Yeah. It's tough, man. And Boston has been the best team in basketball all season long. We thought that, maybe Denver would be a tough challenge, but I don't know that anyone is going to be able to even come close to this team. And they kind of feel like one of those teams that next season could just turn on the Jets and be even better.
Yeah.
And like, if you give them the confidence of a ring, man, it could be really, really crazy. Yep. So,
all right, good idea or bad idea. We do this every day. 3 things happening in the world, and we decide if those things are good ideas or bad ideas. Hey, James, I don't know if you checked out the Blue Jays game yesterday, but there was a pop-up over toward the first base dugout where the Toronto Blue Jays were residing. And as Tyler Soderstrom for the A's, who's playing first base, went over to try and field this pop-up in the vast expanses of the foul territory at the Coliseum, it appears a interpreter for the Blue Jays, or translator, jets onto the field and shoulder checks Soderstrom as he was going to field this pop-up. And the interpreter was bailing out of the dugout to try to not get run over. And instead of clearing out side to side, he ran straight into the player in front of him. Is this a good or bad idea for MLB teams to follow moving forward?
It's a horrible idea. I've never seen anything like this.
Insane.
It very well could have hurt Soderstrom badly.
Yes.
I don't know what was going through that guy's head. You don't run on the field to avoid a pop foul that might come into the dugout. I mean, first of all, Soderstrom he was playing way in the hole. I don't know if you saw where he started. He was hedging towards second base. He was way off the line. So he had like 40 yards to run.
Yeah.
And he's running, he's looking up, he's twisting in the wind, and then boom, this dude pops out of nowhere and is like, bro, what are you doing?
God. Even if he avoids Soderstrom, you just run onto the field?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Totally bizarre.
Go backwards, go into the dugout.
Well, that and their players being good like ball player and like stewards of the
Mhm.
game should have been watching and making sure that Soderstrom didn't fly down the stairs and hurt himself. And even, former A's Chris Bassett is sitting right
Yeah.
there. He's the one who turns his head like, I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah.
But they're standing there watching it. They should be lining up like, hey, okay,
So
like, we hope that you're not crashing into here, but if you do, we might be able to support you a little
So
bit.
from what I understand, there's like an unwritten rule about this
Okay.
where if the player is making a play on the ball, you get out of the way.
Okay.
Even if he goes crashing down into the dugout, he's making a play, you're not going to avoid. But if he's sprinting toward the dugout and that thing goes 2 rows deep,
Yeah.
then you hold him up and you catch him.
Okay. Got it.
But either way, if you're going to be the interpreter and sitting on a Gatorade cooler on the top step of the dugout, fine, good spot to sit. You've got to know you're clearing out backwards.
Yeah. You got to get out of the way.
You're clearing out into the dugout. If you're clearing out there, running onto the field is insane. Terrible idea. Batter was out, by the way, if you were wondering.
Yeah.
They ruled the batter out for interference.
Yeah. And
As
did
they
they
should've.
eject him?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I did not see the conclusion there.
Yeah. Totally bizarre.
Number 2, leaving Caitlin Clark off the U.S. Olympic women's basketball team. Good idea or bad idea?
I don't know. Like, there's only so many spots.
Sure.
And there are a lot of players who deserve those spots.
Definitely.
But also, I look at the dream team, and for some reason, Christian Laettner was on it.
It's a great point.
Yeah,
That was a residual from they only took college players.
Well, yeah, but they only kept one college player, and then
Right.
like the rest. So I'm not quite sure. Like, I think that there are so many people that are intrigued by her and want to watch her.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand that there's a possibility she would not have played very much, and that could have not set well with people.
Mhm.
It's kind of like the reason why Jimmer Fredette never signed with the Utah Jazz.
Sure.
Because if Jimmer didn't play, the fans in Utah would be chanting for Jimmer every game, waiting for Jimmer to step on the court. So I don't know that like it's a horrible idea to leave her off. I mean, you have to earn your spot. I think she's handled it like a pro, and like that's a goal of hers, and she wants to work hard and get there, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So, and I think that there are great players that are already on that roster and should be there and should have an opportunity to win gold.
That's what I have not followed the WNBA closely for a decade or anything like that.
Yep.
The people who I trust on this thing, their entire philosophy on it has been, who are you going to take off? Who are you removing from the roster? Caitlin Clark is one of the best women's basketball players in the world, for sure. But from what I understand, there's not like an obvious glaring, oh man, I can't believe that player made it. They should be off the roster and Clark should be on it. She'll be on the next Olympic team.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she'll be awesome.
Barring injury, probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
But this whole notion that first of all, my thought is it's a fine idea. If they believe that they have the best group of players to go win a gold medal in Paris, then awesome. Good idea. But this discourse that like, wow, they're not growing the women's game by not putting like, it's not on Caitlin Clark's shoulders alone.
No.
If people are going to watch just because of Caitlin Clark, then you're not growing the game. You just, that's one player. Like go watch the Olympics now. Like go enjoy that now. I don't know. I think it's fine. I have no qualms with it. Number 3, last night I was watching Dodgers Yankees, big Dodgers guy now. And Aaron Judge hit a monster home run, just an absolute tank job to left field. It was insane. And I think they said it had like a 6.1 second hang time, just a moonshot. And during the next inning, they were showing replays and just lauding how, man, look at him. No bat flips, just plays the game the right way. Just doing that whole charade. And this is a terrible thing. What a god-awful way to market your sport. Hey, this player is not good because he's going to hit 60 home runs again. And this player isn't good because he does X, Y, and Z. Hey, look at him playing the game the right way. As if he had bat flipped a little after hitting a ball 440 feet, it would have been some like crime to the sport. It's so stodgy and gross. I hate it.
I wish they had like a bat flip zone where you could do bat flips. And look, if I'm all about the baseball like unwritten rules and written rules. Like I'm totally fine if guy wants to do a crazy bat flip and do something stupid, and the next time he gets up, he gets drilled in the ribs. Okay.
I think that's dumb.
I'm here for all of it.
I think that's dumb too.
I love it. I'm here for all of it.
That's dumb too. That's childish. That's childish. No, but if that player, if the pitcher wants to strut off the mound the next time that player gets that guy out, then so be it.
Yeah.
Just celebrate, dude. It's fun. It's part of sports. It's a game.
It is a game.
Like, oh, Aaron Judge, what a class act. Oh, Aaron, he's never bat flipped in his life. Oh, stupid. Anyways, Ryan Horvat, BetMGM tonight. He's coming up next. We'll talk about the finals with him, and whatever else we get into. I don't know. Ryan Horvat.
We'll figure it out
tonight. Coming up next. He's great. He's one of my favorite people to talk sports with, and he'll be with us on the Insiders. Good God, man.
You right over there?
I am just holy shit. I think Ryan's here. You want to bring him in?
Yeah. What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Oh, I can't hear him.
Oh, hang on. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Kyle's got you. Kyle's not going to be able to hear you.
Yeah, I'm not. Hey, Ryan.
What's up, dude?
Thanks for hopping out with us. The Chatty House, we're live on YouTube right now.
Okay.
So the Chatty House can hear you and see you.
Awesome.
And I can hear you and
say
see
hello
you.
to Ryan.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm just sitting in the kitchen. I just ate some lunch, which is also my dinner, because now my day goes until midnight, and then I finally get home again.
Oh, that's not great. Yeah, I have those days.
Yeah. My commute's about an hour to DC. I live in Maryland, and then our show's 7 to 11. We have like pre-show meetings, and then.
Yeah. So I cover the Sacramento Kings. So we have this show in the morning. I live about 40 minutes away from the station, and then we do pre-meetings like hour and 20 before, and then we go from 10 to noon, and then sometimes I come back on and do another hit from 3 to 4 with another show here, and then I'll go cover a Kings game for another 8 hours. So yeah, I understand the long days.
Yeah, still fun though.
It is. I mean, as long as you love what you do, so that's how I kind of look at it. We're excited to have you guys starting what I think it's tonight, right? Yeah. I don't know how much. How long are? Let me fix this. How many hours of your show are we having on the air?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Find out.
It's a great question. See, usually it's like an hour or two. Like I know in Chicago we're on the final hour, 6:70 the score, but only if the Cubs aren't playing. So yeah. We used to get like the schedule for all the affiliates, and it'd be like, hey, welcome these guys. And now it's gotten like out of control where usually you'll find out and you'll already have been on the station for like 2 or 3 days.
That's good though, right? For you guys when you're added to another station.
It is, yeah.
That's very cool. So I think Kyle went to figure it out, like how long.
Perfect.
He's coming back. Yeah, I can hear you but he can't until we go live on the air.
Oh, through the headphone. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm running the board and all that stuff too. So somebody has to be hearing the commercials during a break.
Yeah.
Actually, have I tried this before? Ryan, say something.
Check 1 2. Check.
Oh, hey, there we go.
You got it?
Yeah, I can just put them in PFL. This is great.
Oh, you figured it out.
Yeah, hopefully
you learn something new every day. Oh, hey, I would like my Venmo is Ryan-Horvat. Send me some money.
Perfect.
Helping out the company here. I was an engineer. No, I'm kidding. I've been good, man. What about you? Good?
Hanging in there.
Enjoying the finals so far?
Yeah.
Kind of how I am, yeah.
It's going about how I thought it would. You're a Bucks guy, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Darvin Ham coming back though.
That entire situation is just. I would just rather have Mike Budenholzer, to be honest with you guys. Like I didn't understand the Adrian Griffin hire, and then now Doc Rivers. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it means for Yeager either, because Yeager was here in SAC. I know Dave. I don't know. I'll reach out and what it means for him with Darvin coming back.
Okay, here we go. Hang on, guys.
Sweet.
Stupid ass questions.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
BetMGM tonight will be airing right here on this very radio station, ESPN 1320, starting at 6 o'clock. That is with Nick Ashu, Trista Crick, and our next guest, Ryan Horvat, joining us on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and he's Ryan. Ryan, thank you so much for dropping in. I know it's probably a busy day for you with Darvin Ham coming back to Milwaukee. Congratulations on that. That's big time.
It is big time. It is. So I was actually a big Darvin Ham guy like 3-4 years ago. Now, like with Mike Budenholzer, everybody in Milwaukee, I shouldn't say everybody, but people had their issues, right? Like we would get to the playoffs. He wouldn't shorten up his rotations. You go back to a couple of years back, they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals to that Toronto Raptors team. And Niko Mirotic like individually shot him out of that series. And for whatever reason, he was getting run. But he won a championship. Now the Bucks had a lot of luck that season, whether you want to admit it or not. If Kyrie doesn't go down, do they even get past the Nets? I'm not quite sure, but you won a championship. A year later, he's removed. You bring in Adrian Griffin. Even though they had a winning record, everybody that was watching the games knew that that wasn't the right fit. Now you got Doc Rivers. You bring back Darvin Ham. The coaching staff, like right now on the payroll, they're paying 3 head coaches, man. So this is getting a little insane. I don't really love the depth on that roster. Brook Lopez is going to be another year older. Doesn't play much defense. Yeah, I'm not really feeling great about Milwaukee. The one thing they have going for them, you got a full offseason, a full summer with Dame and Giannis, and you still do have Giannis. That's like the one thing that they have going, other than being in the Eastern Conference. But I don't feel very good about their future right now.
Yikes.
We have all kinds of breaking news this morning. We want to get your take on this wild courtship of Dan Hurley and then him shunning the Lakers and their 6-year, $70 million offer this morning. Just where are you at with this? Because it seems like unhinged NBA during the offseason, like playing out during the finals, and just very strange everything that's been going on over the last 2 weeks with this saga.
Yeah, and of course it involves LeBron and the Lakers. And this offseason, like I was already expecting chaos. Are they going to select Bronny? When are they going to draft Bronny? Is Bronny going to play with LeBron? Or LeBron and AD going to stick around? It looks like they're going to go in for one more run with this current roster, which makes sense. But yeah, no big surprise from me. I kind of figured Danny Hurley would stay at UConn. It's so hard to repeat as national champions. Now he has a shot to three-peat. I don't think it's going to happen. But it also shows that he does have interest in the NBA, just maybe not right now. What I was wondering, because I kept saying, like, that would almost be the smart move to hire Hurley. And I know it usually doesn't work out. A hard-ass coach like that coming from the college game. Like we saw this with John Beilein. Every other year there were the rumors of Tom Izzo going to coach LeBron James when he was in Cleveland. It just usually doesn't work out. Coach Calipari, Pitino. But I thought maybe Hurley could make it work if the Lakers were willing to restart, like rebuild from scratch. I don't know if you want Hurley going in there coaching Anthony Davis, coaching LeBron James, but if they were looking to rebuild and start things over, maybe that makes sense. But it doesn't look like that's the way that they're going to go. So I guess JJ Redick makes sense. My concern there, he's never been on a bench. Kind of reminds me of the Steve Nash situation. Like, I know he's a great basketball mind, was a heck of a college player, but I don't know how that works, man. So we'll see. But no big shock from me. It is the only thing that shocks me a little bit is the money that he's turning down. That's a lot of money. But, and now he shows, though. He has interest in coaching in the NBA maybe one day, just not this team, not this year. And it makes sense, man, especially with everything that you're bringing back to UConn and what they've been able to do in the transfer portal the last couple of years.
Ryan Horvat, BetMGM tonight, joining us. Let's shift gears and talk about the NBA Finals. The Celtics went up 2-0 last night with a 105-98 win over the Mavs. I think this series is over. I think it's done. I see nothing that leads me to believe the Mavericks are going to win 4 out of the next 5 games. Is this series going how you thought it would go, or is it not how you thought it would go?
No, so like the last 3 years, everybody on the show, especially Trista, they give me a hard time because I've been playing the Boston futures. I bet Boston to win the NBA Finals the last 3 years. Let me down a couple years ago against Golden State. Last year, they get embarrassed by Miami and Jimmy Butler. But I just love what they did this offseason. It wasn't so much Porzingis, which is obviously a huge upgrade. Now you have a solid rim protector, and he's healthy right now. But I love the addition of Drew Holiday. That's the guy I miss most in Milwaukee. Dame made perfect sense if you're playing NBA 2K, and you get better offensively. But look what you lose without Drew. And I know he kind of got cooked by Jimmy Butler in the playoffs last year, but everybody really did. But he's a great on-ball defender. You have the games where he could go out and give you 23, 25 points, 7 assists, 8 rebounds. You have Derek White. I just think Boston, they just have too many options. For years we were trying to figure out who's the alpha male. Is it Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum? And I don't care what Jason Kidd says. I think it is Jason Tatum. But that's what I like about Jason Tatum's game, right? He's not Kobe, MJ. He reminds me more of like LeBron. He's the ultimate playmaker, where if he's 6 for 19, 6 of 20 from the floor and only gives you 15 points, he could give you double-digit rebounds. He could facilitate. He's also a really good defender. And I love Jaylen Brown. I know his handles aren't the best, but he can knock down shots. He defends, and he can just put his head down and get to the cup, get you those grown man buckets whenever you need. And that's why Boston's just so tough. They're tough defensively. We just didn't really pay attention. They were a historic, great team this year in the regular season, and we didn't pay attention because we needed to see them get over the hump. But that's just that was the NBA back in the day. Jordan had to get past the bad boy Pistons. LeBron had to leave Cleveland, go to Miami. He couldn't get past those Celtics teams. And that kind of reminds me of what Boston had to do here. They retooled. Brad Stevens deserves all the credit in the world, man. What a great basketball mind, what he did with that roster. And Dallas just doesn't have enough. Luka's great. Kyrie's great, unless he's going against Boston in Boston. I think he's 0 for his last 12 in Boston right now. But they just don't have anybody else that could create their own shot. And, Derek Lively's a solid player, but he's a rookie playing in the NBA Finals. So I think Boston just has too much. I think this series goes 6 at most. But right now, my prediction's probably Boston in 5. Unless Luka just, goes off for 50 game 3. I think that's how Dallas has to win this game. Last night, I expected Kyrie to bounce back. I played his points prop over 22.5. He got off to a fast start at 8 points in the first quarter, but they're locking him down right now, and he just doesn't look right.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how this series has gone. Both Kyle and I, we had Celtics in 5 to start. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a sweep. This doesn't feel like, I don't know, like the Celtics feel like they're inevitable. What's happening here, you're just they are so much better than every other team in the league, and we ignore them, like you said, throughout the year. Do you think there's any way that this somehow turns and we get a longer series?
I don't. We see this in the NBA Finals every year, every other year, where you have those game 1 overreactions. But I don't think this is an overreaction unless there's a serious injury. If Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum goes down, maybe Dallas has a shot in this series. I don't know what adjustments Jason Kidd really can make. You could try different guys out. They just don't have a whole lot of shot creators. You could try to give Tim Hardaway some more minutes. It's just other than Luka and Kyrie, there's just really nobody out there that could go and score buckets. And we saw that game 1. I think, Luka finished with 2 assists game 1. And 1 assist. I think they were 1 for 9 on potential assists. So he just gave up facilitating. He's like, I got to take over. Yeah. And then there's a lot of standing around going on right now offensively for Dallas too. They're not really running any sets. And meanwhile, for Boston, that's what I like about them so much, man. They just pass up good looks for better looks. And it could be Derek White one night. It could be Porzingis one night. I don't think we ever get that Porzingis performance that we got game 1 again. But and then we're still waiting for Jason Tatum to have that game, that 40-point game. And he is capable of doing it. We forget a couple of years ago, last year he scored 50 in a game 7 against Philadelphia. So it's there. It's just, you can't rely on it every game. So no, man, I don't think this series goes past 6. Unless, again, injury or just a crazy performance from Luka. Or maybe Kyrie gets his stuff together. If he could go off for 30 in one of these games, that would be huge. But him scoring 15, 16 points isn't going to get the job done.
Bro, that's where I am staying away from Kyrie for the rest of the series. Yeah, because the second you're like, oh, I'm going to play his under, he's going to go for 30. But he's not. I want no parts of it. I don't know where he's at.
Well, the one thing that you could do with Kyrie is if you could live bet props, which you could do at most sports books. His points usually close from 23.5 to 22.5. But if he gets off to a slow start, which he didn't last night, he had 8 in the first quarter. But usually with Kyrie, with him and Luka, he'll look to get everybody else involved early in the game. He'll facilitate. And then when he has to take over, it's usually the third quarter. You could live bet the points and they'll drop them all the way down to like 16.5. But I'm with you, man. Like last night, I went back to it. I was like, he's going to go off. They're burning his jersey in the streets. They're stomping on his jersey. Every time he touches the ball, he's getting booed. But
yeah,
there's just something there, man. And Boston's just so good defensively. They're just locking him down. He had some good looks last night that he didn't hit. Now, if you are going back to his points, I think the spot to do it is at home. Like with the role players in Dallas. You know, like if you want to take Maxi Kleba over 3.5 points, don't do it on the road. He's only getting like 2 field goal attempts right now.
Yeah.
Do it at home. Because eventually some of these guys are going to start knocking down some shots. And I know that's cliche, but role players in the playoffs do just play much better at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. This is going to be crazy. I don't know.
The Packers going to be good this year?
So here's the thing, like the Packers are going to be good.
Ryan's a Wisconsin guy, by the way.
I just don't know that they're going to win 11 games. And if you look at the win total market right now in the NFC North, you have the Detroit Lions 10.5 and you have Green Bay 10.5. If I'm going over 10.5, I think I would lean Detroit. I thought they might be like there might be some regression coming into the season if Ben Johnson were to accept a head coaching gig, but he didn't. So he's back as OC. You have Dan Campbell still. I wasn't the biggest Dan Campbell guy 2 years ago, like on Hard Knocks when everybody was buying in. But, I mean, the players love him, man. And that offense, I think, is only going to be better. I worry about Jared Goff when he's on the road in cold weather. But, like, look at that schedule. Look at their last 6 games of the season. They're either in warm weather games or dome games or at home. You have Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he's live to win Offensive Player of the Year. That's 22-1 right now. I think he gets more touches this year. And I also think he could catch 70 balls out of the backfield. Maybe that means less touches for David Montgomery. St. Brown, they get that deal locked up. I think he's one of the better receivers in the league. And then they look to fix up the secondary in the draft. So I think Detroit probably wins 11 games. Green Bay should be pretty good. The sleeper team, and I know they're becoming kind of sexy right now and kind of trendy. I like the Bears, man. Especially the way that schedule stacks up for them. They don't have a divisional game until week 11. I'm a believer in Caleb Williams. And that defense I think has the potential to be top 10. Love the Montez Sweat pickup the second half of last season. I think the Bears could win 9-10 games and maybe be a sleeper in the North.
I'm not ready to buy in just yet to Chicago, but I'm kind of. Are you out on the Vikings then? Just entirely?
I'm not completely out on them. I think like this year, realistically, they could win like 7-8 games. And then next year they could be back in the playoffs because remember 2 years ago, the pass defense was an issue, even though they won 13 games. Like they gave up 300-yard performances to Daniel Jones twice and lost in the playoffs to the New York Giants. Last year, all of a sudden, the defense was much better with the addition of Brian Flores coming over as DC. I just don't know who the starting quarterback is. Is it Sam Darnold? Is it J.J. McCarthy? I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is, man, but I know that Jordan Addison's really good, and I know Justin Jefferson's not going anywhere, and you have T.J. Hawkinson. They could be a sneaky team. It's funny. Last year I said this could be the worst division in the NFC. Now I think it could be the best division in the NFC.
I'm with you, man. I think any of those 4 teams have a shot to win it for sure. That's Ryan Horvat. He is a host of BetMGM tonight. You can hear that starting tonight, 6 p.m. right here. We're going to carry it on ESPN 1320. Ryan, thanks so much for your time, and we'll do this again soon, man.
Thanks so much, guys.
See you, buddy. There he goes. Ryan Horvat. You can check him out. Also, the Curd and Long podcast with our guy, Steve Pfeiffer.
Curd and Long.
Yeah, it's a great. It's
spectacular.
It's a Packers podcast. They do a really, really nice job, though. So make sure to check those guys out there. It's time for the handoff. Oh my God. Here we go. Got to mute it. Kenny Caraway in the building.
What's going on, man?
Dude, the finals are over, man. That's what's going on.
The finals are over a week ago.
That's what I was on the.
It's news to everybody else, not news to me.
News to us. Celtics in 5.
No, you said it was over too. So not news to you.
Yeah, no. But we're amongst this group of people here and Jesse.
Yeah.
Series been over.
It's been over. But people said on Friday, oh, KC, D'Lo being overreactionary to game 1. The story was not whether or not the Mavericks can win the series. Because in my opinion, they can. Can they win a couple of games?
That's it.
I got it in 5 still to this day. I got it in 5. I'm going to give the Mavericks the respect of saying they won't get swept and say it's Mavericks in 5. But that's the conversation. Can they win 1 or 2 games? Not can they win this series?
Yeah, to win the series, they have to win 4 of the next 5.
They ain't happening.
Did Boston lose 4 out of 5 games all year?
I doubt it.
No, I'm guessing they didn't.
I would bet a significant sum of money they didn't.
I'm gonna look it up while we're talking.
Yeah, please. I was gonna do that.
What's their longest? Oh my god!
Dude, they're so freaking good.
They're really good. They're really good. They are really good. They are by far the best team in basketball. But what it's also a combination of is there isn't anybody that can really match up with them, right?
No.
Like, because I don't want to say, even though the numbers may support like some of this talk, I want to show respect to the teams that we believe are the true great teams in NBA history. So I don't think they're the 17 Warriors, right? I don't think they're the 16 Warriors. I don't think they're, those late 90s Bulls teams, right? Like, I don't think they're great like that. But there is no competition, as Fabulous once said. Fabulous and DJ Drama, I think it was. There is no competition for the Celtics team this year. Like
they're by themselves.
The Mavericks aren't going to get it done.
I don't think, but
and that's not even a knock on the Mavericks, because
I don't think any team in the West.
I don't think so either. I think the Mavericks are a good team. I think they did a great job of just kind of reinventing themselves on the fly, and what they've done is a heck of a season for that franchise. And maybe it springboards something in the future.
Sure.
But the Mavericks aren't the team to beat the Celtics.
No. Yeah, the Celtics, their longest losing streak on the season was 2 games, which they did 4 times. But they dispersed those throughout the season, including a stretch where they won 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in a row, lost 2, and then came back and won 9 in a row.
Oh,
so they lost 2, but they won 20 out of 22 during that stretch.
No, but you're already seeing the conversation shift, though, because Ryan, our guest, Ryan Horvat, BetMGM tonight, just said, people needed to see it with the Celtics. They'd been really good all year, but they got kind of ignored because, all right, hey, we know they're going to be in the playoffs. What can they do once they get there? Can they not fall apart against the Heat, for example? And now that they've gotten to the finals and they've dominated in the finals the way they have, I think people are starting to now retroactively go back and go, oh yeah, they won 64 games. Oh yeah, they were their net rating all year was historically great. Their net rating in the playoffs is historically great. Right. Yeah, man, it's been there all year.
Yeah, I guess when people do that, I guess I understand it. I never felt that way about this Celtics team. Like, they got to show me, before I think they're the favorites to win the final. Like, they were always the favorites to win the finals. That's just the way I looked at them. I thought there were teams, maybe one team, so to speak, that might be able to give them something. That's Milwaukee. I'm talking like at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
I thought Milwaukee might have had the firepower to hang with them offensively. As time went along, you saw they didn't have the defense to keep up with those guys or the cohesion. As the playoffs went along, I thought maybe New York might be able to battle with them. I thought Minnesota might be able to battle with them. But, I mean, number one, we'll never know. Number two, it probably would have been much like this right now.
I agree. They're just, man.
Denver as well. I don't want to leave Denver out there. I thought the Celtics were better than Denver, but I thought Denver had some components that might be able to get after them. But now this team is a level above everybody else.
Hang on 1 second. Hey, caller, we're not taking calls right now, okay? All right, thanks. Somebody was just calling in, and it was just, I don't know, they weren't going to say anything. So yes,
wanted to hear him say, answer the phone, Kyle.
If they call back, then we'll put them back on. But no, I just can't. I can't answer. Like, that's what we're short on the. It doesn't matter.
We are, but I really enjoy that aspect when I listen to the show, and you take the call and you don't have a call screener. So you literally take the call, and I know there's a little bit of caller ID, but it's like, hey, we've got Jack here in Sacramento. Jack, what's going on? Yeah, it's actually Dan. How are you doing, sir?
All of our callers are Dawn.
That's I love it. That is one of the best things about this show.
Yeah.
Dawn, you're on the Insiders with Kenny Caraway. What's up?
How you doing today, Mr. Madsen, Mr. Hannah, Mr. Caraway?
Oh, I know who this is. What's up, big dog?
What's up? How you doing, man? I had 2 trade proposals. I want to see what you guys picked off.
Bro, hey, call us back tomorrow. We got like 2 minutes left, and I know that your call is going to take all that time.
Yeah, Javi, call back so you get more time, big dog.
All right. Well, I waited for the guy that was to me talking about betting, but it's 11:52. I think 8 minutes left, but I'll call tomorrow.
All right.
Shout out Javier.
Javier should know. No, Javier is a veteran radio listener. He should know there's not 8 minutes left in the show.
No, we got like
we break
2.
It 56 every day. 56 ish. Shout out to Javi.
It's just like it really is like a box of chocolates. Like you never know what you're gonna get with the phone call. That's what I think that's what I like about it. Like you never really know like who's calling, like what's going on. As a listener, I'm glued to that.
Wow, thanks, man. Great.
I like that I don't know who's calling at all. He might know who it is. I have no idea. I'm like, all right.
I got nothing.
Outside of Mitch.
Yeah, I got Mitch down.
Mitch. Yeah, shout out Mitch.
Hey, Mitch has been asking the Kings to sign DeAnthony Melton for 6 weeks now.
Well,
yeah.
If they sign DeAnthony Melton, I'm getting him a DeAnthony Melton Kings jersey, and we're gonna get it out to him.
That's right.
I'm still waiting for Mitch to get out here. You got to get out here.
He has to.
Yeah.
He's retired. He's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Mitch, pull up.
There was birds chirping today when he came on.
Dude, yeah, that was great. Did you make anything of the Sasha Vezenkov stuff from the weekend?
Nah, not really. I mean, I just took it all at face value. Take it at, and there are conflicting reports like you guys kind of talked about a little bit, but if he's not happy, I completely understand it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like he was told to come out here under, a certain understanding. And I can't believe that this type of playing time, this role is what they tried to convince him to come over with. And I could understand him being upset. I can understand maybe Mike Brown looking at it and be like, he doesn't fit what we're doing. Like once he's here and not getting an opportunity, I would have gave him more of a shot. I thought he deserved more of an opportunity to play and be part of the rotation on a regular basis. But all of it seems logical to me.
I just feel like the Kings didn't have the other pieces to put him on the court, to support him on the court. And that's okay. Like it is what it is, but I just don't know that the pieces that they have fit with what he's bringing. They needed long athletic players to play with him to disguise some of his like his faults. And they don't have that style of player. I don't think him and Alex Len as like a bench duo would have been like enough.
Probably not going to work out.
Yeah.
He also suffered an injury that took him out for about 6 weeks or so.
He missed 22 games at one point, but he had missed like 8 right before that. Yeah. Two major ankle sprains and both ankles.
And he would have gotten legit shots, I think, with Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk out.
Oh, totally.
He definitely would have gotten some burn there. Maybe that would have changed his mind, but yeah, I'm with you. There's no way when he came over that this was you're going to fight for a rotation spot.
Right.
I don't think that was
12 minutes a game. No, I don't think that was a plan.
What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
NBA Finals talk, more of this Sasha talk. Caitlin Clark not making the Olympics. We got a number of different things going on, man. It's a Monday, so things happen over the weekend.
Can't wait. D-Lo and KC coming up at noon. They'll take you up till 4. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. And until tomorrow, drink water and be nice to people. See you, everybody. Thanks for bearing with me today. Appreciate you.
You and your drink water.
Chatty House, what's good, baby? Drew Down, what up, boy? Aldrin J, what's happening? Biggity Blake, what up? Spencer, what's good? What's good? Marty Marr.
Drew Down, what's the deal going on where that's a trip, man, where they disable the chat on 95.7?
Oh, somebody got in their feelings a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Well, gotta be sharp.
Gotta be on it.
Gotta be sharp. Warren, what's happening, baby?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah. What's good, baby? What's good? What's good? One more time for the summertime temperatures. One more time for the weekend that's behind us. And we welcome you in here to the Monday, June 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, we're happy that you're here with us. Quite a bit to dive into. Sasha Vezenkov. What report do you believe?
Oh, geez.
Either one, it doesn't really matter. It feels like Sasha's leaving.
I wouldn't necessarily just say that. I get it, but I want something out of the deal. I want something out of it.
We'll talk about it. I was curious what this year might look like for him, and now I'm not. Like, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm not gonna, be heartbroken over this, but I don't know if it's a missed opportunity on his part, a missed opportunity on the Kings' part, or what it is. And then, of course, on the screen now, Dan Hurley turns down a 6-year, $70 million offer. If you were with us on Friday, we certainly didn't predict this, but we did telegraph it. 6 years, $70 million, man. It's almost as if we had a tip on this one. But the text we got during Friday's show certainly there were two really strong indications. One, this was far from a done deal. Mm-hmm. And two, Dan Hurley was not happy that this was made public. It was not Dan Hurley nor his representatives that made this public. And it makes me wonder if that weighed into his decision to potentially go back and win another championship with the UConn Huskies, or to just stay at UConn, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we hear people talk about it all the time in negotiations and all this other stuff. I'm sure you've heard of it. I don't know if it's 100% correct all the time, but it's always that thing where they say, don't let them leave without signing the contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if they leave without signing the contract, you're probably not going to get them.
Yep.
And maybe that's kind of what happened here. Once he left LA and didn't sign, the writing
that was telegraphed.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. That goes for employees, that goes for recruits, that goes for free agents, that goes for everyone. Don't let them leave without signing, because once it's tough. Like, once you have other people who make noise. Some of those people are really important. Mm-hmm. Wives, kids, closest confidant, like those people are really important. But the worst is when you're alone and you're trying to decipher all of that stuff on your own, and then you start getting in your own head. that is what every company, team, employer wants to avoid is don't go home and overthink this situation. 6 years, $70 million. You talk about resetting the first-year head coaching market. This is it. And, man, when he didn't sign, okay.
I'm a big believer a lot of the times, and maybe it's just like maybe it's a little too impulsive or something like that. But speaking in Dan Hurley's situation, in his mind frame, he knew what he wanted to do before he got on the plane.
To go back to Connecticut?
Yeah.
I feel like
I would think like
I feel like you're right.
I would think for me, I would think if I'm in his shoes, I know what I want to do. And in LA, I'm going to do what it is I want to do. If I want to go to the Lakers, I'm going to LA to sign the contract eventually. Sign the contract, big man. Sign the contract. I'm going to sign the contract. All right.
I don't know, man. I might get fade into Bolivian. You know what I mean?
You got nothing to do
Shout
with
out Mike, the
nothing,
fight's
but
back on, by the way. You hear
I
that?
saw that.
That's crazy.
Yes,
That is crazy. That's nuts.
Not needed.
Nah, not at all. But I'm going out there to sign the contract. If I don't really want to do it, I'm going out there as a courtesy to just say, at least I can say I went out there and I saw all options. But at the end of the day, I don't really want to do this. And I think he knew what he wanted to do before he left Storrs, Connecticut, or wherever he stays.
Interesting. Glastonbury, Connecticut is where he
Glastonbury. Oh yeah, your neighborhood.
Old neighborhood.
I mean, his neighborhood, his jet, it was all over Twitter. Damien's jet was all over Twitter.
I don't know
crazy.
why you invented that on Sports
No, that's
Sunday
really what
last
happened.
night. That was very bizarre.
No, that's really your. It looked
No,
like your
I don't-
jet.
I don't have a jet. Like, stop. Somebody's gonna believe you. Like, I do not have a jet. Stop it. Southwest is my jet. And I don't even have a what's it called? Business Select or whatever they call it. I don't even have that. I have to have someone else book my ticket so I can get a call.
I feel like Cheryl Nell Grove has that.
I don't Southwest fly to Egypt or Dubai, wherever she flies.
That's a good point.
I don't know. The Southwest hits up those regions. But I know your mom's got frequent flyer miles. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I disagree. I agreed. I guess I misunderstood with what you meant. When he got on the plane to come back to Connecticut, I feel like he knew what he wanted to do. When he got on the plane to go to Los Angeles, I'm not sure that he knew at that point. By all accounts, the negotiations had gone on for a little while. The conversations had gone on for a little while. I did find it weird. This whole situation with Adrian Wojnarowski and the report have been weird, but it was weird reading, Dan Hurley, massive contract, long-term coach, all of these different things. And then, a few hours later or whatever it was during the finals, after the final, yeah, he's going to head to LA tomorrow. I'm sorry, he's not there. You threw this report out there and he's not even there yet.
Which goes to that's why I feel how I feel about.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right.
What were they going to tell him he didn't already know?
Well, and that's the one thing that makes me makes me feel like he might have been a little more open mind to it when he got on the plane to go there is if there had been damage done for recruits, it had been done. Like if you knew, instead of telling your team, yeah, it's real. Look, the reports are real. I have had conversations with him. I haven't agreed to anything. It's business as usual. It was his line. If he knew, he could have told his kids, yeah, it's real. I'm not going. They did call. They did ask. We did talk. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here with you guys. We got work to do. So put on your workout clothes and let's go get our stuff in. Once the report gets out there, like Dan Hurley and UConn have different hills to navigate. And I feel like the fact that it got public hurt the Lakers.
I think so too.
Because I don't think Dan Hurley is here for the nonsense. He's like, this. Y'all kept this quiet for this long. Now, keeping it quiet, it could have been 3 days, or like Adrian Wojnarowski said, could have been a month, 2 weeks, whatever. Y'all kept it quiet for this long, but it just so happens 2 days after this JJ Redick report gets out there, just so happens on the day of the NBA Finals, when you've got 4 extra hours of content to fill, this gets out there. You can't tell me him, his demeanor, and the way like his whole family is, that they were okay with that. And I don't know that I'm not insinuating that killed the deal, but it sure as hell didn't help.
For sure. Absolutely, man. And I just,
and the quote that we got, by the way, because we didn't say this right, I think we alluded to it. We didn't say it. The quote that we got verbatim is Dan Hurley is pissed.
Yeah, and I just there's a part of me that always thought like maybe you should take the chance if you're Dan Hurley. Like you can always go back, right? You can always go back. You may never get this particular opportunity again. But I think there's also something to be said to, being happy where you are, knowing how to maneuver in the world that you're in right now, and keeping that. I don't want to say stain, because it could have been successful. So with the Lakers, but keeping that stain off your career and your resume, potentially, and when it comes down to the money, which was spot on to some of the things that you had mentioned last week. I think that can be made up for, like you mentioned, in a place like Storrs, Connecticut. I think we had him at like 8. We had him at 8.
I think the number was 8.5
that
UConn had gotten up to, and I have not seen a report about a new UConn contract, but just wait.
Yeah,
it's on the way.
Price is up.
It's on the way.
But you also mentioned, you laid out perfectly, he's making that type of money without spending a dime.
Right. That's right. Yeah. My man does not pay for Xfinity.
No, he gets everything.
Yeah.
I don't want to say hand it to him, but provide it for him.
He does.
You know
like
what I mean?
I'm sure he has a brand new car waiting for him every 6 months, year, whatever it is,
whatever he wants.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the college sports version of Florida. No state income.
Yeah, that's a shoot. Yeah, that's absolutely a shoot. Like you get so much taken care of for you as the head coach of a major university, and you throw a couple of national titles in.
Come on now. Come on.
Man.
Come on, man. Being there, he might get endorsements.
I doubt there's any might.
Well, I'm not even saying, I'm saying national. He might not get that with the Lakers, but he may be on the Aflac commercials with Saban and Don Staley and Coach Prime.
There you
go. In these situations now, being in Storrs, Connecticut, as opposed to if he was with the Lakers. So I think there's pros and cons to both of them, but I think this is a good decision by him to stay at UConn. I think ultimately this was probably what would be best for the Lakers, because I don't think Dan Hurley would have worked out the way they might have thought. And at the end of the day, Woj and all those guys, they got to explain why they broke this thing down for 2 days like it was a done deal, and now they got to kind of run it back a little bit.
So is Shams celebrating? Like what is Shams'
you gotta
reaction
celebrate
to
a
all
little
this?
bit. You got to celebrate a little bit.
But like Woj wasn't wrong.
Shams does not get to celebrate. Like the deal just didn't work out, pal. Like you still reported JJ and all that.
But it still could be JJ, which is the whole point.
And he never said JJ was the first and only option.
He just said it was the front runner, which isn't true. Because Dan Hurley turned an offer down. Like that means he was the front runner. But Woj, Shams got to feel something today.
Yeah, because
Woj's reporting wasn't wrong. He reported it, he had it, and from a Lakers standpoint, which tells you where all of this came from a Lakers standpoint, everything that he said was true. And Dan Hurley just said, thank you, but no thank you. So Woj isn't wrong. But in the end, Shams' original report could
if Shams would have said, hey, JJ's the plan B, then yeah, we're good. But
yeah. No.
And maybe I'm looking too far into this, but the way this thing was reported for about 48 hours Woj was really out there like, nah, this is about to happen.
Mhm.
They had Stephen A. talking about it on First Take.
So,
Woj went on there.
yeah,
He was on. This wasn't a, this is part of the process. It may happen, and then they move on to something else. It was a little victory lap ish for Woj.
Well, that's why they did it, because the 4 extra hours of content they needed for that NBA countdown show that aired in the middle of the day. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about with this situation. We will. There's a lot to talk about with the Sacramento Kings, and we'll certainly do that. And my apologies to Jesse.
Oh,
2 away.
well, what you apologizing for?
Well, it was
We all
team.
thought they was gonna win.
Well, I understand.
It's all good. We got another week of this. Don't worry. I'm good.
All right. We'll get into it. Steeler and KC here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, it's a good question. I meant to. That's super weird.
That's low key. That's low key hate. That's low key hate. Low key shade. Not towards JJ or Deshams.
I think it's time to talk about the Lakers. Just don't got it like that anymore.
I don't think
They
it's
don't
just the
like
Lakers.
that.
I don't think it's just the Lakers. I think people, and this is probably better, for on the air content, radio content.
Oh no, don't say it, because I want to know for the first time what you think or what you're about to say.
Are you going tomorrow night?
That's
Complex
the
just
plan.
asked me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got everything. I got
Okay,
it.
you got it. Okay.
I'll tell you what, though, episode 1 of Winning Time Season 3 is going to be sick.
This might be the best sports week of Jesse's career or life. At least basketball career.
I'm assuming you don't want to go see Janet Jackson tomorrow. Okay. All right.
How many Janet Jackson songs you know?
I think I've heard Janet Jackson songs, but I couldn't put a name on them.
Man.
Who's
Did
the
you
equi-
listen to?
Who's
Sorry.
the equivalent of that for me? Would it be like would it be Diana Ross?
No, you
me
would know
saying-
Diana records. You
but
know
I don't know.
Diana
I don't know
Ross.
a lot of name of Diana Ross records, right? So I know who she is. I know what she did with the Supremes and all
Sure.
that. But
I think you
I
know
don't-
more than you think. But I don't know. Maybe only you can answer
was
that
it
question.
Baby Love? Is that the one with the Supremes? Was that her? My baby
That's-
love, my baby
Yeah, that's
love.
one of like 100. Yeah.
Okay, so I know that one. Do you know one?
I'm coming out. Respect. Stop in the name of love. You know all those
Yeah.
records. Stop in the name of love, just for the record. Just for the record. Stop in the name of love, nothing else.
Gotta be careful. Gotta enunciate.
What's the one that respect is Aretha Franklin. What's the one the Supremes did that Phil Collins covered?
I don't know.
Man, what's that? Y'all don't know it. What is that song that the Supremes did? It's their record, but Phil Collins covered it, and it's kind of fire. Y'all are gonna know it. Did you listen to
I just looked up Janet's top 5 on Spotify. I'm not familiar.
Come on, man.
I'm young.
Come on, man. Anytime, any place. Is that on the top 5?
I think it was.
Yeah,
I think that was
that's-
number 1.
That's the one. That's the one. Good call right there. That's the one.
That's the
That's the
Kendrick sample. Poetic Justice.
It's the Kendrick song, as far as I'm concerned.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That may be. I was thinking about this today.
Do you know Michael Jackson songs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Poetic Justice might be my.
Well, is
favorite.
Janet Jackson considered R&B? Like, what would she be
Yeah,
considered
she's,
as?
She's more R&B than pop.
Yeah. I mean,
It's like, I don't listen to like pop or R&B.
Mark was more Mark. Mike.
Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson, the pop star.
Mike was more pop than R&B, more times than not.
Okay.
But Janet was kind of the reverse.
Yeah, she took a lot of R&B pop though, because that Rhythm Nation album was a monster. But like
after Rhythm Nation, she seemed to go like, all right, I'm going to R&B.
Yeah. Janet feels like an R&B album. Yeah.
I was gonna say I think Poetic Justice. I don't want to say it's my favorite Kendrick song, but it's definitely top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I love that song.
Yeah. They put that Fever Mystics attendance up there, which is dope. Like 20,000, like that's fire. Like the Aces and Sparks sold out too.
Yeah.
17,000. Like it's not.
That was a big crowd.
And that's the thing I think that's annoying people is like you keep putting the Fever's attendance up there as if the attendance across the rest of the league isn't massive right now.
Well, and then not to fuel the rivalry thing, but the night before they did what, like 15, 16,000 in Washington.
This is 15,000 people showing to see this team win their first damn game.
They were to the rafters in this game, though. I saw like
they was out there.
Full arena shot. They were in the building.
I like those Black Mystics jerseys. I don't know when they switched up, but I like it.
I got two things real quick because we got a couple things that we were going to talk about, but two things. I want to give a shout out to our guy Jason. Our guy Jason that we met on Saturday.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. What up, Jay?
Big ups to our guy Jason, Old Soul and Co.
Yep.
I definitely got to get over there, man. But he showed a lot of love, man, and say he's
sent us home with some coffee.
Yeah. I got to try some of that. I got to figure it out though because I got a Keurig.
Yeah, you need to get
the attachment. But I don't know where it's at.
So okay. That's what you need to find the attachment. Yeah.
So I can do that. So once I do that, I'm gonna check it out. But big ups to him. And also for people who paying attention to this stuff, Malik's Instagram is back.
We got King's pictures on there.
Yes, the whole thing is back.
We're good. We're good, guys.
All right.
I was
alarm.
on Instagram.
Malik needed a 12-hour break.
I was on Instagram like 20 minutes before the show, and he popped up on the stories, and I was like, "Oh, Malik has got a story. Maybe he still has it scrubbed, but he's still posting stories." And then I went to his page, and no, everything's back.
Yeah,
everything's fine.
I'm gonna need a statement from Instagram about that.
You have a I don't want to do this period. Like where you could delete your account, and they're like, "All right, that's cool. Yeah, you could delete it, bro." It's not really gone for like 30 days, so we'll see you in like 28.
Yeah, you'll be back.
Yeah, you're not getting rid of this.
Is there anything worse in the whole social media and sports era, like worse than player deleting Instagram or Twitter, or their like photos about the team?
No, I think it's whack.
No, that's funny. I think it's funny.
I think it's whack. It's
funny.
Doing? There's actually and then they probably don't handle it, but that takes a lot of energy to like delete all those or archive those, scroll through.
Well, for those guys, it probably doesn't. Like I was looking at, I had to, hey, shout out to my man Leezy. Leezy got up.
Shout out Leezy. Leezy was in the building.
So Leezy was out with you Saturday night.
Yeah.
With Kalon for real, District 30, the whole deal.
Movie status.
Leezy was up early in the morning with me on Sunday, out at the lake filming a PSA.
Nice.
So, I don't know where I was going with that, but
Leezy
I was
did something
trying to
with
shout
Instagram.
out Leezy Instagram. Oh, Kyle Juszczyk. It's the same PSA it's a similar PSA that Kyle Juszczyk did.
Gotcha.
I went to Kyle Juszczyk's page because I wanted to send the PSA to Leezy. Kyle couldn't do it. His whole Instagram page is essentially being a 49er. If that dude even changed teams, his Instagram page would look weird. Like if you go to Kyle Juszczyk's page right now, it's basically just all red and gold, like everything. Like you know nothing about Kyle Juszczyk other than he's a San Francisco 49er and his wife makes dope things that people wear into the arena. That's about all you're going to get from his Instagram account. So not everybody can scrub their account of their current teams, but I'm glad Malik's back.
Malik is back on Instagram.
I don't
know if that
he ever left, but
I don't even know if that means he's like back with the Kings.
It means he's agreed to a deal with Sacramento. That's what it means.
We got love for you, Malik, man. Stay
yes,
here,
indeed.
dog.
Yes, indeed. Don't go nowhere.
So we can open Malik's, please.
Oh man, Malik's will be going up.
That'd be crazy.
Can't wait. Did we decide if we were gonna put it in old sack or are we
Not
gonna just
putting it. No.
Don't
I'm sorry.
say
Was
like
it
that?
No, say it like that. Say it like that. Yes.
There was never a discussion about putting Malik's in old sack. No.
We just talked about how that's the Hollywood of like Sacramento.
And where do they put clubs at?
No. Since when?
They put clubs in Hollywood. What are we talking about?
No, they don't do. They don't put them in old sack.
That's what I'm saying. We bring it back.
No, let's not.
I'm not advocating for it. I just thought it
No.
was an
Okay. No, it's not. It's not.
705.
That's fine with me.
Do we have a reserve table at Malik's every day, or how does that work?
We should.
Just kind of putting that out there.
Absolutely. We have a reserve table, and we have a table like Goodfellas.
You're really all in on this movie.
He's a big movie guy.
Movie again.
Yeah. Did you really?
No, I said I might watch it.
Oh,
Goodfellas is a classic.
That was a really good movie.
bro's talking about running it back on Goodfellas. Still hasn't gotten to episode 2 of season 2.
Well, yeah, but I'm in season 2 now.
You are there. Salute. So I do point out that season 1 is like 5 episodes long, but salute. No, I didn't know Malik's thing was back. That's cool, I guess. Oh, Rich forgot to put makeup on this morning. Man, come on. Richard Jefferson looked like he partied last night. And like the producer called him and said, "Hey, you got NBA today." Oh, word? Oh, crap.
That's a tough jacket too.
Yeah, it's not working.
I think that's the one with pulling dynamite wires.
But that's a tough color for him.
I will say it's better than what he's done in the past. Like I said, I'm not saying he looks like Ryan Clark up there, but I see some improvements from him.
You must have gotten a text from Richard Jefferson because you've been awfully nice to him lately.
Well, I just see improvements. It's not where it should be.
Did he send you his OVO jacket?
Windhorse got one of those. Did you see he was wearing it like on the quarter?
Well, they all got one, didn't they? Weren't we watching? They all got one.
Windhorse was
I mean,
wearing
yours is different. Yours is obviously, part of the crew. Did you get a text with a rat emoji?
No, I don't talk to Drake at all
anymore.
I never have talked to Drake.
I saw Joe Budden said Drake stopped talking to him. Same for you?
Joe, no, he never started talking to me to begin with. I don't have any communication with Drake.
But Joe, and Elliott Wilson, he just won't talk to none of y'all no more, huh?
He won't talk to me because he doesn't know me. I don't know him. I don't know what his deal is with the other two.
Okay. Whatever you say. You said during the commercial break, or maybe Jesse said it, that that cachet of the Lakers job is just, it's gone. You've got, Dan Hurley turning it down in a very, very high profile, very, very public rejection. I don't think it's just the Lakers. As my guy, I think there's a LeBron factor to this too. Because if you're Dan Hurley and Jeannie or Rob or whoever you're meeting with, I'm sure it's all of them, are telling you this is a long-term project. We want you here to build the Lakers up the way Riles did, the way Phil did, the way all of the great coaches of this organization's past have done. We want you to do that. This isn't a short term, let's try to figure it out. This is, you are the guy to bring the Lakers back to championship prominence. This is you. That's a great pitch. But if I'm Dan Hurley, I know in all likelihood, might not, but in all likelihood, I've got LeBron James team. I got LeBron James on my team, probably for the next couple of years. That's if he likes this hire. If he doesn't like this hire, that's a whole other story I have to deal with before I ever coach a game. But if LeBron is back here, I've got that. We both know there's no, dipping your toe in the water, getting accustomed to the temperature when you're LeBron James's coach. It's, you're getting picked up in your suit and thrown into the deep end immediately. The day you step on the floor at training camp, you're in the deep end of that pool. whether it's perfect warm temperatures or it's ice cold. That's where you are, and you better figure out how to swim. You better figure out how to make it work. And any line about long-term building, long-term this, long-term that, if I was Dan Hurley, would have been met with complete skepticism. You need me to win right now if LeBron James is back on this team. It's not, oh, look at the growth of the Los Angeles Lakers this year. No, it's LeBron James didn't win a title this year. How many years does he have left? Rob Pelinka didn't do enough to surround LeBron James and Anthony Davis with what they needed, despite the fact they went to the conference finals a year ago and everybody was lauding them, telling them they were going to be great. This year, somehow, they didn't have enough. That's what y'all, this is going to fall on me. One bump shoulder, one side eye. Anthony Davis gets up at the wrong time from a huddle, and it's a massive news story. Anything that the Lakers brass told Dan Hurley about long-term building with the Los Angeles Lakers without hearing it, I can tell you definitively was a lie. Dan Hurley is brought in to win a championship next year if LeBron James is on this team. If LeBron James and Anthony Davis are Los Angeles Lakers, the expectations for Dan Hurley is to win a championship next year. Immediately.
I agree with that, but two things can be equally true in this situation. They could be committed to him long term and still have expectations of winning a championship, because say the expectations for LeBron and how long he's going to play may be another 2 or 3 years, or play through a contract or something like that, and your expectations is to win a championship while he's there. But when he leaves, whether it's free agency or retires, you could still be the coach of the Lakers. They could look at it like, we still want you to be the head coach of the Lakers even after the LeBron era is over. So I don't know if it was a flat out fabrication saying we want you to be.
No, I believe it was a well-intended lie. They, in their head, they meant it to be true. And maybe in their head, maybe they felt the way that you did. Until you go 2 years without winning a championship with LeBron James and Anthony Davis on the roster, then I think the tone changes.
Do you think that's different for any team with expectations?
With legitimate championship expectations? No. I think that's how it works. That's what Doc Rivers is facing.
Right. And
I mean,
he'd be compensated fairly for those expectations.
He would be, but the UConn job would be gone.
True.
So that you got to wait. Now, could he get another job? Of course he could. Like, he absolutely could. But how much does he love Storrs, Connecticut? How much? Where's he from? Jersey? New York? He's from New York. He's from Jersey. Yeah. You're coaching in Storrs, Connecticut? Is that the biggest university in the Northeast?
That or Syracuse.
Syracuse. I mean, St. John's probably not quite there, but like, it's really Syracuse or UConn. And certainly in recent years, it's been UConn as the bigger program. That job's not going to be there for you. Now, again, another one will, but that one won't. And those are probably all things that ran through his head on that long flight from Los Angeles back to Hartford.
Do you think any positions in the NBA coaching position, stuff like that, has Jesse talks about the cachet? Do any of them have that?
Do any coaching jobs have cachet?
Like, because there was a time when, like, the whole adage was, you go to the Lakers front offices and they got all the championship trophies there, and you walk in there, it's like, man, this is the Lakers. There's no way I can turn this down. And now it feels like, if that's not one of them, like, I don't know what franchise would, like, maybe Boston, but I feel like Boston and the Lakers are about one and the same.
Yeah, but
when it comes to something like
the Celtics aren't as dysfunctional in their hirings as the Lakers are.
I feel like Boston runs their NBA hiring just like every other team. It's like, we're going to interview these guys. It's just normal. It's not like how the Lakers one played out with this. We're going to go after this insane coach or whatever. I don't know if Brad Stevens was that. I mean, we're years after that, but
even think about the Brad Stevens thing. That was quiet until it was done. There wasn't a peep about the Brad Stevens hire until they actually made it. And then from there, you go from Brad to Ime Udoka. Brad doesn't quit. He doesn't get fired. He moves to the general manager position. So he moves to a front office position, and they move up Ime Udoka. So now you have Ime Udoka as your head coach. Every belief that Ime Udoka is going to be your long-term coach until he's not. You have that situation go to the way that it does, and they elevate a guy from within. And I think those all tell different stories than what the Los Angeles Lakers story tells. The Celtics are a more competently run organization. I know incompetence and dysfunctional. I know it's only Sacramento. There couldn't be another team in the league that operates under poor decision-making and all that stuff, unless it's, run by Vivek Ranadive. Just ask Rory. He'll tell you. Just ask all of the Vivek haters on social media. They'll tell you. Because the Lakers, since Phil Jackson's exit, have been run like a pristine organization, haven't they? That was sarcasm. They haven't. They've fired as many coaches as the Kings have. And now you're getting publicly rejected. That's tough. By an evolving, by a coach in a sport that's like evolving by the day. Like my opinion on college basketball, I don't think our opinion on college basketball and college sports, it hasn't changed because Dan Hurley stayed in college. Like he recognizes if I'm staying at UConn, one, I'm getting a hell of a raise, but two, I have to adjust year to year to year to year during however long this contract is, because this sport that I'm in is just continuing to evolve. From television rights negotiations to super conferences to mergers to NILs to team-wide sponsorships to all of these things that are happening here within this game, I have to adjust and evolve on a year-to-year basis. It might be a month-to-month basis at this point. And man, to me, that even speaks more to this Lakers job. Just it's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way they go about things may turn some people off. But I asked that question. I don't think people look at these franchises like that anymore. Maybe coaching and playing is a little bit different, because I think that's one of the ways they got LeBron James. I mean, it wasn't a great organization. It wasn't being ran great when LeBron went to the Lakers. But LeBron, so I want to live in LA. Don't want to be a Clipper. I want to be a Laker. And he made the decision. So maybe coaches look at it a little different than the players do. But I just don't know if there's
but the
organizations
LeBron
like that.
I think but LeBron wanted to live there. Right? Like that was a big appeal to LA. Like, I want to live in LA. And this dude's like an East Coaster for life, at least to this point.
But so that's kind of my point, though. It's more that individual as opposed to the franchise not having the same cachet. You know what I mean? I think, and then the other point I was making was, I don't know if anybody really has that cachet anymore. I think the Celtics are ran at a very high level, like they are ran great, but a year or two ago, or even now, what were we talking about? They can't get no free agents. Nobody wants to come there, regardless of how the organization is ran or the number of championships they have. So it just spawned a bigger thought, a bigger question of like, are there still organizations in the NBA, or we could even go in sports where it's like, nah, you can't turn that down. You can't turn that down. Head coach of the Cowboys, you think that's what it used to be? Manager of the Yankees, maybe. I don't know.
Like it. No, I mean, it feels like those are. I mean, being the head coach for the Los Angeles Lakers does still feel like a big deal. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe you've bastardized the position. like I mean, no knock. This sounds terrible, but you jumped from Vogel to Darvin Ham. You moved on from Darvin Ham. You had Phil, right? Like you had Phil Jackson here through a couple of stints. Like you're the organization that had Pat Riley. You have had like top tier NBA coaches, and now you're just kind of trying to find the next. Well, this ain't it. God damn it. Oh, okay. Not throwing, but you hire Luke Walton.
Oh, what? Whoa!
You hire Luke Walton, who
could have went without that. Doris Barling,
but he was, but he was a Lakers coach, right? Like, hey, get in here, like rebuild this thing. Let's get moving. All right. All right. There, and then like you move on from him, and it's, it's going to be this guy, and then it's this guy.
Yeah.
Like, who took Luke's place? Was it Frank? Was it Vogel?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe so.
Stuff.
You
Vogel into Darvin, on from Darvin. Now your next guy gets rejected. That's a tough look. That's a tough look.
So, you think they really just pivot to JJ?
I don't know what to believe anymore. Woj out here talking about the Lakers might give JJ his first formal interview.
That was a little hate.
Shams said weeks ago that they've already talked to JJ.
That was a little hate. He didn't have to put that in there. He didn't have to put
But what if it's true?
You still sound like you're hating.
But it's not hate if he's reporting. That's the part that's confusing. What the hell is real?
Well, then he said first formal interview. Like, because to me.
So what they do? Just talk to JJ on the phone? Like, hey, bro, what you think about the Lakers? Oh, I'm down. Cool. We'll holler at you.
This time you meet at Lakers HQ instead of Starbucks or something? I don't know.
Like what?
Possibly. But it's to me, it comes off said as to undermine what Shams was reporting.
It might have, but if he's telling the truth, is it still undermining?
Well, they're not teammates, so he can do whatever he wants to do. So they're actually rivals. But we were there. We We witnessed it. Shams said they had been talking. Can't take that away by saying formal. No, they've been talking, dog. They've been talking. We were there, Woj. I can't let Woj off the hook for the way he reported those.
What's today?
Days. The 10th.
Okay. The New York Times. Oh, this is the Athletic. This is your boy, right? I get the New York Times things throws me off every time. But the New York Times and the Athletic are now one and the same. May 21st, 2024. The Lakers have held formal meetings with JJ Redick, James Borrega, and Sam Cassell. Now, begs the question, is a formal meeting the same as a formal interview? Like, what are we doing? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This was May 21st. This was weeks ago. I'm told LeBron James is not involved in the Lakers head coaching shirts. There's like 100 of those tweets. It's just amazing. JJ Redick, LA met for extended interview. That was reported on May 24th. What are we doing?
That's what I'm saying. It's a little shade. Like, whoa, we were there. We know
what's
going on.
But see, that's the thing. It's now, like at this point, either everyone else is wrong or Woj is either lying or misinformed.
Yeah, I think he's misinformed.
And he can't possibly.
Or I shouldn't say misinformed. I take that back. His sources are not Shams and those other people's sources. So he's not gonna go with those sources and just kind of piggyback off of what they're reporting.
Is the same person feeding Shams all of this JJ information? Because
same person feeding them both.
The extended no. I'm saying is the same person, because Shams is the one who reported JJ had the interview. Shams is the one who reported on the Pat McAfee show that they met for an extended period of time. Is this all the same person within the Lakers organization feeding Shams the JJ information? Because he's also the one who had the front runner tweet.
I don't know if it's in the Lakers organization. That's the whole thing. I think Woj is talking to the Lakers organization. I'm not sure if Shams is. I feel like Shams is either talking to people directly involved, and obviously you can work around that.
Talking to JJ,
or he's talking to agents.
What were you going to say?
I already forgot my point.
That's fine. No, it's good. You're saying, hey,
how about we go to break?
Why don't you get to the Celtics being up 2-0, jackass? How about that?
Well, no, I remember.
No, the
What was
Lakers-
your source? Just Dan Hurley? Like, wasn't
No,
he talking?
no,
'cause
absolutely
Dan
not.
didn't want any of this out.
Absolutely not.
Okay, because I saw like he said they did an interview or whatever. They'd spoken to Dan Hurley, and Dan Hurley said he's gonna make his decision up on Monday. So I thought Woj was probably just talking to him.
Well, no, that was after it became public.
Gotcha.
That was after it was like out. That's like Dan Hurley started addressing this publicly. We'll come back. Leezy, hang tight. I think TC's there too. Hang tight. There's much more ahead. It's Elam and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Sharania added that Redick was the first candidate to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lakers brass, and he gets the sense that Redick is the front runner for the position. He gets the sense. That's not the same thing as he reported, a week or so ago or whatever. Again, that was May 24th. That's what he said on the Pat McAfee show. Securing the Monk. No, we're not doing any weekend live show. What do you mean? Sorry, I think I read this as something that it might not be. Are you asking if D'Lo and KC are doing a weekend live show like we do at Sky River? Is that what you mean? Because my guess is no, because we don't have a show on the weekends. An event, yeah, events are possible, but like an actual live show, that's probably not. Yeah, like a get together, like how Deuce and Mo did on the weekend. Yeah, like we might do like watch parties, meetups, things like that, but it wouldn't be a live show. Like our as much as I, shout out to Do Some Mo, we're still a radio show. Like we still have a responsibility to people on, AM and HD and all of that stuff. And more importantly, we have a responsibility to Matthews Mattress and West Coast Audio and Sky River Casino. So
What did Do Some Mo do? I missed it.
I don't know. I was like DMing what Mo did. I just got the impression they were out of town, so I'm not sure what they did. Unless he's talking about like a show from a minute ago. Yeah, Sky River is definitely about to blow up.
Woo!
It is definitely about to blow up. That'll be the biggest meetup in the history of Chatty House meetups when that joint open up. Sounds like Dave is on to something. What's Dave talking about? Dave Garcia. Oh, Dave Garcia, sit down. Sound like Kenny.
What Dave? Oh yeah. No, that's. I mean, if we need more room for the Sky River meetup, we'll then ask Damien and say, hey, can we do it at your crib?
I don't have a pool scout. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
It's just hot grass.
Yeah.
How come there isn't a D'Lo and Casey cruise?
It's going up
because we're in our 40s, Manny. That's why.
John Pose asks, I don't know. I don't want to misspeak.
Okay. Yep. All right, man, let's get to these phone lines before we start cutting up here a little bit. 916-909-1320. Start with our man, TC. TC, what's good, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. What's going on with you, bro?
Oh, man, just tapping in with the homies, man. Had a good weekend, man. Just checking in.
Yes, sir.
No, for sure. Hey, so look. Hey, that's what I was trying to say about LeBron, man. I know his talent is something totally separate, but, like, I don't want to use shenanigans again, right? Sorry about that, y'all.
Yeah, I'm saying, you getting out the car. What's going on? You didn't put your seatbelt on? What's going on?
Yeah, nah, I'm low on fuel. I got to get to the gas station.
Oh, hurry up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, don't even worry about it. Hey, look, I run out of gas, D-Lo. I'm going to need you to come get me, bro, in the spaceship.
He got you. He can send it over there. He can just send it over.
Man, stop it, kitty. Hey, nah, but look, LeBron, though, bro. Like, seriously, though. LeBron, like, I don't know if that was Dan Hurley saying, you know what, man, I really don't want to deal with LeBron like that, man. If he's hands-on like that, then y'all can probably count me out. Is that going to be, like, a problem? I know he probably only got a couple more years, though, bro, but, like, say like that's turning coaches away with LeBron. His talent is something totally different than him as an individual and what he be doing with like his say so. That's like, to me, I really don't like that, bro.
All right.
See, I understand that aspect of it. I'm a little like what do people want?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want? Do you want to, if you're Dan Hurley, do you want to go to the Hornets and have no players and probably be fired in 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you want to play with, or coach, one of the great players that has ever played, who, yes, the expectations are to win a championship every year, but they're not like unfounded or unrealistic because of him.
Yeah.
Like, you're in that conversation because of him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and when you say, no, I'd rather coach the Celtics or the Thunder, well, there's jobs aren't available because the coaches are doing just fine.
Do the Lakers offer enough? Do you guys think? It was 6 years, 70, right?
Yeah, it was 6 years, 70.
It's a little over 11 per.
They to be fair, I think they offered more than enough.
They blew up the first year head coaching market. Like, he would have been the highest paid coach to not win a championship. I think comfortably he would have been the highest paid coach to not win a championship.
To not even get to an NBA final. I know he's a new
to
coach,
not even coach an NBA game.
Yeah.
like he would have been the only one in that category. He would have been surrounded by, Spoelstras and guys with rings, as long as you acknowledge the one outlier in Monty Williams.
And the one outlier got to a finals, turned a anemic franchise around. Well, and even the year they didn't get to the finals, won like 64 games.
He's also he's been in, like, he coached Kevin Durant. Like, he's been in, he coached 3 MVPs, as a matter of fact. Like, he's been in the league as an assistant or otherwise for a very long time now. So it was a desperate Detroit Pistons team. But we don't need to act like Monty Williams was trash. Right. Monty Williams is a damn good coach, in my opinion. It's just that contract only looks weird when you look at who's around it. Mm-hmm. And yeah, he would have been in that. Dan Hurley would have been in that conversation. Yeah. Let's get Leezy in here. 916-909-1320. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, D-Long KC, what's good, guys?
Leezus, what up?
What's
HAL,
up?
that boy was working over the weekend, man. Shout out to you, man.
That's all he do. He gonna be out with us this weekend too.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yes, sir. We stay working. We about it. Hey, I just wanted to ask you guys a quick question about the NBA Finals. I'm not trying to derail it from the Lakers, but I had a question a few weeks ago. I asked, like, what player's legacy would be most impacted by these finals, and we all kind of agreed it was Tatum if he was to lose, because of his high expectations. Now that we're here and Boston's kind of winning, do you think that's shifted to Kyrie? Because, he's known as one of the best players in the world, but he's getting clamped up. Right now, the Mavericks need him, and do you think this could be a hit on his career if they were to lose the series?
Man, that's a good question, Leezy. It's absolutely not a hit on his career. And you tell me what you think, because we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but Luka's been phenomenal. Mm-hmm. There's no question about that, debating that, at least in my opinion. Like Luka,
he's been good.
Luka's
he's been good. Phenomenal's a little strong. He's been good.
I think he's been really good. I think
been some of the worst defense I've ever seen in my life.
For sure, but how is that different than Luka always?
Well, you're right. That's why I don't.
We're grading on a curve when we talk about what Luka Doncic does. We're essentially talking about one side of the floor.
True, but
it feels like
to that point, real quick though, we're on a higher stage. So like what you do in the regular season isn't magnified the way it is in the NBA Finals. We expect you to do more or do better, be a little more locked in on both sides of the floor in the NBA Finals, and he's done more of the same. He hasn't elevated.
Well, you guys are setting yourself up for disappointment if that's what you're expecting from Luka Doncic. But on the Kyrie front, and you tell me if my assessment of these first two games is wrong. Either of you tell me if it feels like they're going to make Luka work on both ends of the floor, but they're going to make Luka work. But it feels like the Celtics made the decision, we're going to make Kyrie miserable. We're going to do everything. There's not going to be a he's hot this half, he's hot this half. No, we're going to make Kyrie work for every single thing that he gets. And I'm sure he has one, but you remember we used to hear about like the Buddy Hield like mile tracker, like, and he would be all over the floor. He'd be moving all of the time. Like, I feel like Kyrie is busting his ass. Like he is chasing rebounds down. Like he is trying to do anything in hopes that it gets himself going offensively. At the same exact time, he's being run all over the floor by the Boston Celtics defense. And what we've seen from Kyrie so far, these two games in the finals, is more about what Boston is doing and less, to me, it's more about what Boston is doing and less about what Kyrie isn't doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good call. I think they probably look at Kyrie the way that we've talked about a lot is like that's the straw that stirs the drink. We had a question asked to us on Sports Sunday about who are the best players on each team. To me, it's clearly Tatum, and be foolish to say Luka isn't the best player.
Right.
You know what I mean? But Luka is going to do whatever he does on the offensive end. He's going to get his 30. He's going to have 8 to 11 of assists, 8 to 11 rebounds, or whatever the case may be. And there's not much that you can do to stop that. And Luka's going to do that in a win or a loss. Like, I'm not trying to make the argument it has no effect on on winning or losing, but he's just going to do that regardless. Kyrie is the one that elevates that team, in my opinion, elevates that team to another level. And Boston, to your point, is probably looking at, we can't stop Luka. He's going to do what he wants to do on the offensive end, but that's also not necessarily the key to winning and losing against the Dallas Mavericks. The key to winning and losing is making sure Kyrie doesn't have 28. You know what I mean? And if we can do everything that we can to work against that and hope that he doesn't get that, that's going to be our key to success. He's Kyrie Irving. There may be a time when he's hitting everything. He's hitting left-handed floaters from 19 feet out, and you can't stop that. But we've got to make him work. We have to make him work on the offensive end.
Yeah, and you have that strategy doesn't look off when you realize you've got 30 from Luka in each game, and Kyrie can't get going. And you've walked away with 2 victories if you're the Boston Celtics. All right, man.
Wait, what?
Jonathan from Connecticut wants to talk.
Okay,
well, Jonathan from Connecticut.
We got to listen to.
Welcome to the show, Jonathan from Connecticut.
Connecticut has to say.
Jonathan from Connecticut is living large today. Danny Hurley turning down the Kentucky job and the Laker job all within a cycle for who else but the UConn Huskies. UConn. UConn. I don't care what any Laker fan says today. You are not good enough for the best college basketball player in the NCAA Division I ranks right now. Jonathan, and it is a great day for the Nutmeg State.
Jonathan, well,
the what?
Well,
come up with a new nickname.
You could have just said for Huskies Nation or something like that. That was wild. But Jonathan, I'm just curious. Are you going to be around any Laker fans today, like at work or anything else like that? Do you have any Laker fans' numbers where you might text them and tell them what you just said?
Oh, 100%. I know a couple of them that work over at CBS 13 that I might get a
wow. What a coincidence.
I
Jonathan
don't
from
know.
Connecticut.
I might work in the media field, guys. I don't know what you know.
Oh, sure. As the chat is pointing out, didn't you go to ASU?
Okay. Settle
No,
down.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Like, who's the ASU basketball coach? Like, why aren't you
Well,
repping
it's a
them?
family affair. It's a family affair.
You don't understand, guys. Bobby Hurley. I'm like all in on the Hurley.
I'm saying it's a family affair.
It's a family. I was ready if Dan was leaving for the Lakers, I was going to call up Bobby Sr. and say, like, come on, man, let's go from the high school ranks to the college ranks. We're ready to roll. All right.
Jonathan, and for those who don't know, this is Jake Gayton, but we'll stay with Jonathan, in Connecticut. How worried were you that this was going to not work out for UConn in the Nutmeg State?
I was texting James Ham over the weekend. And I was like, hey, dude, like, what are the numbers you're thinking? And the numbers that we were tossing around, of course, were a 5-year deal, close to $12.5 million, which is basically what he got offered by the Lakers. And I'm like, that's hard to turn down. The best thing that UConn could probably offer is something north of 8.5, maybe 9 if they pushed it. But they just, it's a public salary in the state of Connecticut, so he's technically the highest paid state employee in the state. And I just don't know how much more money you could have possibly thrown at him unless it's NIL money. So money-wise, I was worried. But I also knew that the Hurleys love history. They love the basketball history. The chance to go for 3 is something that just doesn't come around every single day. And to pass up that Alex Caravan, one of the best college basketball prospects, is coming back to UConn this next year, going to be star of the program. They have all these top 4 and 5-star recruits. They're reloaded for another 3-peat, guys. And I think that's what Hurley wants. He wants history. I also think, and this is me being an East Coast guy on the West Coast. It's just hard sometimes adapting to a West Coast style. Like, I think that if we're talking about the Celtics job or the Knicks job, I think we'd be having a much different conversation. The Lakers job, it's incredible. It's one of the top 3 or top 5 really in the NBA. But I just, being on a different coast from your whole entire family, moving everyone out there, the expectations, and knowing that truly you're not going to, being an NBA coach is much different than being a college coach. You're calling out the plays, but at the end of the day, it's a players driven league. In college basketball, it's a lot of coaching personalities and coaching that brings these guys to the NBA ranks. So I think it came down to that. I think it came down to a legacy. And I think that, in a couple of years, if he does want to make the jump to the NBA, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to do that. And it's just a sad day for the Lakers because they made this huge push for them, push for him. And JJ Redick is now going to be their head coach.
A sad day for who? And a sad day for anybody.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm just still stuck on. I was texting James Ham for this info.
I'm about to say. I mean,
like you didn't think to text old D'Lo and KC, huh? D'Lo and KC don't break news. We're no news reporters here because we don't tweet it because we use it for our radio show. No, but tell me more about how you and James Ham were texting each other to work out these contract details.
I was intrigued, fam. Okay, because he's my numbers guy. Okay,
Oh.
and he does it on your show too all the time. Okay, he's your numbers guru.
So you do listen to the show.
Guys, I listen to the show every day. I am your number 1 fan. Okay, I will tell you that. Biggest supporter of D'Lo and KC.
Where are you? What coast are you on?
Off a yacht?
Did you pick Dan Hurley up at the airport? Are you like in Croatia somewhere? Where are you?
Jumping off a yacht.
I'm 35 minutes away from stores right now, guys. I'm hopping on a flight this afternoon, coming back to our good old 916.
So you're in
I'm in Connecticut.
No, I thank you. What is that town called where the airport is? It's not Hartford. What is it? Wilkes? What is it called?
No, Windsor Lock.
Windsor Lock. That's what it is. That's where the Connecticut airport is. Windsor Lock.
Connecticut airport, is it bigger than Sac International?
Yeah, I think it is. I think I would say it's about the same.
It's probably the same size. Yeah,
it's probably the same size.
And that's that one. Hartford doesn't have a.
That's the same one. Windsor Lock, Hartford. Windsor Lock's what? 30 minutes from downtown Hartford, maybe a little less than that.
Not even. If you're getting off the highway, it's only 15 minutes off. If you hit traffic, it's more like 25, 30. But you're on it. If you're looking at towards the worldwide leader of ESPN, it's around 25 minutes from Bristol. It's about 35 minutes from Stores. It's just north of the capital.
Are you
between,
planning
Hartford and Springfield?
Are you planning to stop through Bridgeport at all?
That's not.
I would not. No, I would not. No, New Haven.
Hey, slide through the Bridgeport real quick, man.
No, don't do that. No, don't do that, Jonathan. We want you back here. Don't do that.
Do you know what's going on in Bridgeport, Connecticut?
It's a very fine city.
You know, if I was going through Greenwich, Connecticut, it'd be a different story.
Well, that's more your ilk right there.
I think Jake will be just fine in Bridgeport.
I heard the original Hunter Hearst Helmsley character was based off Jake Gayden. That's what I heard.
I can see that.
That's what I heard.
See that.
That's what I heard. The aristocrat, the little snobby getaway. That was based off Jake Gayden.
And Jake, that's where my family is in Bridgeport. So yeah, I know what's going on in Bridgeport.
Well, you know, what I got to do though is I got to take both of you because I was texting with our DMing Damien and I back and forth. I think it was Friday, Damien.
Well,
I got to
Jake
bring you
talks
guys
to everybody but good old KC.
Oh, Kenny, I talk to you all the time. Stop it, okay?
It took me a second. I was like, who's he talking about? We were talking about pizza.
I want to make sure. I got to bring you guys. If we're ever on the East Coast, I got to bring you to the pizza capital of the world, Pepe's Pizza in New Haven. It will literally melt in your mouth. Okay, I swear to you.
Okay. I wish we could. Oh, you can't say things like that on this type of show. Jake, get on the plane. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Get on the plane. Get back to Sacramento safely. I'm glad. I love hearing the joy in your voice. Maybe you come in later this week and we hang out and spend some time together.
Pull up on us, man. Give Dame one more chant. Give him one more UConn chant.
No, you don't need to do that.
CONN UConn. See you guys Friday. Have a great week.
No, it's good. Like you notice like he's out in Connecticut the week. Like Gino gets an extension. Dan Hurley turns down the Lakers.
He might be the closer.
He might be.
The closer.
We're gonna have to start throwing flags on our guests, by the way. This is ridiculous, the way they get away with this kind of nonsense.
I don't know why. I don't know how he doesn't know this show well enough to know you can't talk like that.
Yeah, he could have just said it's really good.
Yeah, and he's right. It is phenomenal. And I was ready to co-sign the Pepe's thing until he used his stupid analogy.
That was crazy. All I think about was 50 Cent when he said that too.
When 50 said,
mouth good and that in your hands. That took you to the candy shop.
He wasn't talking about candy.
I saw on diners, drive-ins, and drive-throughs. And
it's one of those three words. You got it. It's one of those three iterations.
He went to I think he went to New Haven for the pizza, and they were talking about they got the best pizza and all this other stuff. It looked good. It looked good.
It's incredible. Yeah. There's Pepe's, and I feel like there's one. So there's like that's the New Haven versus New York thing. Like I guess they're different.
New York looks like the best pizza.
New York and New Haven I don't know. Someone explained this to us once, what the difference is. There is a slight difference, I guess, to it. I don't know. That New Haven's pizza is really good. Oh, I know. So there's Pepe's, and then there was a spot we used to go to. I think it was called Ray's New Haven pizza. Fire. Like,
it looks
good. It's incredible. I'm fantastic. Like the thing that I miss real pizza. That's not like because like you know what it is when you're eating pizza. Like it's greasy, it's like cheesy, you can't do that with plant-based pizza. Like there's like, no, this is a very well put together piece of pizza. Like it's not the same thing. I miss real pizza.
Yeah.
When I saw Jake's story, I was like, oh man, I've been there and that's fire.
I have to make a move. Matter of fact, next time, maybe when you're in New York, you go get a pizza, you can get it the Aki way.
What's that mean?
Get it the Aki way. You gotta go to that bodega and they make anything.
Oh,
anything you want the Aki way.
Take a pizza that'll hook you up. It's disgusting, but
why would I do that?
For the content, yeah. Just say you did it, I guess. It's a New York thing. You know how they are.
What do you say? Can't forget the Bev. Never.
Where are you guys? Where is this from?
I'm definitely going to get something the Aki way.
Where is this from? Like, why is this such a thing?
These all the well, not all the celebs, but anybody, a lot of people that are either from New York or go to New York, like rappers and stuff like that. They go do their little video where they go get their sandwich the Aki way.
Yeah, if you took like a pizza there, he'd put like one slice of pepperoni on top, one slice of pepper on the bottom. There's like mozzarella sticks in between.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's
And
disgusting.
you could put Fritos in there.
Yeah.
So can't forget the Fritos. And then you get like gummy worms. Like put some gummy worms on there. He says, sure.
This doesn't sound appealing. Like he does.
It gets views though.
It does. It's provocative. We gotta go get a sandwich the Aki way.
All right.
Can't
dude.
forget the Bev. Never, never, never.
I'm just so happy you two are amused by this.
Everybody on the East Coast goes there.
And it's in New York?
Yeah, I don't know where in New York. Probably in the
I was thinking I need to go back.
He's come out to LA a couple times. It's a pop up.
He's come out to LA?
He has before.
Oh, look how excited.
If he comes to
Kenny
LA,
got.
I'm gonna go. I'm telling you, I'm gonna go get Docu way. I don't know what I'm gonna get on it though. It's a good question.
I need to get to LA next Wednesday. Complex kind of mentioned that last week.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, yeah, some of the people that are gonna be there is good luck. It's good luck. That's what, at least that's
You mean like the Potters?
No.
Has the artist been
Friends.
announced?
No, I don't think it's going to be.
Oh,
but
or is it just what they were speculating on?
knows.
Complex knows who's going to be there. I don't know. Complex didn't tell me. He sat next to me for 20 minutes and didn't say nothing about it.
No, he found out later that night when I was with him.
Oh, we were sitting there eating ice cream together at Burger Patch. He ain't mentioned a thing. I almost, we was out so late, I almost went to District 30.
You should have pulled up. It
was like 11 when we parted ways. I was like, I should just go. Like I'm already here.
You kind of, in the way it is.
But sometimes D-Lo and KC means D-Lo or KC. And when KC said, I'm gonna go to District 30, it's like, cool, I'll go to the art show. I'll see y'all on Sunday.
Should have pulled up. We were, we could have been
like
tucked away somewhere where I could just kind of people watch and do whatever. It was hilarious.
It wasn't people watching. You was hyping the crowd up.
Yeah. Got on shout out to
like
my
me
man,
and Ricky's
Nico
back in the
Suave.
day.
Yeah. That's 705 J Street. Shout out DJ Oasis. Shout out Nico Suave, on the mic. Shout out to my man over there, King of Sacramento. He said the red carpet is always laid out when we pull up, man. Shout out D30. It was good times.
Yeah.
Shout out Kalon for real. And I want to be a rapper when I grow up.
Kalon, he made you want to be a rapper?
Well, yeah. He get the superstar treatment. Put him in the booth. Get on the mic for about 5 minutes. Recite some of your songs. Boom. Duffel bag handed to you.
DDP.
Wow.
DDP won the world heavyweight title like 45. You can do it.
That's true. You could do it. If Diamond Dallas Page can do it, Kenny Caraway can.
Still got years.
I might have to.
You did a year of Drake bars. I mean, we can't bring that back, but
we might. Drake ain't going nowhere. We might bring it back. It's nothing. He ain't going nowhere.
Dude, can someone tell I gotta dress normal at his kid's soccer game, by the way?
That's his bag, the whole baggy, like dressed like Michael Jordan thing. That's his thing right now.
I love my favorite part was the extra slim shirt and the old school braided belt with the drop down.
I like the sweater over the
I did like that. I thought that was hot.
Dude's funny to me,
I didn't hate the outfit as much as everybody did, but I just looked at the pants and I thought that's like a Tyrese. I guess that's the
I mean, that's what they
look.
all coming with the big pants.
I mean, I had baggy pants on this weekend, but they wasn't like that.
Drake was doing his thing, I guess.
I don't like
at Adonis's soccer game.
That's what Essentials does. They just make that stuff so like everything is oversized.
Oh, A says Aki's is in Brooklyn. So you like going to Brooklyn? You go to
Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn. Is Brooklyn in the house? I can
sandwich the Aki way. You can't forget the Bev. Go ahead, say it.
What was I forgot the? I don't remember.
Never.
No.
Come on. All right, we're gonna practice again.
Now,
during
where
the break.
is? So help me. This is a show, or this is just like Instagram?
The guy
I catch these on
bodega.
Yeah, I catch these on YouTube Shorts though, like the videos and stuff.
I follow him on Instagram, but yeah, he owns a bodega, and somehow he just started videotaping the way he puts these sandwiches together.
Video, like a camcorder, like Shaq at the Slam Dunk All-Star game, like Shaq with the camcorder. All right, we'll come back. We'll dive a little bit further into these NBA finals as well. Get back to these phone lines if you want to hop in. We'd love to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Is that the? No, that's not. For a second, I thought that was the guy from Snowfall. Stanley Cup Finals game 2 tonight.
Let's go. Who's playing?
Panthers and
The Oilers?
Let's go Panthers.
No, I went to Oilers to win. You know why? Because I heard a Canadian team has not won the Stanley Cup in 30 years.
All right, let's make it 31.
It's Bret Hart's fault.
Well, we don't need to make it 31 for Florida. If it was New York or Chicago, I guess. I mean, that makes more sense. But Florida, that'd be so disrespectful if the Florida Panthers are out here winning Stanley Cup Finals.
No, because it'd be like the same thing like the San Jose Sharks won it.
True, but I like the Bay Area. I'm biased.
Sharks probably have the best jerseys in all of sports, or at least their top 5.
I don't even know if they're top 10, sir.
Whoa. The throwbacks are clean. The regulars are clean. They're top 5 at least.
Off the top of my head, the Niners.
We really hype those up,
I don't even
man.
know if they got top 5 in California.
Stop. They're better than the Warriors. They're better than the Clippers jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take them over the Lakers.
Oh, no, man. Lakers got cachet. I was about to say the Raiders, too, but the Raiders aren't in California no more. I like the A's colors. I like the A's and Giants. The Dodgers is icon.
A's are clean.
They're better than the Angels.
Yeah, Angels don't even count as a California team, to be honest. I'd rather keep the Raiders than the Angels.
Are they better than they're better than the Chargers. They're better than the Chargers. Yeah.
That's facts. Matthew Tkachuk and Jason Tatum went to the same high school. Dude played for the Panthers.
Okay.
Nah, I mean the Sharks it's fire. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. It's fire. I ain't saying nothing bad about the Sharks.
We really hype up the Raiders jerseys. Like it's not just a black jersey with some silver letters on it.
The white one is fire.
The white one's cool.
The white Raiders jersey is fire. The black one is whatever. It's black. So
the Raiders jerseys are equivalent to what the Celtics are. They just stayed the same forever.
That's what I was going to mention too. The Celtics jersey is kind of fire. The black ones they won last night were dope. The originals are fire.
My favorite one is the green one.
I think that's part of the issue though. Like when we have this conversation, the Niners, the Lakers, Celtics, Steelers, even the Dodgers, maybe they're more iconic than great.
That's
maybe
fair.
That's the case. Though those are our iconic jerseys. I think the Giants fall in that category as well.
My fault, John Pauls. I didn't mean to offend the Raiders.
The black ones aren't great. The white ones are better. Black ones are cool though. All right, Gwitty, settle down. The Bucks. The Bucks.
Yeah, Bucks might have the worst. I don't know. Yeah.
Those little World League uniforms you guys had for about 3 years. Luckily, you went back to some better ones, but stop it, Gwitty. Stop it.
Who's got the worst uniforms in sports?
The Jazz. The Jazz changed their uniforms again.
See, but they fixed them now. Now they're cool because it's just the throwbacks, basically.
If they want to fix them, they should go back to the early 90s joints. Like
They want to fix them, move them to Seattle.
Utah about to come up. Utah about to get hockey, and then they about to get they trying to get baseball.
Paul, that'll never happen. There's too much money to be made.
Dolphins are pretty fired.
Are we on?
No, it's a long break, I guess.
How come it shows it stopped on mine? Are we for real not on? Oh, okay. I'm just looking at yeah, maybe it's stuck. I'm just looking at the board, and my screen isn't moving. Oh, that's weird. Okay. So, all right. We're live, pal. Dealing with KC. Shout out to the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, your locally owned and operated mattress retailer. I think today is the last day of the Memorial Day sale.
I think too.
It's June 10th. I remember telling us, we're going to run this thing through the 10th. I think today's the last day. It's the 10th. And even though Memorial Day is behind us, the Memorial Day mattress sale is not. Man, get out there. The 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required is still available today. Go to MatthewsMattress.com and find the location nearest you. Be sleeping comfortably on the new bed tonight.
10 Matthews Mattress stores, including their clearance center on Arden and Howe, or their location in Cameron Park, or like I said, the one in Elk Grove. I really like that one. I really like that location. It's a nice little spot. So 10 of them. You take your pick. You want to head over to Matthews Mattress, though, and take advantage of this sale, because this is a good look right here. This is a real good look.
MatthewsMattress.com. Of course, they are the presenters of the most important component of this show, the Chatty House. You want to be a part of the Chatty House Discord, you got to hit up 209 Dave Garcia, man. He's got the links. They're out there on social media. It's a great place. It pops all weekend long, man. That it's basically just Michigan Wolverine age jokes over and over again. And Michigan's there. They just talk about how old he is right there in the chat, man. But it's a fun time. It's a great way to connect with a great group that has a little bit too much fun. 916-909-1320. Said we got Johnny, right? Johnny, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. I was just wondering, who do you guys think would replace Sasha for, to not lose so much offense, but to gain some defense? You think Josh Green would be good, or like a Hardy or a Exum would be good?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think I like all of those names more than Sasha Vezenkov. I don't really know what to do with the Sasha stuff. Obviously, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it right now. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. There was conflicting reports that all kind of lead to the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. There was a report that said Sasha will not return to the Sacramento Kings. The Kings told him, hey, you're not in our plans. We'll try to figure something out for you. Then there was another report that said Sasha told the Kings, it was like one of those, no, they didn't break up with me, I broke up with them type of things, and that he'd like to resume his NBA career, and maybe there's a trade out there for him. I don't know, man. Sasha played 42 games last year. He was injured for a chunk of them. He has, it was difficult to figure out what was injuries and what was DNPs. I think I was able to navigate through it, and it looked like he missed about 30 games due to injury. But it feels like it really dragged there at the end, where maybe he could have come back, and because of the position that the Kings were in, they just kind of resigned to the fact to, maybe that's not the best, to try to bring him back and work him. Like we've got to try to establish something here. Of course, then Malik goes out, Kevin Huerter goes out, your depth completely changes there. But no matter what you think about Sasha's impact this season, I don't think it worked. And it certainly didn't work the way anyone on the radio thought that it might, as the Kings get eliminated and this brother's still playing in EuroLeague, and it's like, oh man, what if he's starting? Like, it just got like worse and worse as the season went along, as the the EuroLeague playoffs went along and along and along, like our thoughts on what Sasha could be just got worse and worse. And then training camp comes around and Mike's like, yeah, I don't really know if Sasha's going to play. All right, man. And it felt like it never really gained any traction.
Part of me feels like, and this is just me on the complete outside looking in. I'm not at the practices. I don't know the inner workings of that team. So it's really unfair for me to kind of say what I'm about to say, but I got a job to do. I'm going to talk about it. It feels like Mike didn't give it a chance. Feels like Mike Brown.
Man, what did Mike Brown do to you?
He did nothing.
You really don't like Mike Brown.
I don't.
You
say
feel
that.
like you feel about Mike
Do
Brown
not say that.
the way Cheryl feels about Luke.
Absolutely not. I love Mike Brown.
Can't wait till that courtside Kenny tweet comes in with idiot.
You're never gonna see that when it comes to Mike Brown because I love Mike Brown.
Well, you also don't talk like that.
I think he's a heck of a coach, but I do have a fundamental disagreement with the way that he went about last season. And I just think this whole notion of what we did last year wasn't good enough to win in the playoffs, and we need to be more defensive focused and all this other stuff, and that needs to be improved. And if I don't know if he said this or not, so I don't want to say this is what he said, but the idea that, you know, if we take a step back on offense, but we get better on defense, we'll be more prepared. I just think that was flawed at every turn. All
right.
With the people that he would play, the people that his approach. I mean, when we talk about JaVale, who we think that was a Mike Brown guy, Chris Duarte, who we think that was a Mike Brown guy that he tried to force into the starting lineup or into the rotation at the
he tried to
the season.
You were right the first time too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to be
Go
fair
back to
him.
training camp. No, he did.
And how
if Chris Duarte hadn't got hurt, there's no telling how the first part of the season would have played out.
His approach to Herter, and now looking at Sasha, and I can't believe they tried to get him here to Sacramento, and Mike was like, "Yeah, get him over here. I'm gonna not play him." Like, come on, he talked to Sasha. Sasha, get over here. There are gonna be a bunch of DMPs in your future over here, but come over here. Like, no, I think he was probably told that, you know, maybe not promised, but told like, hey, we see you in our future. And his lack of defense or whatever maybe didn't line up with what Mike Brown was trying to do. And he didn't get a fair shot, I think. And I think all of that messed with this team this year. I think they lost their identity.
How do you guys think they got this so wrong? Because like he has a guaranteed money coming up this year, so obviously they expected him to be around for a couple of years at least, and that was just a matter of like, yeah, like it's over now. Like they had plans for the guy, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I have a little bit of an issue with what you just said. But let's get to Kamara first because he charges by the hour. 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's up, man?
A couple things. First of all, I totally agree with Kenny. I think it was just weird how they were chasing this guy across the globe just to DMP him for like 60% of the year. It looks like they had no vision for the roster or for him or how he was going to be incorporated. I don't know if like it's one of those things where you get the person or you get the girl and then you start dating her and you're like, I really don't like her. I don't know what it was. It's just kind of weird, but the whole thing, it's just odd the way Mike handled the entire situation. But listen, I was calling to razz Kenny a little bit, man. Kenny, the street saying you duck and smoke, Kenny.
I never duck smoke.
They say you duck and smoke. They say you were at the Folsom, pickup game. You heard Steph coming in there, and they said you jumped in your Tesla and ran home. That's what I heard. I don't know.
Absolutely not. First and foremost, I think that was at Lifestyle Fitness or whatever, which is Lifetime Fitness, that's Kamara. That's your and Damien's pay grade to have a membership there, not me. I'm more of a 24-hour fitness. If I'm really being, putting my money out there, I'm more of an in shape fitness. That Lifetime Fitness, that's that D-Lo Kamara money to have a membership.
This guy This guy got $100,000 machine in his backyard.
That's not true.
That's facts. We looked it
not
up.
true at
No,
all.
it's facts.
Not
We looked it up.
$100,000. What are we talking about? See how people believe the things that you guys say?
You opened this show saying my jet was on the internet. What are you talking about?
He does have a BJ.
If any one of us has a jet, it's the dude on the phone.
Well, that's a fact.
Oh man, I'm just messing with y'all, man. But no, I'm in agreement with y'all. Back to the Sasha thing, and I don't know what was going on there, and I'm intrigued to hear what James has to say about it, because the whole thing was just kind of messy, you know.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Lifetime Fitness, man. Ain't no joke.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought it was one of them, Planet Fitness $9.99.
No. Hell no.
That is not what that is. No wonder Steph Curry was out there. That ain't my money. Lord,
that was one of the.
I got a gym in my garage that's less expensive than this.
We definitely gotta like break down everything that we're talking about right now. But I just want to say that was one of the coolest things. That's why I love basketball. I love the NBA. That was so dope to see him playing basketball. It wasn't just a random gym, like can't everybody get in there, but that was dope. Steph Curry was up here running fives with everybody. That was dope to see.
Man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
Oh, you guys are right. This is a membership.
Yeah, like, hey, Lifetime, can we get an endorsement? No wonder it's in Folsom. Your ass ain't getting in.
Lifetime is I already know what time it is, because Lifetime is the company that what's old boy's name? The trainer. That's where all them pros go in New York. To Lifetime Fitness. You ever seen that where they're like
Adon?
No, they go to a gym, Lifetime Fitness. But like when Melo's working out and
isn't that Adon? Isn't that
no, that's
Carmelo's trainer?
It's he might be one of them, but the other one is like dude's in 2K. I forgot his name. Yeah, Brinkley. He does a lot of the training out of there too. But when I saw that's where they were all at a Lifetime Fitness, and they're like, "Oh, they got one in Folsom." I was like, "Oh, okay." Well,
Kyle Draper in the background, Mark Jones somewhere nearby. Like, yeah, it's
take me a lifetime to pay off that membership.
Salute to Steph. Yeah, that's pretty dope. So when you and Kamara were both kind of pontificating how you guys hate defense.
Not true.
I don't have as big of an issue. I don't think I have as big of an issue as Mike, taking the approach of like, hey, we've got to work on this side of the floor. We've got to get better on this side of the floor, meaning the defensive side of the floor. I think maybe given the fact there was the lack of roster changes, maybe gave Mike an unrealistic sense about what he could potentially do. And the fact that he leaned on, this is hindsight. I'm not trying to be critical of Mike with this statement. This is hindsight, knowing what we know now. But he leaned on the wrong guy to start this movement, and it was Chris Duarte, which is what really draws us back to the conclusion. Sometimes we say, things, tongue in cheek and joking, but and there is a certain level of joke to this. But like this is where we form the theory that Mike doesn't like Kevin Huerter on this team. And he felt like there was and as much as people bring up Harrison Barnes' name, and as much as they say, replace Harrison Barnes in the starting lineup with Trey Lyles, try this, try that, like Mike clearly, from what we saw this year, never had that thought. But he did with Kevin. He just went to Chris Duarte first and not Keon Ellis. What would have looked like had he gone to Keon Ellis first? Hell, what would have looked like if Chris Duarte hadn't gotten injured? Because Mike, I was going back to Kevin. Everybody knew. Meanwhile, Kevin damn near in tears at the locker, like, yeah, I don't know. I just got to do what coach has asked me to do. Like he made this thing like, oh, it was no big deal. Meanwhile, Kevin looked like someone stole his puppy. Like those two either didn't communicate very well, or Mike was trying to cushion what looked like just a bad everything. Like the optics of that whole thing were bad. But the gist of what Mike was trying to do, I didn't hate. Like, you have something, and I think Mike's thinking, let's build on that. Let's take what we have and build on it. The roster didn't really allow the build. The roster was, okay, we could do that, but it's going to cost you. Like, we're going to lose something over here to be able to do something over here. And for a while, that's what we saw. And we questioned at the start of the season, like, what happened to the Kings offense? Where's the Kings offense? Oh, yeah, they're like marginally better defensively. And they really didn't get measurably better defensively until Keon Ellis started regularly playing. But it just was a series of ideas that's, to me, it was a series of ideas that sound really good in like an off-season meeting, but don't necessarily work in execution.
Yeah, and I think the thought of it may take away from this a little bit for us to get better. I just never agreed with that thought. Like, no, we need to get better, but it can't take away from what we're doing.
Well, no, and I'm not insinuating that it should. I'm saying that wound up being the end result.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying anything like about what you may be saying, but that was like the thought around what Mike Brown was preaching, or like what people would say. You know, we'll talk to James. James would say the same thing. Like,
it wasn't what Monty was preaching.
Well, and that's a whole another dynamic.
I don't remember when in the season it was he said that.
It was around.
Was it the trade deadline?
Trade deadline.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out where would Monty have talked. That would have had to have been it.
Yeah, it was around that time, and that's the same thing that I'm thinking as we talk about all this. Is I don't know if they're necessarily on the same page. I think it feels like they give some type of give and take to each other. Like Monty, like Sasha seems like a Monty guy, right? And Mike Brown might have looked at Sasha like, I need some guys that can play defense. This guy ain't doing that. But you know what, Monty? I'll give you one. Go ahead, do what you got to do. I'll give you one. And then he said, I gave you Sasha. Now you need to go get me Chris Duarte. You know what I mean? It feels like they like work together that way with these two different type of players that they give grace to a lot of times, and nobody really like gets in the way of the other. That's how they work together. But I don't know if they're on the same page with their idea of how to build this team necessarily. I think Monty, and I'm going off some of the guys that he got, and also looking at his time in Houston, which may not be fair because he wasn't in complete control, but score points, shoot the three ball, and be scrappy on the other end. But if you're not this unbelievable defender, that's not going to keep me from drafting you or signing you or anything else like that. And I feel like Mike Brown feels like he is, at least going into last year, he's done with the can't play defense guys. Like, you can't be here if you're not going to defend at all.
But that's the thing with. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
I was saying, isn't that kind of an issue though?
It might be.
Yeah, like if
it might
they're
be.
just not saying they're not on the same page, but if just not completely,
Well, it's also an issue. Like, Mike can't be done with anybody. Like, bro, if to steal your old line from a couple of seasons, if you've got a superpower, you need to utilize it. And if this individual helps you more on the offensive end, whoever that individual may be, guess what? You're going to be a prolific offensive team. There's nothing good about the way the Indiana Pacers play defense at all, but they dictated what they did on the offensive end. And, whether their appearance in the conference finals was fool's gold or not, they were in the conference finals. And they couldn't play defense for nothing. Now, it caught up to them at that point, but that's the conference finals. Right. There's 4 teams left. And, yeah, Mike need to shake that a little bit, because I'm sure Rick doesn't love the idea of, like, I'm sure Rick Carlisle loves the idea of winning a game, but, like, in his coaches' meetings moment, he's not going to want to win 140 to 137. Like, he's going to take the win, and I'm talking more during the regular season than a playoff series. he's going to take the win, but he's going to be frustrated in the film session the next day.
He spoke about it during the season. I remember vividly when he was talking about, like, we got to decide whether we're going to play defense or whatever.
And they decided against it.
This is what we're going to do. But the reason why I had such a problem with that talk around this team, it's not because the logic behind it or the idea behind it wasn't accurate. Like, yes, you have to be able to defend to move on in the playoffs or whatever. It's because I keep saying that wasn't why they lost in the playoffs. I thought Mike and that coaching staff had essentially prepared that group that people looked at, they don't play defense. It prepared them to be tough enough and to compete at a high enough level by the time the playoffs came around that they were adequate and they were fine with their defensive effort and how they approached the game. Where is Kevin Huerter this great defender?
You talking about the first year?
Yeah, the first year.
Yeah. I'm with you.
By the time they got to the playoffs, I keep bringing it up. They were the ones that the other team was sending a memo to the league office about there being too physical. JJ Redick.
They're cheating.
This is not
the league wants Sacramento to win. That's the next Lakers head coach right there.
They were the ones. The Kings were the ones that have brought that type of intensity. I give credit to Mike, Jordy, and that coaching staff, Doug Christie, all those guys that have prepared those guys to play at that level on that stage. I felt you should have trusted those guys to come into the next year and say, all right, you guys know what it takes, build on that. And to be fair and to be honest, we're talking about one player, right? We're talking about Kevin Huerter. And maybe that's unfair to Mike because Mike could be listening to this talking about, we're only talking about one player. Like everybody else got to play and come back and do all this other stuff. And we're stuck on this one player. But you look at Kevin and then looking at a guy like Sasha and not giving him the opportunity. I believe not giving him the opportunity to get comfortable in this rotation when I think you still should have been leaning into that whole idea of we're this prolific scoring team. I thought that was a misstep.
Yeah. I think there's a fine line between what Sacramento was and what Indiana was. Indiana had I feel like I haven't seen this in a while. I need to bring this clip back. It's still, I know what it is. Yeah, I just gotta
series.
This is the next Lakers head coach right here.
The series. They have allowed too much. I have no problem with physical play in the playoffs. But if Steph Curry's not allowed to move off the ball, if you're preventing players from running down the court and you're allowing that to happen, there's a play late in game 2 where Kevon Looney's right underneath the rim, ready for a rebound. Sabonis crashes in, pushes him in the back. They don't call the foul.
Nope.
That's a foul.
No.
The referees have dictated too much in the Kings' favor in this series. I really believe that. And I don't know if it's the home crowd or whatever. I rarely complain about the referees. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever complained about the referees.
Yeah.
I think they're great.
Yep.
But if they're going to come back in this series, they've got to call the game the way the game is supposed to be called. I really
the slam on the table. Wow. Slam the table.
We should have known back then that he was angling to be the Lakers coach with a take like that.
It is so much worse watching it now.
It's amazing.
They don't call the foul. That's a foul.
It's a foul.
The referees have dictated too much in the Kings' favor in this series. I really believe that. And I don't know if it's...
That's my favorite. When someone says, I really believe that. Because I know it sounds like I'm full of crap right now, but I really do believe it.
The home...
Speaking of full of crap, we need to talk about that dude at the end of the table at some point.
Crowd or whatever. I rarely complain about the referees. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever complained about the referees. I think they're great.
This dude.
But if they're going to come back in this series, they've got to call the game the way the game is supposed to be called. I really believe that.
And then he hit us with 2. He hit us with 2. I really believe that.
Oh man,
You're right.
classic.
It sounds even more ridiculous today.
Go touch the
Classic.
fence and back.
Yeah, it was
JJ.
ridiculous then, but my God, it's even worse today.
Classic. So the moral of the story is that was the team that everybody looked
Yep.
at and said they got to get better on the defensive end. It's not going to cut it in the playoffs. That team. And I disagree. I thought they were building towards it. I thought they had learned some stuff. And once again, you can make the argument I'm being completely unfair to Mike Brown because we're really talking about one player. Really. Kevin Huerter. And it may be a player and a half because he didn't play Sasha, and we believe it's.
But the clock says 1:43, so we'll be back with more D'Lo and KC coming up on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I better write down what I was going to say. That's all that matters. It didn't matter. Was your screen froze too? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think well, I looked over, like, I think the time was off too. So like that, yeah, it doesn't matter, whatever. But as long as everything ran the way it was supposed to. For those that didn't get that Lifetime Fitness membership was $219 a month.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I'm sure there's like some taxes or some fees they got to add on top of that.
Man, it's just for some dumbbells and a basketball court. Jeez. Biggity Blake, yeah, talk about it. His man doing press conferences with dried blood on his shirt and black eyes and
It's facts, John Poles. The Odyssey needs to get me on one of the duck boats.
Oh gosh, it's gonna happen.
We'll see if John in Connecticut can get you out there.
He's connected.
Yeah, gym in the garage is the way to go, Michigan. Oh, I'm sure it has more than gyms in a gym, dumbbells in a court, but
Equinox vibes.
Looks fire for sure. But it's also in Folsom, which is the worst location on the planet from Roseville.
They said they got one in Roseville.
Yeah, I think they do. I think it's off 65.
Why don't we just create our own gym
Still
here,
not
like
going.
Dwight?
Uh-oh. Is that an office?
Yeah.
Created a gym for Daryl.
Yep.
Leezy, I think my pick right now would be Drew Holiday. I think.
You know who it is? It's Brad Stevens.
Yeah, all right, Bob Myers. That guy really does not know how to do this
That
job.
dude is ass.
Yeah, like you can tell he just does not know what he's doing out there.
He's like, no, who do you guys think the MVP is? No, I got my answer. I want to Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, Jaylen Brown. You know who it is? It's Brad Stevens. Sir, shut the fuck up. And then he comes up and he does this whole thing. He does it like he's talking. If you didn't stick around for the conversation with Derek Wright, it is fascinating. Derek White looks at Bob Myers like he is the stupidest individual that has ever opened his mouth. He's literally like looking at him dumbfounded. He's talking about the Pacers, for God's sakes. And Derek White is just looking at him like, dude, you were the GM of the Warriors?
This is, and I mean this in a nice way because he's great at his job. This is all Tony Romo's fault. Everyone thought these guys could be Tony Romo after.
Yeah, he might not be wrong.
I don't know why they thought he was any good. I have no idea why.
Awful. Just no personality whatsoever and dumb as a bucket of tacks.
He tried to send it. I saw the transcript. I didn't see the clip, but he tried to send a shot at Stephen A, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he that was, I think, pre-game.
You know when Bob hits him with, hey, you guys go first, and his mind's like, oh, I'm gonna cook with this answer. Like they're gonna love it. It's just no, it falls flat.
He is awful. That whole ESPN, yeah, they're so bad.
I don't even watch it.
It is so.
It's not worth watching. I don't
so
think.
bad. Yeah, I just didn't turn it off fast enough. I did. I had a weird moment last night where I flipped over to watch the after torturing myself and watching Bob Myers on television for 3.5 minutes. After throwing my face through the window and pulling all of the glass out to just relieve some of the pain of listening to him, I flipped over to the Sparks and Aces. Well, right at that point, like I watched a little bit of it, but had to, hey, got the call from Sarah. Hey, it's time. So I ran upstairs to do our TV work. And so I'm coming. So we finish up, walking back downstairs. And as I'm like entering the room, there's this like orange hue that's taking over the room. I'm like, man, what is Taz about to walk out? Like, what the hell is this? I was like a little bit concerned, like, what is going on down here? Well, the game had gone off the air, and I guess it was a League Pass game. So the screen had just gone orange with the WNBA logo. And man, that was a tough look. But I was a little bit concerned. I was like, what are like my lights broke? Like, what is that light?
No,
That's the WNBA logo.
No, it's I've had a situation like that. I think I talked about it on the show. Did I tell you about when the TV just turned on in the middle of the night?
Yeah, I think you told us about that.
That was crazy, bro.
I don't. That's like the Google machines. I don't trust those.
Yeah, I think
unplug
you
mine.
told us about that.
I don't know what. I still don't know what happened to this day. Like they have one example that just doesn't seem plausible. They're like, yeah, when the battery's low on your remote, sometimes people have been known to have the TV turn on because they need a new battery. That don't even sound logical. I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know.
Well, they can't tell you. The guy who used to live at your house used to watch TV in that room. Like no one's gonna believe that.
What do you think's more likely, Jesse scenario or the scenario you Googled about the remote?
Oh, Jesse scenario.
It was just the ghost in Elk Grove was trying to catch up on old episodes of The Office. And
Hey, my rule is like, if there's a ghost at my house, like, brother, that's your house too. Like, I won't bother you. You let them be.
Don't bother me.
Yeah, you let them be.
Don't bother me.
I've watched enough movies in my life.
My whole thing is just let me be. We don't need to like interact. You don't need to mess with my stuff. I won't mess with your stuff. So don't go moving canisters or anything.
well, if he's a
loft from like 2
ghost-
a.m. to 5 a.m. and we're good.
If he's a ghost, he might feel like all of that stuff is his.
Well, I mean, I understand that it's not. He doesn't pay any of the mortgage. His name's not on the mortgage, so it's not.
He also doesn't eat that you know of.
He doesn't do any of this. So I mean, it's not.
So he's saving you money by not
If
eating.
he wants to, but if he wants to contribute to this mortgage, sure, then you can walk around and turn TVs on. But if you're not doing that, none of this stuff is yours. You don't even own the land.
See, you're playing a scary game, pal.
No, you really are like arguing with a ghost.
You can't
like
beef
live
with a
here
ghost,
on the
bro.
radio show.
I'm
That's-
not beefing. I think he would understand. It's a lot.
Oh, so ghosts are reasonable.
Absolutely. What? Do you think they're all just evil or something?
Yeah.
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 I'm
Casper is ghost.
Yeah,
No, Casper is big ghost propaganda.
I'm sorry. What do kids go as Halloween? They go as ghosts.
Yeah, there are some
'Cause
that are evil. They're not all evil.
So
All
you
spirits
you
and ghosts
think
are not
ghosts
all
are just kicking it?
Some of them, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, what, you
Turning
think they're
into-
all just like haunting people?
Yes.
Some
It's
of
a
them-
ghost!
Yes,
Yes,
that's what I
exactly
think.
what
It's
it
a
does.
ghost. No, some of them are just there.
All right, man.
So you think they're all evil spirits?
I mean, if it's a spirit, like immediate, I'm concerned just at the thought of a spirit.
What
like,
about
yeah.
what about when people are like I got a daughter, right? And my dad passed away, and she made You know, people just we having a good time here. Say,
are we?
Yeah, because you got I am.
You're
guys think
arguing with a
everybody's evil.
ghost.
You guys think everybody's evil. Yeah, every ghost is evil.
A ghost
But
is
like
no different to a squatter to me, bro. Get out of my
so
house.
They tell you like the old adage is like babies see ghosts, like babies see spirits and ghosts.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what they say. So say my dad, the spirit of my dad is around.
Uh-huh.
You think that's an evil spirit?
I don't know.
It's not.
What the world? I have no idea. I don't know nothing about your dad.
It's not an evil spirit.
Okay.
Think of anybody that you're close to, that you love, that they say his spirit is in the house. He's watching it. They're not evil.
Yeah, but that's a spirit is different than
that's true. Spirit's different.
Someone
from ghosts,
turning on the TV.
What's
and
the difference between? No, there's not. There's not a difference.
A spirit is it's
They're
almost
the
like the spirit is almost like a feeling more than it is. A ghost is like, hey, who's getting up shots outside? Like, why is the ball going?
A ghost is like, hey, babe, you want me to get up? Or
who broke my record at 2:00 in the morning? Who did that?
Those they're one and the same.
Okay,
they're one and the same.
So spirits and ghosts are the same.
Yeah.
I'm going to Google. I'm gonna.
There's no. There's no Casper riding around. They don't put on
spirits.
They don't put on bed sheets
and ghosts.
Casper is big ghost propaganda, bro.
They don't do that.
A ghost is the soul or spirit of a dead person. No, I'm trying to figure out what's the difference. Well, there's the Holy Spirit and the Holy Ghost. That's not what I'm looking for. What is the difference between a ghost and a spirit? The words ghost and spirit are thought to mean the same thing. However, they are two entirely different beings.
Thank you.
Ghost, the term ghost, is an earthbound spirit or dead people who remain among the living without crossing over to the other side. Oh, so they never left.
That
they
was
like
the
linger.
Premise, that was the premise of what's my girl? Jehu, Jennifer Love Hewitt. Wasn't that her show? She had a show where she talked to people in ghosts before they crossed.
Ghost
over.
Whisper, I think.
Yeah.
Ghost Whisper was on my
Jennifer
house.
Love Hewitt was on a show called Ghost Whisper.
Yeah.
It's like an early 2000 show, I think.
It was a good show. And she would talk to them like when
spirits are positive light beings. The soul of a person or an animal which has the ability to visit the physical plane after the death of the body to protect or communicate with the loved ones.
Literally sounds like a ghost.
It's not the same thing.
Not, no,
they're not the same thing.
Nice.
The spirit has crossed over. The ghost is just like, no.
No, the ghost is like the guy at your house, your friend. Like, go home, bro. The party's over. Go home.
No,
leave.
That's why the ghost is pissed off. It thinks it's still alive.
Not true. Jesse, you just talked about Ghost Whisperer. Were all those ghosts evil?
Some of them were. Some were pretty mean. Some of them were pretty mean.
All of them evil.
Not all of them,
but were trying to get messages across and all this other.
But they were lost.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Not all ghosts or spirits are evil. That's my whole point.
No, spirits clearly aren't evil.
Not all ghosts are evil. That was the premise of what I'm saying.
All spirits are nice. Not all ghosts are bad, but most of them are jerks.
Yeah, most ghosts are jerks because they're gonna F with you. Like that's the thing. Like they're gonna mess with you.
Yeah, you're not gonna know my
they're gonna
pots and my
turn your
pans.
TV on. Maybe that was your dad. Maybe your dad turned your TV on, and then he had you Googling why do TVs turn on in the middle of the night.
The biggest laugh ever. You're like, this is hilarious.
The guy from Soul, his name was Joe, right?
Yeah.
So he'd be considered a ghost. He died, did not cross over.
Yep.
So I guess that kind of ties into Kenny's point. They're not all bad. I guess we got examples here.
I'll be watching. Now the ones that are on
are ghosts.
What's my show?
Friendly.
It's not even my show. Jazz likes the show, but I end up watching it.
Is it Ghost Hunters? I think you said.
I think it is Ghost Hunters. It's Ghost Hunters. Yeah, Ghost Hunters. Where they go in there like some. Now those ones are not really nice. They're not nice at all. They're causing havoc.
Knock twice if you are here.
And then they like throw a lamp across the room.
Do friendly ghosts exist? If so, where can I find one? These are Reddit threads. This is real.
Oh, Reddit is awesome. Yeah, Reddit. That's where all the sensible people go.
Tune in. Dealing with Casey July 8th. We'll have Casper the Friendly Ghost on at 2:30.
Friendly ghosts exist. Discussions. I'm not 100% sure, but all the signs are there for me.
Hey, you better be careful, pal. Poltergeist. They go through your electronics. Those ghosts.
I say I don't want no problem with no mean ghosts.
Poltergeist also one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Was that the one with the guy had the nails in his face?
No, I don't think so. No.
What was that? That's before.
What had the nails in it?
Yeah, the.
Oh, that was Hellraiser. Yeah, that was not Poltergeist. Poltergeist was, what was it?
Poltergeist, they live like the TV and like
was
stuff
it there?
like that.
They're here or they're back. I think that was the line.
Mm.
The little girl. Wasn't that the line?
They're
back.
Somebody call Whitey Gleason. He would know. Friday Night Theater.
Well, I think he's busy.
He's got a minute and a half.
Somebody get him on the phone right now. Look at this. It's a YouTube video that says 8-year-old haunted by friendly ghost. If the ghost is friendly, how can it be haunting?
Well, because ghosts are a little scary. Regardless,
See,
I
that's
don't
the thing
want 'em
too.
around. I don't want spirits around.
I don't want a ghost hanging around my kid because kids are easily influenced and stuff. Like it's the movies.
But that's also not fair and disingenuous because babies like ghosts, the friendly ones.
They don't know any better.
Yeah, because they see them for what they are. They haven't watched movies forever and are afraid of a ghost. They look at that spirit. Did you see this? This was funny. Did you see this? It was a celebrity. I'm sorry for the radio audience, but celebrity softball game. Lady hits a ground ball. He's got the ball. They let the lady walk all the way to first base, and then you're out.
That's amazing. He's throwing that woman out of there. That's amazing.
I think she was like 99 years old or something like that. They went all the way down the first base line. And they throw him the ball now, and he's like, "Oh yeah, come on down, yeah."
That's amazing.
Everybody stand up and applaud. She gets to the base.
Is that a ghost or a person?
I don't know.
Where is this? Why is her jersey number 69? Come on, man. Because there's no way that woman's 69. She's in her 80s
I think it was
at
somewhere
minimum.
in Cleveland.
She's in her 80s, maybe 90s. Well, that was like when the Red Sox struck out Billy Crystal. Remember when Billy Crystal played in like a spring training game or whatever? It's just like throw Billy Crystal a little.
They brought the heat.
Yeah, hell yeah, they brought the heat.
Yeah.
Billy, don't even bring the bat with you next time. Take a camera if you're not going to swing.
Out of there.
He's a Yankees fan. I expect nothing else. He's a Yankees fan.
I would have threw a knuckleball at him.
I want Magic Johnson to get into the batter's box against Camilo Duvall and blow him away too.
All right.
But yes, babies see the spirits for what they are. They're not.
How
afraid.
do we know this?
We don't. But
There's two entities that can't communicate with each other. A baby, or can't communicate with us. A baby and a spirit.
Dogs low key.
I was about to say we know everything. We know everything about dogs.
That's true.
Well, dogs bark at nothing, and they say they see it.
That's true too. Dogs do see spirits.
That was one of the Paranormal Activity movies.
Yeah. They do.
Okay, so we're basing all of this off movies. So far, we got the Poltergeist and Paranormal Activity. All right, cool.
What else are we gonna base it off
this
of?
is good. This fine. It's fine.
That's what they do it all the time. Science. That's just science. You do what you can with what you got, and you have educated guesses. That's what they are.
So Sasha Vezenkov, huh?
Is Sasha a ghost or a spirit?
He's about to be a ghost.
Man.
On the Sacramento Kings.
Man. What's Luka? What's Luka to the Sacramento Kings? A
For
ghost
those who
or
didn't catch it
spirit?
earlier when I called him Doris Barling, we all caught last night when Doris. I was uncalled for, Doris.
What did
We
she
love
say?
her. So Luke, they were talking about how great Luka was, and JJ was talking about how great Luka was, and then Doris chimes in like, "Hey, who were the teams that passed? The top two teams that passed on him again? Who was it? JJ? Who was it? Doris, that was completely uncalled for. Why would
It
we
also
do that?
wasn't 2, was it?
Technically it was like 4 because it was Phoenix, the Kings, the Memphis Grizzlies select Triple J.
Yeah. And then
I think Atlanta.
It was Atlanta.
Had 4. They had the 4 pick, and then they traded with Dallas. And so Atlanta made the pick for Dallas, I think, kind of. I'm not exactly.
I think the Hawks might have the 3rd pick, if I'm not mistaken. They had a trade.
They traded.
Yeah, it was
So
already ahead of
Jaren was
time.
4th?
Yeah, I believe so.
I actually really like Jaren in that draft. Yeah, it was Phoenix, Sacramento, Atlanta was third. Jesse's right. Then Memphis, and then yeah. So Luka.
That trade was already like
So yeah. 3 teams passed on him. Once you include, once you include Atlanta, 3 teams passed on him.
Yeah, but Doris, come on, Doris, we love you. That was uncalled for.
Also, no one asked. What's
Chill
that
out,
have to do
Doris.
with anything?
Yeah.
Well, they're ghosts or spirits, and they're evil. So
Ghosts probably
they
defend
are,
better
man.
than Luka.
He's a ghost. So no, look. So this was the thing, and people always
he's a ghost on the defensive end and a spirit on the offensive one.
Some people looked at what I said yesterday about Luka on Twitter as hate, and because I said something to the effect of his 23 points is fantastic, but he's playing some of the worst defense I've ever seen. I mean, literally every single time he's guarding somebody, they blow by him. There's no resistance. There's not even like a hand check. Hell, get a foul or something like that for trying to reach in or something. There's nothing. They literally go by him like he's a chair. And it's awful. So I talked about that in the first half. And then here's the conundrum for Luka and what I wonder. I don't know if he can do both. I don't know if he can try on the defensive end and score at a high level. Because what happened in the second half, I'm giving him credit when I say this, is he stopped that. I don't know if he recognized it himself. Somebody talked to him. I highly doubt somebody talked to Luka like, yo, you got to play defense. I can't imagine that's how the dynamics go. But he offered more resistance in the second half on the defensive end. It gave more of an effort. And it was noticeable. Like it helped Dallas when he did that. But what he have in the second half up until like the last minute, he had like 7 points.
He was 9 of 13 in the first half, 3 of 8 in the second half, and only had 3 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think he can't.
Is that so? What is that? Is that Boston? Or is
Boston is making the decision to not let him off the hook on the defensive end. They are saying you are going to be in all this action, and anytime, particularly Brown and Tatum, have him on a switch, they do not pull up for a jump shot. They say, nope, we're going to go right around you, get to the bucket, create kick out opportunities, or finish at the hoop. They see him in transition. We ain't bailing you out. We are going to attack, and they're eating right now off of it. And like I said, I don't know if Luka, I don't know if it's his conditioning or what, but I don't know if he can do both. If he can
that's
get
a lot
the same
to ask, conditioning or otherwise. Like Luka's conditioning is always going to be criticized, but that's a lot. Like, hey, be the main offensive load, and no, we're going to wear your ass out over here.
Well, yeah, I think the Celtics game plan and all this is just like, we're not going to double him or anything. Like, he'll do his work on offensively, but you're going to have to play both sides of the ball.
That's why I feel like they're trying to they're not giving Kyrie a chance to do, like, if Luka's going to go for 30 or whatever, we're going to do our best, but he's not. We are not letting Kyrie, because Kyrie can get going, and then all of a sudden a little bit more, and this isn't meant to be a shot, but a little bit more than Luka. I feel like when Kyrie gets going, that's where the PJs, Washington, start getting going, and the other guys. It feels like there's a little more, and again, I don't mean this as a shot, but it feels like there's a little more life in the offense when it's Kyrie, having those moments versus Luka having those moments.
It's accurate though. Like, it's not, I don't feel like it's a shot, but it's just accurate. It's what it is. The team has a little more life when Kyrie is going, because not only is his offense clicking, but it opens up so much for everyone else. The Celtics, to both of your guys' points, the Celtics plan on defense is how their plan for defending Luka is how they treat him on their offense. That's how they're defending Luka. Like, we ain't gonna send no doubles or nothing else like that. Like Jesse said, we're just gonna make sure you work on the other side of the floor. Can't hide from us. And so far, it's worked. Nothing has changed about how I feel about this series. I think it's over. I thought it was over on Friday. But what I wanted to see from Dallas yesterday was they didn't have to win the game. but they had to show that they could win a game. And I came away saying I think they could get one of these two in Dallas.
Mhm.
I think they can win. I don't know if they can win in Boston at all, but maybe they could get one of these two in Dallas. But that would lend to being a 5-game series.
If they don't get game 3, I think it's over in 4.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to think. I feel like they have competed. It just feels like Boston has another gear
and that's
that
the
they
crazy
don't.
thing. Boston hasn't really.
And I'm not even talking about that aspect of it. I'm talking about within the game that's being played. I feel like they have the ability to hit another gear that Dallas just doesn't. And it's not Dallas. I don't think anyone else has this gear. And Dallas, of all these different teams, like they just can't match up. And so, I think close games are going to be tough for Dallas. Like they're going to have to find a way, I think, to, if this is going to get to 5 or 6, they're going to have to find a way to they're going to have to get them. Like it's going to have to be a hot shooting game. And this is where Jason Kidd's got to work. They've got to find a way to free up Kyrie. Now that might not even be possible, but I just don't think you can survive even in these close games if it's just Luka.
See, that's the thing though. I'm not sure that Kyrie's going to be able to show up this series. It's not just Kyrie just hasn't shown up in the finals. Like Boston has been a problem. Like they have the blueprint.
They're taking him away.
Like it's been a 2-year thing. Like he's been struggling against them for last 12 games or whatever. He hasn't won.
0-12 now?
Yeah, 0-12. I think he's got 8 of those games. He shot less than 40% now.
It's tough. And I also say, to me, it's not really it's not a shot or hated Dallas. Dallas is the 5th best team in the Western Conference record wise. Like they've had a hell of a run and a hell of a season in what they were able to do, turning their season around. But it's nothing more than clock striking midnight on Cinderella. Like they weren't the team. I'm with you. I don't think anybody was going to beat Boston, but this wasn't the team that was going to push them. Not Dallas. Not Dallas.
I don't think they're Cinderella. They earned their spot here.
Absolutely. They won the games or whatever the case may be, but
this team is significantly better to me than the one that went to the conference finals a couple years ago.
To be determined for me.
Really?
Yeah. I gotta see.
I do not see these two teams as the same thing at all.
They have a lot of guys that, I want to see what they do again. Like I want to see.
Well, to me, that's no bearing on my opinion on them right now. What they do next year doesn't change how I feel about them right now. This team right now is better than that team was.
I don't know. I think Jalen Brunson was on that team. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is better than Derrick Jones. Kyrie Irving is better than anybody on that team as well. But I think Maxey was a better player. Was Porzingis on that team too? I think he was. I think Porzingis is better than Lively or Gafford. I think the teams are equal.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because neither one of them is coming away with a championship.
Oh, one did get to the finals though. Yeah,
they did. Yeah, they did, and I thought they played well to get there. Like with this Dallas team, you see it. A lot of the things that Dallas has been able to do to get to this point, they can't do against Boston, and that's the tough part. Nothing, just absolutely nothing. We'll come back. James Ham is going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. We'll talk more about this Sasha Vezenkov thing with the Sacramento Kings, what that means for them moving forward. We'll bring him into some of these conversations we've had as well about Mike's approach last year. So a lot more ahead regarding the Kings. A couple more basketball notes, NBA notes too, as well as the W. Medilo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Buddha.
Let's get a little 13th round action. We had a little action over the weekend. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. And shout out to Cola Seamoss. You already know the vibes. You know what it is. And looks like the AB era is done. Now, some of you guys are hearing that and be like, it's been over. And you're not wrong. The AB era has been over. It's done. But he had a fight against Blair Cobbs over the weekend. He was talking like he was rejuvenated, like he was feeling good about himself. And he ended up losing yet again. Yet again. Unanimous decision loss to Blair Cobbs. Got knocked down in that fight. It feels like, man, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but it feels like the first time since Maidana I've seen Broner hitting the canvas. Lost some teeth, tore his elbow up, tore his shoulder up. It was a bad, bad night for AB. But you know, that looks to be all she wrote for AB. Will he get another fight? Possibly, maybe. But at this point, you know, just like going into that fight, like everybody knew, like AB not him. He's not somebody that you take seriously in this boxing game. And you know, that fight on Friday night was more of the same. So I hope for him as an individual that he has a successful and a good life after boxing, and nothing crazy goes down, and he, you know, was able to make some money and take care of his money and things of that nature. But yeah, I don't really need to see AB anymore. There was a time, even when the AB era was over, like maybe 3-4 years ago, it was over, but I was still like, nah, he brings something to the game that's entertaining, that's energizing from time to time. But here we are 3 years later, and I was like, nah, we don't need AB no more. So hopefully he retires. Hopefully he's got his money taken care of, and he can move on with his life. That's the 13th round. Never, never, never. Shout out, Zay. Never it up.
You think he gets tired of doing that?
He has to. I wonder how much money he gets. Like, I wonder how lucrative financially this whole thing is. I mean, he probably gets the bodega probably gets a lot of people that come through there.
Yeah, I'm sure they get good business now. They have to every damn sure.
Like I said, I want to go to the bodega when I go there. So, yeah, I think that helps.
It's gonna be pretty sweet. Been making like just this trash sandwiches because like just the way you make sandwiches or whatever. Because like his brother was like, yeah, you should record this and put it out there for people. And that's how it started.
I wonder. And it started by himself. Or
No, it was just him and his brother working at the bodega.
Wow, and they recorded it.
Yeah, it was just like put this online.
And then I wonder who the first celebrity was that came in there and kind of changed all that.
It's probably like Loki, New York. Probably like Stephon Marbury or something.
Stephon Marbury, that's a good call. Stephon Marbury or French Montana. Jim Jones came in here and recorded it. Aldrin, that's pretty cool. Actually, Duke is actually really cool because Cooper Flag will be. I want to go to one of those.
You see, David did the ghost Photoshop on Twitter. Standing right behind you. That's scary.
No, that was good. That was a good one, Dr. David. Now those are ghosts that I don't like.
Are you guys scary movie people?
Nah, I don't like. Do I get scared of
like will you go watch a scary movie?
Yeah, I'll watch a scary. Don't bother me. What I won't watch is like Final Destination.
Oh yeah, I can't do that.
We're not doing that.
I'm not a Saw guy either.
No, hell no.
Oh, that's absurd. Did you
absurd how? Like, you watch Saw?
I've seen Saw, yeah.
Do you like it?
Well, I thought, so there's a point where the first one was very like there was a purpose to it. And then like they did another one and like, all right, okay. That's fine. And then they just kept making them. And then it was like, what is this? And it just became. So I think I stopped watching after the second one, maybe. The first one, there's like a plot. There's like a psychological, like thriller aspect to it. Then it just got like goofy. Then it just got, it just got a little over the top. I'll pass.
Yeah, I'll never know.
It's the equivalent to Fast and the Furious putting cars in space.
Pretty much the same.
That was crazy.
Pretty much the same. So you've never seen Saw at all?
Nah. Well, that is not going to be on the list.
It's a little extra.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a little extra. But the first one made sense.
As the great Mac Dre, Thizzle Washington once said, "Not my job."
Did you see
Not my job?
Your boy. This is 100% your guy. Stephen A. Smith.
I like Stephen A.
Backlighting dark, and he's sitting on the edge of the table, and he's got this solo camera shot. He's serious. And he's like, Will Smith he needs to have a conversation with the black community. He needs to talk to black people about his behavior with Chris Rock and why he put his hands on that man in front of an international show. He needs to have that conversation with the black community before we go see his movies again. Meanwhile, this past weekend, $105 million was brought in for Bad Boys 4. So this shows you a couple of things. One, Stephen A's a jackass. I think I knew that already, but this confirmed it. Because this dude literally, he got the nerve to sit on the edge of the table and talk about what Will Smith needs to do with other black people. I'm sorry, sir. Why don't you come talk to black people about your overwhelming desire to defend Dana White's character? Donald Trump's boy, his right-hand man. I need you to tell us why you went on TV the very next day after a video emerged of him putting his hands on his wife, why you were so adamant about how you had to defend his character. Because you're the same dude who year after year after year talk slick about Colin Kaepernick. You're the same dude who year after year after year told the company line about athletes protesting, what they should be doing instead of taking a knee, how they should be getting their point across rather than doing this. I'm sorry, did you get an invitation for a black people meeting with Stephen A. Smith?
No.
Yeah, no, I don't think that meeting happened. But his punk ass has got the nerve to tell one of the biggest international stars in history he needs to meet with black people. Your boy is a clown. I'm all out on your boy. He's an absolute clown. Clown.
I saw
He really plays the Mr. Black Guy role when it works for him. But when it's time to stand up and say something and do something against the likes of Dana White or Roger Goodell, he ain't got nothing to say. Bro, what'd you say? Is phony as a $3 bill? Not even a $2 bill, but a $3 bill. Yeah, but it's not. Phony as a $3 bill. That's your boy.
I mean, I like Stephen A. Smith, and
he's funny.
I saw the tweet, and I just kept scrolling.
You see the way people reacted when Will Smith walked out of that theater? Did you see that tweet? Really cool. Yeah. Yeah, ain't nobody worried about no meeting.
I don't know where he got that
goofy ass dude.
Nobody I know.
Be
had talked
consistent.
about that.
That's all I'm asking. Be consistent.
Stephen A. don't work me out.
When did you just throw that Stephen A. impersonation on the back pocket?
That was
though?
good stuff.
Yeah,
though.
see, serious Stephen A. Yeah. No, we're gonna use that. Don't worry.
He's gonna have some opinions on some things.
Yeah. No, we got NBA Final 1320 show coming up. Like we got guests. Yeah, we'll have Stephen A. there. Maybe we get
Stephen A. Like he wants you that's what he does when he wants you to take him seriously. He starts talking low. That's when he's being the serious journalist.
He's dramatic.
But when he's an entertainer, he's gonna just yell at everybody. It was just last week that he made every black woman in the history of sports media famous, and this week Will Smith need to meet with black people. All right, bro.
It was Monica McNutt that went at him last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't been on that show since, too.
No, they sent her to Around the Horn. They put her on Around the Horn.
He had they had Shanae and Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea Carter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on Today. So I don't know if they're taking Monica McNutt's place or not, but I don't know. Stephen A. He doesn't. And maybe this is
he brought up. Brought up Shanae Abumike's name as if she wasn't like an All-American at Stanford 4 times. Hey, bro, get out of here.
He's to the point for me where I either enjoy what he's saying and like the entertainment of it, or it don't really bother me.
Well, good for you, because that's what he is he's an entertainer, and he should never ever be taken seriously in anything that he says. He says stuff for entertainment. It's just funny to me that he's willing to talk about what black people need to do when he wasn't willing to say a single bad word about that jackoff that runs the UFC. And who was he showing to his seat a week ago?
Well, that wasn't a black issue. Dana White doing what he did.
No, what I'm saying is he's quick to call out Will Smith. He's quick to call out Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to call out Dana White.
No, I got you.
He wanted to defend Dana White's character.
That was
okay, bro.
That's still one of the most bizarre moments in TV history for me.
Him and Molly. Yeah.
That was wild. Like it was like that was so wild. You could not say nothing. Like if that's what you believe or what you could not say nothing. You voluntarily went out of your way to speak the way you did on that. That was crazy. That was crazy.
And you know what repercussions he faced from ESPN for that?
Oh, none.
None. The same Dana White did.
None. Absolutely.
The same exact repercussions Dana White faced. Absolutely none. I really can't stand that. Like he didn't. That bothered me. Maybe it's because I like Will Smith so much, but that bothered me.
That he done. Yeah, he just don't bother me. The only person that really bothers me nowadays.
That podcast bothered me. Like the open of that podcast where he just named like Kimberly Martin. He named like 10 black women in sports media and basically took credit for all of them.
They didn't do that though. He didn't take credit for them in sports media. He talked about how they've been on his show. So,
but wasn't it framed as you know who they are because they're on my show?
I saw it maybe once or whatever. I didn't really see the whole clip or see the whole thing. But he said I remember him saying you didn't know who Monica McNutt was until she came on First Take and all this other stuff. So I think that was just I don't even know why he would say all that stuff. I know the conversation that was had that day. That's why he felt some type of way and had to say it. But like the way he frames this stuff, it's like, all right.
It's self-importance. That's all it is. It's self-importance.
But the original point was he doesn't bother me. The only person that opens their mouth and really bothers me at this point is probably Ye. That's probably it. And I've actually kind of gotten to the point where I'm able to tune him out. So nobody really gets my blood boiling when they talk. That doesn't mean that there aren't jackasses. There's jackasses all over the place, but
nothing gets your blood boiling. You just move it like you move at the speed of a spirit.
There's things that piss me off.
Miss free throws.
Miss free throws for sure. Jeez.
Thankfully, we're never together when that happens.
Make your free throws.
They were talking.
Scooter says, except for people on Twitter, right? Can he not really? Like, I don't If I respond, I respond. It doesn't really. It doesn't live past the response. I say what I say, and then I move on with whatever I'm doing at the time. So, no. Because when I deem you as a jackass, when I deem you as somebody that isn't a serious person, then that's just kind of where you live. So I try not to let people that I don't deem to be authentic or a serious person, I try not to let them affect my mood or anything like that. So that's why I look at a guy like Skip. Like Skip he's who he is. You can't really say anything that bothers
me. You mentioned Andrea Carter and those ladies who were on First Take. I saw a clip emerge. I scrolled past. But they were talking about Caitlin Clark being left off the USA team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a opinion on that?
No, not really.
It's not nearly as big of a controversy as people want it to be.
They
Look,
tried to
Sal
get the
asked right
whole
here.
weekend on it.
Is it a big deal or no? It's not. It's not a big deal. I'm not even sure that she's not gonna make it. Like, though there's two names that got my attention. Neither one of them are Diana Taurasi. One of them, I think you agree with, is Chelsea Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Chelsea Gray hasn't played yet. I have to assume USA has had a lengthy talk with the Aces about her return before the Olympics get here.
Yeah.
And they were satisfied with what they've heard.
I was watching that same game last night. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me or why I didn't connect. I didn't realize she was still out from the injury from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the hell was that? Did they ever really say what it was?
I don't remember what it was because I thought
it was the ankle, right?
Because we got tipped off to Chelsea joining the Kings team, the broadcast team, and we kept it. We sat on it, and I remember when she got hurt, I was like, I wonder if she's not talking to you privately. I wonder if she's not gonna do this because she's got a rehab. And I am wondering if that threw off the timeline of Chelsea ultimately joining the team. But yeah, she's still,
that's crazy.
She's still trying to get right. And then the other one was, and again, I understand, but Brittany, I don't know that I would have, like, Brittany just started playing. It does feel like she's kind of like if you think Diana Taurasi is a legacy ad, like Brittany is to a certain degree also. However, and you can, disagree with this if you want. Like, if Brittany wants to play for USA, then I'll let Brittany play for USA. It really is kind of that simple.
Yeah. As simple as that. I agree with you on that. So Caitlin not getting there, like, aside from Diana, who is, as of right now, having a hell of a season, a much better season than I would have thought she had, shown that she can still play at a high level. And like you said, maybe you could say Brittany. I don't know. Is Brittany playing?
She just returned.
I can't remember seeing her.
Yeah, she just returned. Or debuted.
I don't know if right now, today, Caitlin is better than anybody else on that team. And that doesn't mean that's where she's going to end up, or, she doesn't have the potential or anything else like that. But you're making a team for right now. And you got 12 slots. She may be a top 15 player in the world or something like that, right? There's no shame in that, but she might not be at the level of those other players as of right now. The thing that I thought was kind of just wild, I really thought it was wild to have this taken. I get it. I understand. I guess I get it, even though I think it's wild, is like the thought that Caitlin would bring so much notoriety to the game. I'm sorry, is this the basketball tournament? Is this what, this is not the Olympics? Am I mistaken?
Sorry, when was the last time USA didn't win a gold medal? Come on, man.
Well, look, even on top of that,
don't do that.
Where are we playing? Where is this tournament being held?
Paris, the Olympics.
The Olympics. Does the Olympics need more like the Olympics is in danger? They need a spotlight shine on it. Let's get Caitlin Clark. It's the Olympics. And probably, if we're being honest, is this the most anticipated Olympics? Maybe the last handful? People have been talking about the Paris 2024 Olympics for a while, as far as basketball and just the pageantry of the Olympics in Paris. You hear all the time. Maybe Brazil was another one. Rio was another one where people are like, oh, no, I need to go to that.
I heard that for different reasons.
Well, yeah.
I heard that for a time.
I need to hit that one.
No, well, that's not far off what they were saying.
But Paris has been that one for a minute since it was announced.
Sure. Yeah, it's well, like there's a prestige to, like, it's Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. And also, the last one was kind of a cluster. It was the 2020 Olympics in 2021.
Yeah.
So there was that.
Look, Caitlin will be fun to watch, but it is the Olympics.
But I get the idea of the Clarkies tuning in for, maybe they tune in for Caitlin and they don't tune in for
Clarkies are a little annoying at this point. Like if that's what's going on. The Clarkies.
That's how I felt about the Drakeys a couple months ago.
but at least it felt like the Drakeys had listened to hip hop before Drake. It almost feels like the Clarkies had never watched basketball until Caitlin Clark.
Well, that's UC Steve. UC Steve has just declared he's the stupidest person in the Chatty House. Brought to you by Matthews Mattress. So congratulations to UC Steve. He gets the dummy award. USC, head into Matthews Mattress and tell them you won the Dummy of the Day award and see if they might give you an extra pillow. Go check in with them. Let's get to these phone lines, man. Let's start with Buddha. He's been waiting patiently. 916-909-1320. Buddha, what up, baby?
Yo, family. What's up with y'all boys, man?
We good, man. What's going on with you, Buddha?
Man, everything good, bro. And just hop back in the lab. You know how it is.
Okay. I see you.
Yeah, man, I'm looking at the finals, right? So both teams basically made a trade for two impact players, right? So I feel like you can't be scared to make a trade. So last week I called about Zach LaVine and Kuz, but I feel like I got a more reasonable trade that I want you guys to see what you guys think about. Okay. So the first one is Kuz for Kev, pick 13, and Davion.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it was reports that Keldon Johnson, the Spurs were actually listening for offers on him now. So I'm saying what you guys think about Barnes and a future first for Keldon Johnson, because Keldon Johnson, he's a spot up, underrated scorer, and he's also an underrated defender. So I feel like he'd be an upgrade and Kuz would be an upgrade. What you guys think? You think we'd be contenders with that move?
Well, for the record, I like both of them.
Absolutely.
The Keldon thing, now, correct me if I'm wrong here. That was a report that Devin Vassell is not someone that San Antonio is interested in moving.
Which here on D-Lo and KC we've been saying for months at this point, like in regards to like Malik and stuff like that.
Right.
Like they got Devin Vassell.
Right.
Yeah.
And the framing of it was like Devin Vassell and Wemby are the guys. That's a group those are the two guys they want to build around.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that was interpreted as, oh, great, everybody else can be traded.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's, and maybe I misread it. That's not how I interpreted it. But I'll call. If I'm Monty McNair, I'll call.
Absolutely. I like Keldon Johnson, man. I think he's a good ball player. Not sure if on like a championship team or you want to be a contending team or something like that, he's necessarily a starter. He might be like a 6th or 7th man, but I'm trying to work through it because I do feel like in certain respects, like he can be that type of guy. But if the Kings were able to swing a deal for him, not give up too much, absolutely, it helps the squad. Absolutely.
Let's get. I like the Keldon Johnson one a lot. Let's get Ramsey in here. 916.
Can I guess?
Well,
I haven't seen. I didn't look.
Okay.
I didn't look. I just saw his name. So
Okay. All right.
I mean, Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 is tonight.
He's not doing.
But I don't think he's going there. I think he's going back to Caitlin in the Olympics.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. What's up, Ramsey?
I got that.
That's not a win.
I don't. Yeah, no, I texted in the group chat.
Your behavior is very. You're on.
I didn't look.
You're. You know what you are?
You're addicted to
Ramsey.
steroids. That's what you are.
This is essentially. This is essentially what you are. You're Donald Trump.
Oh, don't.
No, let me.
You wanted to fight about the end. You want to fight now?
You have been convicted of a crime, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Like, we have determined you guilty in cheating the last Blake Griffin pocket watching segment,
and you all wrong.
But there's nothing we can do about it.
Then
so it's
how did I cheat?
You knew the answer.
So what?
Well, it showed up on your timeline because you damaged the integrity of the PWL.
How did I do that? How did I do that? I didn't ask for Blake Griffin to be a part of pocket watching.
Mm-hmm. Just happened to come across the timeline, huh?
Yeah, that everybody saw.
No, not everybody. Let's get okay. What's up, Ramsey?
Yeah, quick thing before I get to the WNBA. The Lifetime Fitness is almost around the corner there from y'all on Secret Ravine and East Roseville Parkway, so it's not that far from the studio.
Yeah, I'm still not going, Ramsey.
We're also trying to keep our location secret. Now Ramsey just said, "Hey, pull up on these guys. This is exactly where they're at."
But getting back to the U.S. Olympic team, I'm not even going Caitlin. There's two names. One I'm pleasantly surprised it's on the team, and one that's a glaring omission.
I know the omission. It's got to be Enrique. That's his squad. Yeah, it's his girl.
Yeah, how are you going to not have the second best scorer in the league going to the Olympics? And the pleasant surprise to me, honestly, was Kalia Copper. I didn't expect her to be on the. I didn't see that anywhere with her being on the Olympic team. But I'm pleasantly surprised that she is there.
I'm only chuckling not because you're right. She's a ball. Was she the one that had the press conference? Was Kalia Cooper no, she's on Phoenix now. Who was the girl in Chicago? Did you see who at the press conference? Who got mad after the
Who got mad after what?
After the game, the reporter asked like one of the regular sports questions, right? He's like, what does the bench need to do in the next game for you guys to be better? She goes, what? You talking about the bench, right? And he goes, yeah. Like, what do they need to do the next game for you guys to like be in a better spot? And she goes, she's like acting kind of confused, like what? And then she had it. She said, so you're talking about the bench, right?
Bro, what?
No, listen. So she was acting confused. She's like, you're talking about the bench, right? He's like, yeah, what does the bench need to do better? Okay, well, what did they do the last game when we won? They scored. She's like, all right, bet. They scored. What did they do this game? Not much. All right, so what does the bench need to do next time?
Oh, my God.
She had it with the reporter, and she's like, they probably need to score. All right, there's your answer. Is that it? I'm out of here.
Jesus. How did I miss that press conference?
She was trying to figure this out, and
I need to find out who that was.
When it registered, she was not there for it for whatever reason.
Now I'm just dying to know who that was. And if we can find it.
I don't think she curses. So I think it's good.
When was the last time Chicago played?
I think it was from Saturday night, I believe. I saw it a lot yesterday.
Oh, they lost to the Dream. Yeah, they lost to the Dream.
she wasn't happy at all.
We will.
Ramsey has said something else.
Well, so he mentioned Enrique. Enrique, I'm not sure what her footing is in with USA basketball. USA is very they're very like of the belief this is prestigious, this is an honor, and if you don't do everything we ask, well, then you just can't be a part of this. You know what else? And I was texting because Trista has passionate feelings about this stuff. texting with Trista this morning, and you know what I realized as we were talking? No one has ever said a player from UConn has been snubbed from USA basketball. There's never been a player who went to that university where you said, man, I can't believe they got left off this team. This literally never happened. Ever. I'm going to find that clip. I absolutely have to see that press conference clip, and we'll come back. James Ham will join us at the top of the hour. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This is going to be difficult because I don't know who the player was.
It might, like, if you go to like one of those like clutch basketball, like it was pretty viral over Hoops Central or something like that.
Guess I need to get on Twitter more because I never get on Twitter. Stephen A. Smith sounded off. I swear, fuck that guy, man. Jeez, he's the worst. Tatum, Kyrie. They had the suits out. They had the double-breasted joints on last night. Oh, Bob Myers, dumbass. Bob Myers is a great example of, man, you could be really, really smart at something. You could be really, really good at something. That doesn't mean you're good at everything else. Or perhaps in Bob's case, anything else. Man, Clutch tweets a lot. I'm not going to be able to find it on here. Paul Pierce sitting next to Shaq. That's funny. The camera's going to be fixated on Paul Pierce if they win. It's going to be so annoying.
Hey, man, relax.
I'm preemptively saying, get Paul Pierce off of my TV. They want Caitlyn to say something like wrong or be angry so bad. She said the right thing like every step, even dating back to the Angel stuff they wanted her to like go ahead, and she was like, no, it's hoops. It's all good.
I don't even know who to like say it is, but they have hijacked like this whole Caitlin Clark
100%
WNBA stuff. Like it's not even fun at this point.
100%. It was Friday night. See, the Caitlyn stuff was Saturday. I'm never going to find this clip. Also, Asia is crazy good. Like, ridiculously good. She's having one of the best runs, like, I think ever. And I don't mean this season. I mean, like, the start of her career. The start of her career is insane.
What year is she in?
5?
Is she Pat Mahomes?
Is this Asia's 5th year? Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. That's a good one. Jesse just asked if Asia was Pat Mahomes. I don't hate it at all because I was just talking about the run that she has. Oh, I shortchanged her a lot. This is like her 7th year. Wow, that's crazy to think about. She was at South Carolina that long ago.
Wow.
Man,
I would have thought it was about 5 years ago or so.
Asia is cold as ice. Let's get Jeremy in here. 916-909-1320. Jeremy, what's going on, brother?
Hey man, it's been too long, man. I know you guys are still doing well, but real quick, so I wonder how popular do you guys think that the women's game is internationally? Obviously, the Olympics doesn't need any extra people to sell out the arenas. Do you think that the international fans want to see Caitlin Clark? And then you kind of hit it before you went to break. If she was a UConn girl, does she still get snubbed, or do you think she's on the team?
No, if you go to UConn, you don't get snubbed. Those are the rules. The international game, the women's international game it's fire. It's always been above pace where it is here. Mm-hmm. It's always been well above pace where it is here. The difficult part with things like this is I think it would have been it was going to be controversial whether she was on it or not. Like it would the reaction, because if she makes it, you're going to focus on who didn't. Mm-hmm. And now you're trying to swap her out, whether it's for Diana or Brittany or Chelsea Gray or whoever. And that's tough. She would have been by far the youngest player on the team by like 4 years. I would have liked to seen her on it, to be honest with you. I would have liked to have seen her on it, but I don't know who to take off if for some reason Chelsea's not ready. And again, I don't think they named Chelsea Gray to this team without knowing full well not only will she be ready, but she'll be ready to play and contribute and help you win a gold medal. But I'd still keep like a little bit of an eye on that. But I would have liked to seen her on it, to be honest.
Yeah, I like this whole thing kind of caught me off guard, so to speak, because I didn't really think about her being on the team or not being on the team one way or another. Like if she would have been on the team, it would have been great. It would have been all good, man. She's exciting. She's skilled. It's all good. She's not on the team. All right, it wasn't her time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't think it was I didn't think it would create such a uproar that she's not on the team or potentially not on the team.
Really?
Yeah.
Given the way the first couple of weeks of this WNBA season is going, everything she has done or hasn't done. This is what I was talking about during the commercial break. They want her to say something wrong so bad. They want her to like be angry or call out Angel or Kennedy or they just she's got to go at someone, like someone. And she won't. Timmy 2000 says Diana is 42. It's time to move on. Firmly disagree. Diana Taurasi has the opportunity to win her 6th gold medal. Give me that. Give me that 10 times out of 10, man. She is deserving. She's playing good ball right now as well. Who else?
That's the thing. That's the thing that kind of gets me is like she's hooping.
Mm-hmm.
She's hooping right now. And I was kind of all ready for, her to look crazy and then like make this team and be like, nah, that's not fair. She come on, man. She absolutely can be playing at that level.
I definitely thought she was going to look crazy this year. But the Phoenix is a lot better than I expected. A lot better than I expected. Who else? E-Biz. What up, boy?
Hey, what's up with it, y'all? What's up with it, man? It's been a while.
I know, man. How you been, dog?
Man, I've been good, man. I'm up out of school right now. I've been a substitute teacher, so I was doing my thing, man. So I'm out here on break,
My man.
I could dig it. Best time of the year for teachers is like right about now. Summer break is here. Let's go.
Man, check this out, man. I'm a sub, so we work daily. I ain't no regular teacher. They get paid throughout throughout the year.
Yeah,
I got to get paid during the school year, but you know, I'm about to do summer school. I'm a hood teacher, bro. They like me, but I'll be putting these kids up in check. I don't even care. All right. Anyways, let me holler at you guys about something real quick. All right. So, I'm sure you guys, I know you guys seen it. Like, I just got on and I heard you guys talking about Caitlyn a lot. And I just want to ask you guys something about her. I've been on Twitter lately and I noticed a lot of people do have a problem with her about not being on the Olympic team, but they're making it racial. You know, a lot of people are making it racial. You already know what kind of people are making it racial. But I was wondering, like, have you guys been like seeing that? Because it's kind of trippy, man. Because it's like MAGA became, you know, casual fans like with basketball. So you know they saying, you know, it's not just MAGA, but you know I just notice a lot of them because they be putting like the little flags for no reason. But let me hear y'all about that though.
Yeah, the racial component to Caitlin Clark was born more out of the NCAA championship with Angel Reese. The mean, nasty hood black girl was teasing the poor little innocent white girl who just loves to play basketball. And Caitlin didn't bite then. She didn't bite a month ago. She didn't bite a week ago. She didn't bite this weekend. She's not here for like any of that nonsense. But yeah, it is. It's like Outkick needs content too. So they're using, you know, Caitlin as their great white hope. And this is the weird thing about Caitlin. She said absolutely nothing at all to fan these flames. Nothing. But to some people, she hasn't said enough to de-escalate it. And I feel like Caitlin's in a no-win situation. I have no issue with the way that she's handled this. She's handled it. It's basketball. She said this weekend, this is the most competitive team in the world. I've got to get better, and it gives me something to strive for. Like, she literally gives you all of the textbook Peyton Manning pro athlete answers. But like, people want her to say something else. Like, stop picking on kids. They want her to be like some sort of white savior or something. It's like, man, she's doing fine. Like, she's doing exactly what you would want her to do. And the call for her to do more is so weird.
Everything about this Caitlin Clark thing is weird. A lot of the time, it's really bizarre. Much like you, she said everything I would, and I don't want to say the moment we were introduced to her, but the moment it became like a real national story 2 years ago or whatever. Been consistent with how I feel about her and how I look at her. She's a hooper. She's a basketball player, and she understands the dynamics of being out there on that court. And a lot of the times, that's where her responses kind of come from, like that of a hooper. The first time I heard her kind of get away from that and have like a little bit of a victim mentality, which I didn't hold against her. I just thought the answer was a little bit like victim mentality, was after the Kennedy Carter situation. And in that, it was that game, the press conference to that game. And she was like, I don't know. I can't retaliate, because if I retaliate, like that's the first time I heard her feel like, or say as if she was being picked on or something like that. And I was like, that's a little different from Caitlin. But then the other day she speaks, and that's more so what I know Caitlin to be. Caitlin's just like, it's whatever. Like, to a certain degree, I feel like Caitlin is like kind of tired of all, like, would wish this aspect of it all would just go away. If they're gonna play tough against me and it's gonna be physical, like, just let it be that, so I can get past it and then be like just a regular basketball player to everybody else. Let's not keep bringing this up as to something different than anybody else is going through. So, like you said, a lot of people want Caitlin to say things that, number one, she doesn't believe, and she doesn't That's not her style. Like, she's a hooper. I think she understands all of this, and she's doing her best to be the best ball player she can be, and like push through all this.
Yeah, and Caitlin or not, let's just talk about what really needs to talk about, and that is A'ja Wilson leading this country to where it needs to go. Like, because Asia's the one. I just looked up that, Diana got 1 MVP.
That's kind of crazy. That's on par with Kobe.
Diana got one, and Asia's got she's got 2 already.
Asia's the truth. The Ace is sneaky 5-4 though.
Yeah, they look well. Chelsea's out. They do look. They legit look bored. Like, seriously, like they're better than the Sparks. But the Sparks, they executed down the stretch, and Aces. Also, not even in the slightest worried about the Aces. But I look over at the way the Liberty is playing. I look over at the way the Sun are playing, and it's like, man, those are 2 squads right there. Two squads right there.
The beasts of the East. They ready to have another showdown.
And then there's Minnesota.
Oh man,
Minnesota just lingering around all this. Like, no. Get your stuff off. Don't worry about us. We got one of the top scorers in the entire league on our squad, but y'all go ahead.
Did you see? I found the clip. I sent you the clip.
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't know.
On Twitter. The other thing, but while you
spent the whole commercial break scrolling for it.
Oh, you pull that up. Don't quote me on this. And look, I'll say it now. Because,
you tagged me in it.
Yeah, I tagged you in it. I'll say it now because I don't want nobody, talking crazy about me. Don't quote me on this. Do you know who makes the most? Who has the highest contract in the WNBA?
Who has the highest contract in the WNBA
currently?
No.
Jesse,
Breanna Stewart.
No, I'm gonna go against Breanna. She signed like a 1-year deal, I think, or 2 years with New York. I'm gonna go no.
Anybody in the chat want to guess where I said? Oh, shout out John Poles. Shout out John Poles. Jackie Young.
What's the amount?
I don't know. My son.
Man. All right.
That was riveting.
Wow.
Questions.
I swear to God.
I didn't ask any further questions. Somebody, Reese asked me the other day, he's like, who makes the most money in the WNBA? And I was like, that's a good question. I don't know.
We got it on this day.
And as I thought about it, he said, I'm not wasting any time, and just Googled it.
Reese is smart.
And on this day for what?
Wrestling. We were talking about it last week.
On this day for wrestling, June 10th. On this day, June 10th. I can't ask the year. That might give me the year.
Shoot, let me do math. I think it's 96. 96 or early 90s. Yeah, it's 96, I think, or 97, one of those years.
June 10th, 96 or 97. I don't think I know. Maybe it's not Austin King of the Ring 96. Maybe Hunter King of the Ring. I don't know.
Kevin Nash showed up at WCW for the first time.
Look at the adjective. Play. We ain't here to play.
That's a good call, Pat.
All right, buddy. Jackie Young earns $252,000. Signed a 2-year, roughly $500,000 contract. That's about what we signed James for when he joined us here at ESPN 1320. Our man James Ham with us.
Hammer
James Ham,
house.
of course, of the Insiders. James Ham, also, of course, of the Kings Beat. James, what the hell happened over this weekend with Sasha Vezenkov? And in fact, that's a question that probably doesn't even matter. It seems, regardless of what report you believe and who broke up with who, Sasha won't be playing for the Sacramento Kings next year.
I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see how this all plays out. Like, look, I think anytime we deal with reporting from overseas, it's tough to trace, right? So if everyone remembers 2 years ago, like, it was a done deal that Sasha was coming over like 5 times, and then he didn't. So I've always kind of like erred on the side of caution. It wouldn't, like, the Kings have no incentive to have a conversation with anyone about this at this point. this is like they're knee deep in draft prep and free agency prep. All this stuff is coming up in the next couple of weeks. I just find it really interesting, the two different reports. And like I've had people tell me on social media, hey, the first report isn't, that guy's not as reputable as the second report. And that doesn't change my thinking, because one report comes out at like 4 o'clock in the morning here by the guy who's allegedly not very reputable, and then the next report comes out at like 5:15. So we're talking about like an hour and 15 minutes later, somebody who knows Sasha came out with a secondary report. So I just think it's always strange when we're trying to decipher what is actually being said and what's actually going to happen, and we'll have to wait and see. That's just kind of how I'm approaching this.
Do you feel like there was there is a disconnect between Sasha, the the coaching staff, the franchise, what he thought he was getting into? Like, do you think that aspect of it all is true? Like, regardless of who said what or where the sources are coming from, do you think he's not happy with with being here in Sacramento?
Well, I spent a ton of time with Sasha all season long, and look, the guy just wants to play. And I get that. He's a guy who is, won an MVP overseas. He's a guy who is widely considered one of the better players in Europe. And to have him like come to Sacramento and go from, being a superstar overseas to a guy who averaged 12.2 minutes per game over 40 something games. I don't think that that's what he expected at all. But I also, he hadn't really dealt with injuries before, and he not only had like one major catastrophic like grade 3 ankle sprain, but he had like two or three other ankle sprains, including one earlier like in the same game on the opposite leg. So he just went through it a bunch, and he's a guy who's here on his own and probably was pretty lonely throughout the season. But at the end of the day, like, look, he's under contract. And when you sign a 3-year deal, um, like, the Kings have his rights. If he wants to go back to Europe, I'm sure they're more than willing to have a conversation with him and see what that would look like, and either void this coming year's salary, or work out some sort of buyout or something. But like, I don't think we'll know if this thing is going to head towards like the dark end until we get a little bit later into the offseason. I mean, again, the Kings could trade him, like between now and July 6th, and it, like, everything could change. We have no idea what's going to happen in the situation. Again, I think it's way too early.
Do you think Mike gave Sasha a legitimate shot here in the league last year?
I think it's a hard question, because I don't think that, like, we talked about this coming into training camp, right? We talked about this like at the end of free agency, that the Kings had brought in, they have 4 forwards, and the 4 forwards don't really, like, they don't complement each other. They're all, like, in one way or another, they're pretty similar. Really good shooting, not great defenders. The fact that, Keegan Murray stepped up and became better than what anyone expected on the defensive end, I think that helps. But at the same time, like, I don't know what Mike's supposed to do. You have 2 starters. You have your young guy that you're bringing along, right? That you've put a whole lot of eggs in that basket. You bring a veteran back with a 17, 18, and $19 million deal over the next 3 years. And then you bring Trey Lyles back at a 2-year, $8 million deal. And then, oh yeah, we have this other guy, Sasha. And again, the problem that I saw was that these guys are all too similar. And where that comes into play is that they don't complement each other. There wasn't a player that Sasha could play with on that front line that could help sort of mask some of his deficiencies as a defensive player. And that's a problem. So I just kind of felt like it was a little bit of a bad mix, but at the same time, I mean, I'm not sure what Mike Brown is supposed to do. I mean, he's got Trey Lyles, who was so good the year before, and was one of his leaders on the team. And then he's got Keegan and Harrison Barnes. So I'm not sure that there was really an easy solution here, especially since none of those guys are long, athletic, defensive players that can, help the other guys, help, again, mask the deficiencies of any of the other guys.
How long was the time that Trey Lyles was out? He didn't start the season. Yeah, because at the very end of the preseason, he hurt his calf. And did that, I guess I could have looked, but did that coincide with, like, was Sasha getting those minutes while Trey was out, or was he still kind of getting DNPs or not getting a lot of tick while Trey Lyles was out?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. The first 13 games of the season is where Lyles got hurt. And, he got hurt the last couple of days of training camp. And I mean, I think that there was some opportunity for Sasha, but also, like, you got to remember, he's a rookie. He's trying to acclimate to the NBA in the first 13 games of the season. So I'm not even sure that's really all that fair. I would have liked to have seen him get like some pretty substantial playing time along the way, but it just never really popped up. In that first, again, the first 12 games of the season, he played in all but one, and he played quite a bit more. He averaged 14 minutes a game, 6 points, almost 2 rebounds a game. So yeah, he did get an opportunity early, but again, as the season went on, I think he just kind of went back to what he knew, what Mike knew, and that is guys like Trey, guys like you needing to steal minutes for Kevin Huerter at the 3, so you could play Malik Monk more minutes. Like, I don't think it's just one thing that caused this to work out this way. I would, again, who knows what's going to happen. The Kings could make, a couple of trades here, and guys like Trey Lyles or, Harrison Barnes, they could not be on the team, in 2 weeks. And then maybe Sasha does have a spot, and maybe this whole thing kind of works itself out. I just think for right now, it's kind of weird timing.
How you mentioned like potential trades, like how big of a factor is this contract? Like, is it like 6.9 like guaranteed this year? I know there's something with the third year, but that's a pretty attractive number, right? To add to another contract, make salary work, all those different types of things. I just imagine it becomes more difficult if the guy's like, no, I'm gonna go to Europe. It's cool.
No, I think that this can actually work out. I think he makes right around 6.5, 6.6 this year. And remember, we've talked about this earlier. Under the new CBA, guys like this can be traded for twice as much as their salary, right? So if he's making 6.5 million, that's basically like a $13 million trade value. Like, you can go up to $13 million in return, and you can aggregate that with another player. So I think my point would be, if you take Sasha Vezenkov and you take Chris Duarte and you put them together, that's a $25 million worth of salary that you could take back in return. So I don't believe that it matters all that much. I think where it really would matter is if somebody is trading for Sasha to trade for Sasha, right? As opposed to trading for Sasha to take on a $6.5 million expiring contract. And I'm not sure that at this point that he's proven that he's more than a $6.5 million expiring contract. And I would say the same with Duarte. But you kind of, it depends on who's trading for him and what their motivation is. I would even say, like, look, if you were to trade for Sasha Vezenkov and he goes to another team and then he decides to work out a buyout with that team could come away looking much better. You could trade, and take back up to $25 million worth of salary, and then have the guy basically opt out of not only his final year, which is a team option for the final year, but also he could say, hey, I want to go back to Europe and I'm willing to like void the final year of my contract. And so you could actually have it work out really well for you as another team who, if you were looking at him as an expiring contract, not a player.
Okay.
It's complicated, right? It always is.
It is. It is. I want to ask the questions though. I want to ask the question. We radio showing over here. I want to ask the questions. James, are Monty and Mike Brown on the same page as far as building this roster, building this franchise?
Dum dum dum.
It feels like they have two distinct, differences when it comes to the type of players they want to have on this roster and the style of play they want to play. Could be making something out of nothing, but Monty all year has been talking about the offense needs to improve. I remember you, I think last week, talking about how Mike Brown was kind of alluding to things after that comment by Monty came out throughout, in his press conferences, talking about we're working on offense. I don't think they have beef or issues or anything else like that. And I think they have the same direction they want to go in. But are they on the same page as far as building out this roster?
I think that they are, but I also think that like coaches, they get a certain allotment of players, and that's what they got, right? So you can't sit there and complain that you don't have enough players, or your players aren't good enough, and then have a general manager add talent and say, well, I added talent, and it's like, okay, you didn't give me the right kind of. I think that there could be a better, like, this is like fulfillment of a wish list, but I don't always think that that there's an ability to do that. The Kings were able to go out and basically, they got Sasha Vezenkov for basically free, right? They got it as part of a second round pick swap, and then all of a sudden he went from being like a solid European player to like a really, really good European player to an MVP in Europe over like a 2-year period. And so all of a sudden, it's a GM's job to look under every rock, turn over every stone, and try to find talent wherever he can. And I think at the end of the day, that's what they thought they were doing with Sasha. And I just think that there's just a major problem with the design of the players that you had. And you might not know that until you get them on the court and you see how they play. You also might not know that, a guy like JaVale McGee just isn't the shot blocker he once was, isn't the defensive presence he once was. And so you could have gone into that come out of that offseason thinking, okay, well, I can put, JaVale and Sasha on the court together. One spaces the floor and the other one has his back defensively. And then you get into the season, you're like, okay, well, that's not what JaVale is anymore. And that's not going to help Sasha. So there's all these ingredients that you're kind of testing out. And as a coach, you have to you have to give some input and hope that they go out and get you the right types of players. But then once you got those players, you got to sit down and do the best you can to coach what you have. And at some point you feel like you have redundancy with your players where, one guy where 3 guys do the same thing, but you can only play 2 of them. You have to make a difficult decision. And so I don't think, I wouldn't say they're not on the same path. I would just say that there are certainly some things that could happen here that, were more Mike Brown. And there's certainly some pieces here that Monty could have more input on the basketball side. But I don't know. I think they're fine. And I think that they're gearing up for what's one of the most important off seasons that we've seen in Sacramento in a long time.
Do you have a follow-up? I feel like you're thinking about something.
No,
you just had a look like a James Hammond's full of crap look on your face. And I just wanted to see if I.
No, I'm just.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure because we were. I mean, we didn't even get to this part. We kind of had it like Monty needs a win. I don't know what Monty's last win was. Because you've got Duarte. I guess Sasha. That was kind of a collective. JaVale worked it for what it was.
But here's the deal, and like I said, we radio showing right now. It feels to me, it goes on Monty's permanent record, but it feels to me JaVale and Chris were Mike Brown calls.
Oh, I don't know about Duarte.
Chris
I don't agree.
Like a Monty guy to me.
Yeah, I don't agree with JaVale McGee was definitely a Mike Brown thing. But again, a league minimum contract.
But JaVale was never going to make or break.
No.
No. And I think with Duarte, like, look, when you're trading for a player like that, who, had one season under his belt on a bad Indiana Pacers team, and then the next season struggled with ankle injuries the whole year and barely played. You don't really know what you're getting because he's a third-year player, but he's also like a 27-year-old third-year player. He's a top, he's a lottery pick. I think he was the 13th pick in the draft. So to get him for 2 second-round picks or whatever it was, that's like a really, really low-risk proposition for Monty McNair. And, if you're Monty and you know that your coach would like a little bit more defense, okay, we'll get you a guy who, like, at one point in his career was a good defensive player, and we don't know what he is, but we'll shake it out and see what happens. We'll bring him in and see what happens. And he's played with Sabonis, so he knows where to be and all that stuff. I just think that for whatever reason, like, Duarte wasn't able to pick up on the basic scheme of what was happening, especially on the defensive end. I don't think that, like, he struggled mightily on the defensive end, and his, like, default setting was just to foul everybody, especially early in the season. I mean, he couldn't stay in a game early in the season. And it just became more and more apparent that you had to stick with what you knew. And then maybe there would come another opportunity where Chris would slide back into the rotation. But then by that point, you had to give Keon Ellis a look because you had some injury issues, and he played extremely well, and he kind of slid up above Duarte in the pecking order. So I don't think that Duarte was a Mike Brown. I mean, it could be that Monty McNair was out looking for guys who he thought would be two-way players that would help Mike, and then you just stumbled upon one that really didn't work out that well.
Well, you mentioned him. I was going to say, does that get classified as a Monty win now, even though it happened a couple of years ago? And I was going to say Keon Ellis, because Keon Ellis became a revelation in the second half of this season. He's not a new player. He was drafted, whatever. But I mean, that's Monty McNair right there, and
sure.
And he got his opportunity really through injury this past, second half of the season.
So I'll ask you both a question then. So let's stick with that. If it wasn't Duarte at the beginning of the year with Kevin Huerter and Mike Brown, and it was Keon, and let's like, I know Chris got injured, but let's go with Keon stays healthy. Does anyone think the season's different? If Keon Ellis is the guard that Mike goes with instead of Kevin Huerter at the beginning of the season, he's like, oh, I was just trying stuff out. I don't know why everyone's all worked up having Chris Duarte start. What if it wasn't Chris Duarte, though? It was Keon Ellis. He goes out there, plays the way that he does, and it's like, hey, maybe we got something here.
Yeah, I mean, based on the way he played, absolutely. I think
you think the season's different?
Yeah, absolutely.
James?
I think so, too. Yeah. I mean, you got to remember, like, I know it was that strange stat, like, Keon started his career like 0-7 or 7-0 or
7-0,
8-0, yeah, as a starter. Yeah, I kind of feel like, sure, but so Keon was undrafted, and not last summer, but the summer before. He's only a second-year player, and this first year he spent on a two-way, and then last year he was a two-way until the midway point in the season. I think that's a huge win for Monty McNair, and I think Keegan Murray is a huge win for Monty McNair because, whether Keegan becomes like the star player that they think what they think he's going to be, which has been since the day that they drafted him, they've had him visions of, really an all-star level player. But even if he doesn't reach that, if he kind of taps out at like 17, 18 points, but, a plus defender and a solid rebounder and a great 3-point shooter, if that's where he lands, like, there are a lot of players in the top 5 of the draft that don't work out at all. I mean, I don't know if Jaden Ivey can reach that pinnacle that I just talked about at all. And he's not the only one. I don't know if Jabari Smith Jr. will reach that. Like, that draft in particular is one thing, but like through the course of history, I mean, we all remember De'Aaron Fox was a number 5 pick in the draft, but like Josh Jackson was number 4. So like, yeah, Monty McNair hit at least a really solid double with Keegan Murray and maybe even a home run. And we're gonna have to wait and see how it works out in the end. But yeah, I don't think Monty has he does need another win or two. But I also think that he's had some really, really nice, solid additions to this roster.
Yeah, two things. Jaden Ivey's going to be just fine. He's still going to be a very, very good basketball player. Two, I wasn't trying to discard Monty McNair's entire tenure with Sacramento.
No, your question was perfectly fine. You said when was the last one?
Yeah, I agree.
In about a year.
Yeah, I feel like you could point all of those out, and then if I was being a jerk, which I'm not trying to be, I'll also point out like Glenn Robinson. That was Monty McNair. I'll point out the great Hassan Whiteside. That was Monty McNair also. Again,
was a bidding war.
There's context to that. That's extremely important. And it was like Monty McNair had been a general manager for like an hour and a half before he had to start Steining guys, and that's who it wound up being. But I'm more looking like, all right, kind of, you really like to let these trade deadlines come and go, and free agency wasn't super active last year, so there's, you've got fans looking around at the likes of Kyle Kuzma or Zach LaVine, and whether that's realistic or not, I don't know. We're all watching Malik Monk, and there's a lot there.
No, I think so too. And I think you can, like someone brings up Mitchell at number 9. Look, I don't know that's going to end up being, well, I mean, it's already hasn't ended up being like a phenomenal pick. He's still on the roster. He's still in the rotation, but he was in and out of the rotation this year, and he may or may not be part of the plan moving forward. And you can also look at sort of the Dante DiVincenzo situation and how that didn't work out. How
that really just comes across weird at this point.
Oh, it was weird.
The whole thing with Dante is weird.
No, it was.
But if we're doing, because I understood your original question was like, when was the last one he had, right? And you got to go back a little while. But if we're gonna dissect the whole thing, like, what is Kevin Huerter? Is he considered a win or a loss? You know what I mean? Because what he did in that first year is a win by a landslide. But now you look at where he's at. I look at him as a win.
Yeah, it's also, what do you believe? Was Kevin Huerter is Kevin Huerter last year? Minus the injury, of course. Is that Kevin Huerter? Or it's the old, is that Dave Hebner? Is that Dave Hebner? Is that Kevin Huerter last year? Or is Kevin Huerter the Warriors playoff year? Is that Kevin Huerter? Like, which one is it?
I think,
and I think that dictates whether you think it's a win or a loss, because either he got lucky and lightning in a bottle, and this is who he is, and this is who you're stuck with, or he had a down year and you expect him to be closer to what he was the year before.
I think it's tough, like with Kevin, and Kevin was the first one to point it out.
I give him a win for that too.
I think it's TBD, to be honest. He talked about it in his postseason exit interview. Kevin did. That he had the best season of his career the year before, and then he had a substantial fall off. He knew he wasn't nearly as efficient or anything else as he was a year before, and he said he's going to try to get back to being the player he was before. If he's a player that comes in 14, 15 points, shoots 40% from 3, draws a bunch of attention, I think he can totally rehab who he is and all that stuff. But I want to see, number one, do the Kings keep him this offseason, or do they move on from him? And what do you get in return? I want to see, 2, what happens with that draft pick and how badly does that hurt you? Because that's still up in the air. We still don't know what that is. It could either be next year or it could be the year after. And if you don't make the playoffs the next 2 years, it dissolves into 2 second-round picks. So, again, that's something where you're trying to gauge the value of what you got for that player. So I kind of want to give it more time before I say it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If you would have asked me last season, I would have thought it was like an easy win. But you ask me after that, after the season we just went through, and I don't think it is. I mean, he didn't play up to the standard of a player that you traded a first-round pick for. And that's tough. But I'm still going to give him that little bit of time. And I want to know if you're able to go get something else this offseason using Kevin Huerter as a trade chip, or if you don't, if he's able to rehab himself and come back and have a really strong season, I think 2 years of one that was great and one that was not great, we kind of need a little bit more before we make that determination.
Okay, we're fixing the Kings. That's what we do. We'll come back. More with James Ham here on D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's fun stuff.
Hey, did Leezy get victored?
Leezy got victored. Yeah, we found Leezy. I found Leezy.
Victored. Oh man.
Yeah, we got Leezy. He's safe. Leezy's safe and sound.
What happened there?
Leezy's safe and sound.
I saw him get banned at one point.
Yeah, that damn happy ass Leezy.
Oh no. Poor Leezy.
Nah, whoever the other jackass was in here going at Stephen Brown and Aldrin and everybody. It's like, sir, who are you? Is this your first day? Get your ass out of here.
Fall back or fall back.
But yeah, old Leezy.
Did you guys? This isn't funny because this would suck. I don't want this to happen. Did you see Buster Only got hacked?
Oh no.
Oh, is that what that was?
Shohei Ohtani has been banned for life from MLB in connection to charges with gambling. His trial is on August 28th. It is speculated he could get life in prison.
Did you see? Yeah, the New York Mets are finalizing a deal that will send Francisco Lindor to the Oakland Athletics. Sources tell ESPN. Boy, there's a bunch of them.
Does he work for you? Yeah, he does.
He does.
Yeah, he does. Poor Buster.
Jesus. Wow. That's funny.
I'm upset James didn't go to Instagram to like my picture. Oh no. Did you see this? Oh, that's terrible.
What is that?
That's not even any Photoshop on Sean. That's what he looks like right now.
Did you? I think that's the. Oh man, did you?
The video with him and Sexy Red and
no, well, I saw that. That's hilarious. But there was a Facebook post that a girl. I don't know if this was old or what. But it was a Facebook post of a lady who had a picture of Sean from like the Sunny Days type era.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, why can't I find a man like this? And then Shawn Michaels was like, he responds, he goes, hey. And she goes, no. And he goes, I'm literally the guy in the picture.
That's funny.
That's not awkward.
That's hilarious. I got to go see Bad Boys, man. That's getting a lot of love.
I don't know when I'm gonna go see that one. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Yeah,
James doesn't even get on Instagram, so he doesn't know who we spent part of the weekend with.
Nope. No, I don't.
See? Oh, the things you miss out on by not logging into James Ham _NBA.
James said never.
Who was it? Who? Matt was like, yeah, I got to get better with Instagram. So I added Matt as a collaborator on that picture we took. So me, you, Matt, and Kevin.
Numbers.
And it's like the night's going by. Hey, can I get in the Discord? So I'm sending Matt. I was like, Matt, open Instagram, go to the messages. You've got a message from me. Click the accept button. He's like, okay, done. I was like, great. Now you're added as a collaborator on the picture. Got to get Matt and James up on their social media game.
We'll get there.
Wild.
I believe in them.
I was told one time when I was at NBC by a social media specialist, hey, you're really good at Twitter. Just stick with that and don't worry about the other stuff.
It's a good idea.
Yeah. He
I'm
said
better
what
at Instagram.
he's like, whatever you're good at, do that. And then if we can add some other stuff, we will, but don't get too caught up in it. Like, all right.
Yeah, I completely understand that.
Did you see some of the updates for the iPhone?
I haven't. I know that was today, right?
Yeah, I just saw a couple.
I think a lot of it is AI, isn't it?
I don't know. I just saw what they're doing with the text messages, which is some cool stuff.
Which is what?
Like, for instance, the quick response, the double tap quick response.
Mhm.
You can now use like any emoji you want, as opposed to the like 5 responses they have.
Huh.
So little stuff like that.
There'll be a lot of middle fingers flying. James Ham, I'm going to Cabo in July. Middle finger.
All you get is this.
That is the custom James response is the thumbs up.
Yeah, the yellow Simpsons thumbs up.
Yep.
Children might.
We're coming back, Hammer. That is very much for the radio audience a window into life. Texting James Ham is the 9.5 times out of 10 you're just going to get a thumbs up response, and that's going to be your entire interaction with James through text messages
or emojis. Well, like the videos. No, the little.
Well, you
the
send
little,
some gifts. Yeah,
I
yeah,
do.
yeah.
And I'm usually on point with those.
Well, they're good. Yeah, you killed Kenny a couple of days ago, I think, in the gift.
That's funny.
Um,
lots of thumbs up from James. That's
That's the customary response.
You could put thumbs up on Instagram comments.
Oh,
well, James sticks to Twitter.
I'm just saying, like I'm trying to get our guy James, on his IG.
See, IG can be for the personal. This could be to get to know James Ham, the other guy.
Well, that's what I've used it for the most part. Like on occasion, I put King stuff up there, but
one of my favorite things ever was James post. You're going on a vacation, post some pictures. So James took like all of the pictures he took and made a collage and just posted one picture. I was like,
right.
Here it is, guys. Here's my vacation picture. Fedora Ham out here on the cruise.
That's right.
See, I had a nice hat on this weekend, James. If you had Instagram, if you looked at Instagram, you would have seen it.
No, I have to look.
Well, you look after the show. I don't want you to have a.
Oh no, I can multitask. Go ahead.
I want you to have a random response.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Okay, I got it.
See, all right. James is in on the bit now. James,
I'm in on the bit now. Yeah.
All right. I feel like we've worked through most of the Sasha stuff. We just kind of went back and forth on whether like he really had a chance here. I was curious though, James, what a second season for Sasha Vezenkov would have looked like for Sacramento. What it would look like for him. I can't say like I'm broken up if this news turns out to be true and he winds up either playing elsewhere or just going back to Europe. But I was curious. I wanted to see what it would look like.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. Like, first of all, he's such a smart basketball player. And like the guy just magically shows up underneath the basket all alone all the time, and people throw the ball to him for little layups. I thought he was a better rebounder than advertised. I thought there were moments where he was a better defender than what we thought. Like I was here for the Sasha experience. Plus, I think he's a good dude. Like I hung out with him quite a few times. I talked to him quite a few times. He's one of the few guys who are in the locker room all season long. And I just think he's a good guy that realistically he's in a little over his head. Like he doesn't have it's one thing to come over as like a 20-year-old from Europe, and maybe your parents come over, or maybe somebody comes with you, right? And you're learning the language and all that stuff, but you're acclimating and you're around a bunch of 20-year-olds. It's a whole other thing when you're like a seasoned veteran who has had massive success, and you come over and it's almost like, well, like, what are you here? Like, because you're not famous here. You're not that guy that we saw playing in Europe. You're you're here in our game now. And, I think the Kings are like a welcoming group. And I think he built friendships and stuff like that. But at the same time, that's a lonely world. Like you can build friendships when you're on the road and when you're at practice and all that stuff. But once you go home from practice, like an empty apartment is an empty apartment. And so I think it got a little of that got to him. And then the injuries, once he got hurt, I think he had never gone through that either. And so when you mix already being homesick with homesick and you're not able to play, you're not able to hang out, you're not being able to, do all the things that you would typically do, I think it wore on him pretty heavily. And so I would like to see what he looks like in a year or two, but I wouldn't like that with the same mix of players around him. I don't think it's fair to him. Just like I tell you guys all the time, like Domantas Sabonis is one of the most like dominant players in the NBA, and people keep asking like, why can't he block shots better? Why can't he be better at this or that? It's like, how about you just get the players around him that support those areas, like build the team around him that get him a shot blocker or two that plays the 3 and the 4. Get him more spacing, get him another creator on the court. Those things can help him. And I feel the same way about, again, like the combination of Herter and Barnes. I think it worked for 1 year, but in year 2, like, I don't think defensively they were able to hold up together as a combo. And with Sasha, like, who is he supposed to play with? Like, if it's him and Trey Lyles on the front line together, that's not great. If you slide him over to the small forward position, I don't think that worked. I think that he needed, like, if you had a Jeremy Grant and you can run him and Sasha together on a front line with Sabonis or some other like athletic player at the 5, then maybe you're on to something. But just, I think the mix of players and everything else, it's going to be really difficult for him moving forward here if it's run it back 3.0.
Do you?
It's a dreadful thought.
Run it back 3.0.
I don't love that idea. I know how you. I don't love that.
Yeah, I don't love it.
I know you don't, but no.
I'm a little more accepting of it than others if it happens. When you talk about like Sasha not wanting to be here and maybe it didn't work with the Kings and all this other stuff, I mean, what are the possibilities, not just like salary cap wise, but just, realistically, like, all right, you don't want to be here. You don't have to retire. Like, we'll trade you. We'll put you in a trade. Like, why do you think some of the reports went to he's just gonna go back? Like, why wasn't it like maybe requested a trade or wants to part ways or something like that?
Well, I think both of the reports left the opportunity for him to stay in the NBA like up for grabs. I just like it's not going to be easy. Like, there aren't a bunch of situations that are just going to be way better for him. And that's part of the problem. You need to find the right situations for him. And I think that goes with most players in the NBA, but like specifically, I mean, he's almost 29 years old. Like, he's kind of like getting this started really late. And at the same time, he's kind of wasting his time, like his prime on a NBA bench when he could be a star in Europe. If you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying like this is just like a horrible idea for him and he shouldn't have come over. What I'm saying is that, like, if you're sitting here and you're Sasha and you're like, okay, like best case scenario, I might be like an 8th or 9th man on some other team. Do I want that, or do I want to go back to Europe and maybe as a 29-year-old, 30-year-old, 31-year-old have an opportunity to win an MVP again? And if I'm him, I wouldn't want to waste more of my time with this experience if you don't think it's going to yield like something much better for you outside of monetary value, because he gets paid way more here than he does in Europe. But I definitely, if I'm him, I would like to get back and start my career up again where I found massive success, as opposed to like wait this thing out. But again, I'm not saying he's leaving. I'm not saying that like this thing is over, and I'm not convinced that he won't be on the Kings next year. We don't have enough information right now to say any of that stuff. And so again, I think like the tweets that we saw, they're pretty presumptive, and they also didn't capture the nuances of anything that is the NBA as far as salary cap and as far as like what this means for him if he if he tries to go back to Europe. He needs compliance from the Kings to go back and play in Europe, just like the Kings needed compliance from him and to get him out of his contract in Europe to come over. It's kind of the same thing. So I would like to see how this thing plays out a little bit further.
I'm just talking to Kenny James. Hang on a second. You know what? I think James got a text when those reports went out and said, "That's all BS. Don't believe any of that." Like, he's talking with such authority on this subject. I feel like James knows something.
I mean, he's connected. I mean, that's why John in Connecticut listens to him.
That's why he doesn't text Odilo and KC. He texts James Ham. Okay, back with James Ham. James, you get to ignore all of that stuff.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
That's why he's not the insider for no reason. In all fun, of course. Depending on the report you believe, whether you believe either of the reports, you think the Kings have their eye on something else already? Like, if like, hey, we'll work out something with Sasha. Do you think they got something on the horizon?
I would hope so. Because look, like I mentioned this before, I talked about it with Kyle earlier. You can't sign a free agent. You can't start negotiating with a free agent of your own free agent until the day after the finals, right? The finals end, whether it's in 4 or whether
I don't
it's
think
in
I
7.
knew that, actually.
You can start negotiating with your own free agent on day 1. The Kings, from what I know, like Malik Monk knows that if he wants to come back to Sacramento, it's on a 4-year, $78 million deal. And I'm sure there's an option after year 2. Like, he knows exactly what he's getting in Sacramento. And like, I have it on good authority. Like, the Kings can't negotiate with him right now, but like, there's an understanding that he is going to get whatever the max they could pay him if he comes back, right? Well, the day after the finals end, you can start negotiating that contract. He can't negotiate with anyone else, just you. And so you have this window. The reason I bring this up is that doesn't mean that right now, today, as we speak, the Kings can't be on the phone with every team in the league trying to trade people. So there's always communication, especially like right now. You have players that are under contract. You can go negotiate a trade with another NBA team today. Like, they could have a deal already worked out for the number 13 pick and the 2027 and 29 and 31 pick and salary filler for player X. They can already have that deal worked out. And then just when we get closer past the finals, closer to the NBA draft or closer to free agency, that you announce a trade that you've already been working on. So like, that's where I don't think we know what exactly is transpired here, because it's possible that Sasha's already been told that, like, hey, we're working on a deal to send you somewhere else. And that's totally possible. And it's feasible because, I mean, he's like, for lack of better terms, he's like their property as an NBA player at this point. So they can like negotiate trades with him. And so maybe there is something brewing. Maybe that's what we're kind of seeing, is sort of this spill out in a different way. But I don't know. Like, I don't like contradictory reports an hour apart in Europe, because my experience is that they don't always prove out. And not only that, but they also, a lot of times, they don't understand the nuances of NBA, CBA, like contractual things, because European, just for sake of argument, so you guys understand, like, European soccer, if you're a player on a team and you don't want to play for that team anymore and you want to play for a different team, that team can come to you and give you an offer and work out like an entire salary for the next year. And then they have to go to your team and work out like a buyout. So they can, that's a transfer fee. That's what you hear, transfer fees in soccer. So again, like, European sports in general, the way they handle contractual stuff is totally different than here. So there's possibilities that something here is already in place, but there's also a possibility that somebody's a little lost in translation on what the NBA like salary cap looks like and what it means for a player like Sasha.
I thought that was a pretty good question that I was trying to think through, and I'm not sure. Hopefully, you got the answer for by in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House by Shortcake 182, who asked, "In what circumstances can we not discuss trades?" Talking about like the Kings, like when they got in trouble regarding the Bogey trade, and I think I'm trying to figure that out. Like,
I don't
how
think
that
they
went
got
out.
in trouble. I think the Bucks got in
Well,
trouble.
that's what wasn't Bogey. That was a sign and trade, and he was a free agent. So isn't that why that was like a tampering? That was a tampering situation, not discussing the trade, right?
Yeah, it was a little different. So if I'm not mistaken, it's before they inserted the rule that you could negotiate with your own free agent before the free agency window opened. So this whole thing where you can negotiate with your own free agent, it's only a couple of years old. It just got put in, and it might have even been last year where they put this in. So what happened in that situation is the Kings had allegedly like had a conversation with Bogdanovich about his salary demands, and again, the Kings could have had that conversation before the season ended, because you're allowed to have those conversations during the season. Like, hey, what's it going to take to keep you this summer, right? Like, let's just talk. Let's just put the number on the table. The Kings actually had a right with him at that point to extend him. They could have actually. I'm gonna have to go back and remember that one fully. But the problem what they had there is you can't sign and trade a player for other players to another team when you're not allowed to negotiate that contract already. Got me? So there technically can't be an agreement in place for the Kings to sign Bogdanovich at that point. And then to trade him, because that contract would have to have been basically negotiated by the Bucks. Yeah, that became like a really, really weird situation, and a lot of finger pointing and a lot of whose fault was this type deal. That deal should have never leaked out. It leaked out 2 days before the draft and blew up the whole thing. And then right at the last second, the Kings had to redo everything, like their entire plan going forward. And then they end up losing Bogdanovich in that when he gets the Atlanta like offer sheet. They ended up declining.
The Bucks are the only team that got punished out of that, right? Sacramento didn't get punished for that.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, because Bogdanovich was a restricted free agent and still basically under the Kings umbrella, they could actually negotiate with him. The Bucks were not allowed to negotiate with him beforehand, and they certainly weren't able to work out a full-fledged trade beforehand. Although they could have, they just didn't need to have it be announced. If that wouldn't have got
You
announced.
mean leaking stuff to the media can prove detrimental to your ultimate goal?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Who would have known?
Yeah.
Shout out Dan Hurley.
Yeah, there you go. That got weird, didn't it?
Yes. that absolutely got weird. That is DeAndre Jordan levels of free agency weird. Like, that was odd.
I agree.
And now, like, so what happens when like JJ's phone rings or like James Barega's phone rings and it's Rob in Los Angeles on the line?
You're gonna hit him with the big boy. Oh, I know that ain't who I think it is.
Oh.
I know that ain't who I think it is calling me.
Yeah, like, I hope you calling to offer 6 years, $70 million. That's my first line if I'm either one of those coaches. The money's out there now.
I think it is
6 years, $70 million. Like, let me know if it's me or if it's, I'm JJ. Let me know if it's me or if it's James Barrega, because I'm ready to sign for 6 years, $70 million, because that's the contract to be the Lakers head coach.
And then I would say, where are your 2 national championships?
Yeah.
Sir, I went to Duke. We don't need national championships.
Okay, I guess I'm about to offer you 2.
Well, good luck finding a national championship coach to come here, pal.
Don't thank me. Don't good luck me. I'll talk to you later, JJ.
Whatever, ho. I'm calling the NBA Finals. I'm gonna see more NBA Finals over the rest of my career than you will, Rob.
Wild.
Boy, our little role playing is evolved into like one of us is gonna quit.
Always within the second back and forth every time.
The real Kenny Caraway never escalates, but if Kenny Caraway's playing a role, man, it goes south quick. Man,
I just love it when you call him a hoe. That's where you.
Well, I wasn't calling Kenny a hoe. I was calling Rob Pelinka on behalf of JJ Redick. That's certainly what I would say. I'm gonna see more NBA finals than your ass is moving forward.
Oh man, but yeah, price has gone up.
But yeah,
price has gone up.
That's an awkward call to make. Hey guys.
Well, you know, it's very awkward. Well, maybe not as awkward because it's only gonna be their first meeting with each other.
Well, yeah. It keeps getting worse, man. The insider wars are funny because right now it feels like everyone's losing.
Yeah.
Even though Woj didn't lose, Woj was right, but it was the second tweet today that was like, wait a minute. JJ hasn't interviewed with the Lakers yet?
Come on, Woj.
Meanwhile, Shams is reporting he's not only has he interviewed, but he interviewed in person for a lengthy period of time. So it's like, yo, what the hell is this?
It's wild. People are asking if I've been watching Clipped.
You gotta
Come on, James.
I've watched about half of the first episode. Okay, first of all, the acting is ridiculous.
It's amazing.
Not only that, but the choices that they made for actors is spectacular. I mean, watching the Donald Sterling dragging Blake Griffin around by the hand thing is just weird.
Yep.
Like the whole thing is weird. I don't know what's happening. Like, why is he holding his hand? Why is he allowing him to hold his hand? Like, I'm sitting here, did this really happen? Is this wow?
Hey,
if I'm Blake, I'm suing everybody. I'm like, first of all, that guy looks nothing like me.
Well, that's where the suit comes from.
By the way, what day does Clip come on?
I think it's today.
It's Monday.
I think so. Isn't Clip tonight? I think Clip is tonight.
New episode. Come on, man. I need that. I need that.
If it's not tonight, it's tomorrow. But I think it's tonight.
Well, the 4th was a Tuesday, so maybe it's every Tuesday.
Oh, well, that sucks. It's Tuesdays. No. Well, it could be 9 o'clock our time. 9
Oh, there you go. 9:01. There it is.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Come on, James. You got time to catch up. It's just another episode.
So hard.
And a half.
It's so hard.
It's good, James. It's good, James. It's worth it. We want a full recap tomorrow on the Insiders. We'll run it back next, and we'll see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
Well done, team. Well done. Well done. Giants play tonight also.
John Poles, can I use someone else's login to Hulu to watch it?
John Poles might not be able to watch where he's at.
Uh-oh.
Is John Poles still there?
Where is he?
Wasn't he in the Philippines?
No, that was Rory.
Oh, Rory was in the Philippines.
Yeah. John Poles is
John Poles is just beating.
He's like on Stockton Boulevard.
He's just beating motherfuckers up just down the street. John Poles and all of his big ass friends.
Tall people. Damn tall people.
All of John Poles' friends are like 6'4". Then you have one little guy walking around with him.
That's Joe Pesci.
He's the craziest one of all of them. All right, you heard Zabo. Everybody go check the Discord. Yeah, John's just in Rose. Right on, Big John. All right, go head over to the Discord, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Make sure Mrs. Mac-10 and the rest of our crew in here got the Discord.
Yeah, man.
All right, man. We'll see y'all.